slur my words and act like a little kid. Tequila sunrise, I feel it sometimes. Break through and get way too fucking wasted. Tequila sunrise, I feel it sometimes. Break through and get like I'm fucking wasted. Acting out in gay bar bathrooms.
Hello, Roger.
Typically 20 when I don't have money.
When I talk, does it make the music get quieter so you can hear my voice more?
Make 'em fool. Unimpressive and childish.
Hello, Kino.
Miserable and ridiculous. Ah, the trumpet! Tequila sunrise, I feel it sometimes. Break through and get way too fucking wasted. Tequila sunrise, I feel it sometimes. Break through and get white girl fucking wasted. Alcoholic tendencies, drunken public penalties, bathroom puking specialty, losing bar night memories, not just for fantasy. I fall upon dependency. I'm living in eternity. My pocket is like therapy. Tequila sunrise, I feel it sometimes. Break through and get way too fucking wasted.
Hello, Civiart LLC. Hello, Cozy. Someone tell me, does it make the music quieter and then you hear my voice when I talk? Either way, I'm going to turn the system volume down, probably. Yes, it does. Good, good, good. That means the settings that Shade set up are still working. Hello, Ellen. Hello, Cozy. Oh, I already said hello to Cozy. Whatever. Y'all. I just, in between streams, because I did a stream just earlier with Shade where we played through all of Donut County. He played through most of it, and then I finished it off. I cooked and ate a pork steak that I had marinating for a few days. And I've been cooking a lot lately. I've been cooking more advanced stuff than I have before, i.e. meat. You know, like cooking, like really cooking like a variety of meats and trying to do it well and make it come out really good, you know. And this came out great, but most of what I've been cooking lately, I haven't had the chance to marinate. It's just been stuff I've been buying and then, like, you know, seasoning and cooking. But because I did this ahead of time, I could tell exactly how much better it was. Like, exactly how much better the marination had made it than it would have been if I had not let it marinate. And it really got me thinking about how, like, from a cook's perspective, it's really about, like, making time to get ahead of yourself so that you can always have something marinating, right? Like, ideally, if you had maybe one day where you got 5 days ahead, like you marinated 5 different things and you had the next 5 days ready, then on each of those days, you know, just made a habit of always marinating one thing every day, you will always be 5 days ahead of yourself. You know, you will always know that you have something marinating for the next 5 days. You'll know exactly what you're going to be eating. And there's some level on which that could be boring, but it also leaves you lots of room to fuck around. You know, you got 5 whole days worth of maybe I don't want this today, or, you know, that type of thing. And I'm talking about this not only because I'm going into cooking more, but also because it's a good, effective metaphor for what I've struggled with through my career and my creativity for a very long time, is never feeling like I can afford marination time. That, like, the best ideas, they need time. You know, they need time to marinate. They need time to take on all the flavor. And a lot of the time, when I leave an idea to marinate, it ends up, like, packed up in the freezer and forgotten about for years. You know, like maybe it got marinated, but it never got cooked. And it's because I feel like I'm constantly having to just make to order my career. And that should not have that should not have always been the case, but I really didn't understand how good I had it for the first few years of doing YouTube stuff, where like I really was underestimating how much like freedom was being granted to me by my numbers, because I didn't understand the numbers. I didn't have anybody else to really compare to. You know, there weren't really a lot of people, and there was a much bigger feeling that like if you didn't have like 1 million subscribers, you were kind of nobody on YouTube back then. And I didn't realize like how actually strong my channel was compared to, like, by modern YouTube terms, it would have been considered a very, very healthy channel, you know. And I had never looked at it that way. I always looked at it as it was growing, and then it stopped growing and it plateaued, and then it started going down, you know. And at some point, it really didn't start going down until I started kind of being like, okay, I reject what I've been doing previously and I'm going to do something else, you know, and it start pissing people off on purpose. And so, you know, at the height of it, it had like 350,000 subscribers. So there's been a considerable drop, you know, and again, deliberate. But I had not realized how powerful 350,000 subscribers actually was when I did have that, you know, and or the view counts, really more so than the sub count. The view counts on my videos were just a lot better, because I would get like disappointed if a video had under 100,000 views, not realizing that like 50K is considered like really good, you know. But I just didn't know who. I didn't have the metrics. I didn't know who I was comparing myself to other than myself. And so anytime I was underperforming my own best videos, I felt like that was my fault. You know, I didn't understand enough about how like the marketing end of it works, or that like there's just certain stuff that's going to be more popular than other stuff, you know, like it's not a matter of how good it is or how much effort's put in. It's about what it is, you know? So like, I think that if I had back then decided to start like taking advantage of the freedom I had with like there was a period where I had a lot of money and a lot of time and a lot of space to really do whatever I wanted, and I just didn't know what I wanted to do. And I spent a lot of time and money and stuff like figuring out what I wanted to do. And by the time I had a sense of what I wanted to do, I didn't have the money or the time anymore, you know? So it's like I was in a position where I could have started living on marination time, but I didn't know what I was trying to marinate. So I was just sitting here like, oh man, I could afford to buy like Wagyu, but I don't know about Wagyu, you know, like both literally and figuratively. So, you know, now that I have like a more strongly developed sense of taste and like what I want my life to be, I know again that like I will make something better if I can marinate it, but I still have that feeling of like, when will I ever have time, you know, to not need the money right now, or need the, you know, I mean, like right now it's literally been money. I've just been fucking broke for the last couple years. So every time I start marinating something, again, I end up throwing it in the freezer and forgetting about it, because I realize like this is going to take too long to marinate, or this is going to be too complicated to cook, and I need money right now. So like I can't afford to finish this dish, and I've got a freezer fucking stuffed. I've got like a whole, like imagine you had one of those big exterior freezers, or no, the chest ones, the ones that you open up vertically and you store bodies in. I've got like several bodies worth of frozen marinating ideas or projects that, like, you know, again, the cook time would be so long that I'm like, I can't afford to do it. But at the same time, if I did do it and it was successful, it would afford me then the time to do the next thing. But that's the most difficult risk-taking part of art, is like not knowing if the thing, even if you think this thing should be a hit, that's never a guarantee, you know. No matter how much you like, no matter how much it looks like the stars are aligning, something can always happen that misaligns it at the last second, you know. So there's always a risk factor in being like, this is the idea I'm committing to, and especially when you have a ton of fucking ideas. What kind of marinade am I using? Well, for the pork steak, I had like probably paprika and dill and cayenne pepper and this like French herb mix, obviously salt, pepper, garlic, oil, another like French herb oil, and maybe like a squeeze of lemon juice. I don't know. Hey Trix, hello my friend. Did you have coffee already? Oh, I've had quite a bit of coffee. Steaks are usually great when they're made without a marinade. I don't marinate steaks, but if you dry brine them, they are just like, if you just pour a fuckload of salt on the steak and leave it in the fridge for like 2 days, it takes on this incredibly succulent, more jerky-like flavor, and that's called dry brining it. And again, it's with dry brining, it really is like the longer you do it, the more result you get. Now, granted, at some point it just turns into beef jerky, but you know. Have I ever tried VTubing? I honestly, it's hard for me to connect with VTubing because, so, something I've come to realize about the way that I consume art is that I always think about what is going through the creators' heads. Like, it's very hard for me to buy into kayfabe, basically. And so I like stories that mess around with meta and mess around with kayfabe because it kind of acknowledges like the inescapability of reality. That no matter how much of a story this is, it can't escape from the fact that reality created it and its effects are on reality, you know? So when a story addresses its own effect, that's always really interesting to me. Now, as a result of this, because I like meta text so much, I watch way more like analytical videos about stories than I do stories, you know, and way more like meta commentary on music than, well, I listen to a lot of music, but a disproportionate amount of commentary about some of the music, if, you know, like Kendrick Lamar, obviously, is mostly what I'm talking about because there's so many fucking Kendrick Lamar videos. But like, you know, I like stuff that is about why you're making stuff, because art is like, when you approach it just on like a logical level, it feels hard to justify it because you can't, like, its effect is unpredictable and esoteric and incredibly personal. We all know that art is effective. We all know we've been affected by art, but we cannot quantify it. We can't put it into like clear black and white terms. You know, you can kind of describe the effect it has on you, but it's hard to like make that effect then pass on to the next person, you know? So like I feel that even though like most of us understand that it's obviously necessary, we have a hard time making the argument for why it's necessary. And so I like, again, art that is kind of about the necessity of it, you know, that's like about explaining why it's necessary. And I feel like that's the core of my content, basically, is here's why it's necessary to not only create media but to talk about media. But then this puts me into an odd meta spiral of like, well, if all I'm talking about is how important it is to talk about media, then where's the root point? You know, like there has to be something there has to be a core thing that's being discussed, and I always kind of just go back to myself, you know, because that's the easiest thing for me to talk about. But it's not necessarily my favorite thing to talk about. And I feel like a lot of people have connected with me through the fact that they also like comparing everything to themselves. And I've come to realize it's difficult for me to actually like see that in other people, because it's something I feel like is a flaw of the way that I look at things. Even though I've used it powerfully throughout my career, I feel like I'm more interested in being able... more interesting to me than my ability to compare art to myself is my ability to find the creator through that comparison. You know, to find something about them that maybe affects them, even if if I'm having a conversation with someone about their art and I make them realize something about it or put into words something that they couldn't, that's where I think I become powerful. It's like, I guess I'm good at making people realize what they are doing. Like, a lot of the time, especially in creativity, it's hard to, like, tell what am I doing, you know? And people will present their thing to me, and I can kind of be like, oh, it sounds like you're doing this. And it tends to be kind of helpful. I'm realizing I'm talking to this camera, aren't I? And not the one I've been pointing at. No? Am I talking to this camera? Okay, I am talking to that camera. Okay. It just looked a little confusing to me for a second. I think what you went through is what many young people experience in college. Probably. Trixie, I'm so glad you're checking art in the We Make Art Paperclip just shared something utterly amazing. He wanted to show you a really cool page from his original manga. You're going to love this. Okay, let's go check that out. I did ask people to send me their art on the Discord so that I could check it out. We Make Art. Oh, shit. That's a dope-ass Flareon. Wait, I need a fire emoji for a Flareon. Hot. Ooh. Whoa, this is gorgeous. I like it. Spoiled for all the cameos. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. It's the whole cast of Lucario's show. Oh, this is so freaking adorable. That's the cutest. Is this a contest we can like vote in to like boost your chances? This is a gorgeous manga panel. Love the eyes. Also, these fucking furries are hot. So shout out to Civi Art and to Paperclip. Very clean. Oh shit, Glaceon. Do we have like an ice emoji? Ice cream. Sick. I can't remember if we ever showed off Z-Cypher's finished product of that 3 wolves picture on stream. But I don't know how easily I could get to it either. Oh, it would probably be on Blue Sky, right? Oh my god, hold on. Let's just show off Z-Cypher's Blue Sky in general. If you don't follow Z-Cypher, you should. He's one of the best artists in the Discord. This is literally Krona and Ellen Our mod staff has been ponyfied, neither of whom ever had a pony before. This is just purely based on their vibe and done in like 5 minutes also, like, which is ridiculous considering the quality. Not since DB Pony have I seen someone draw a pony so quickly and so accurately of another person, and that person was me in that case. This is an artist reshare. This is what I wanted. Yeah. Z Cypher had art of, I think it was Luna from Hell of a Boss, and I was like, you gotta draw more game, like you gotta draw some video game wolves. And he was like, what if it was all 3 of the wolves howling at the moon together? And I was like, that would be fucking awesome. And then this materialized like a week later. And I'm hoping that this will just like sell ridiculous gangbusters at the Artist Alley, because Z does booths, does Artist Alley booths. So, you know, if you're ever perusing the Artist Alley and you suddenly notice the 3 wolves drawing, you know you're at Z Cypher's booth. This is the girl who's made of worms from Labyrinthers also. Very, very cool. Oh no, wait, is she the one made of worms, or this is Worm Girl? There's also like, or no, maybe they is the same girl, just 2 different interpretations. Another fan art of Corona, very clean. Okay. Who the hell is Greg Pucciato? Oh, Dillinger Escape Plan guy, of course. I smell that whore! Any Dillinger Escape Plan fans in the building? What conventions are there art at? I think he's going to probably, I mean, anything around Milwaukee, around that area. If you're up in the northern Midwest, cons are likely. But I think he's traveled to some places, you know. Z Cypher also ponyfied the Yes Precure 5 characters. Incredible. I want to design a character. I'll need y'all's help. Someone's gonna end up drawing this character because I suck. But I want a, not quite a VTuber, but you know, like static PNG tuber. Let me try to find. There's this one, not a VTuber, but a PNG tuber. I'm gonna have to dip into Vera for a second. So if I get like mysteriously quiet, it's because I don't want to like. Oh Jesus Christ! Am I gonna have to fucking? Okay, come on. Okay. Is this the one? No, this is not the one I'm looking for. This one. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Kiri. Welcome to kirigaya.pnk, the computer program I live in. Or maybe I am the program? Let's not think about that too hard.
Yeah, I really want to do something like this aesthetic. But with a character called Sunday Redial. And the concept of this character is that every Sunday I do a show about just like whatever interesting independent art exists online that, you know, people send to me or enters my purview.
Hi.
And it's all set to Redial, if you don't know. This will just be the background theme of every single video on repeat. And it's just me being like, Don't be bored. There's so much going on in culture for you to enjoy, and it's right at the tip of your fingers. I'm Sunday Redial, reminding you about some of the cool stuff that came out before the start of the weekend, which you might not have checked back in with, or even been notified about to begin with. I never want anyone to miss out on the truly great stuff, so if there's something you believe deserves mention on the Redial show, let me know about it in the comments. I respond to every comment on the channel, and if your recommendation is well written, I'll just read it in the video, and credit your channel for scripting the segment. And then I launch into recommending stuff. That would be the idea. Lapucia, yeah, I see you saying that you can use Bandcamp to send to me fast now, but I've been having some strange issues with getting my Bandcamp money in a timely fashion, and I think it's because it goes through PayPal, and it's connected to a PayPal account that has issues. So, even though it's, I don't know, like when it shows up in my bank account, it sometimes says it's from Bandcamp, and then sometimes it says it's like a point of sale adjustment, and it's been confusing as shit. I accidentally tricked myself into thinking I was receiving more money than I was the other day, which is part of why I'm now streaming and humbly begging for everybody to send money to my Cash App or Venmo if you are capable. I know Lapucia cannot send money to Cash App or Venmo. It's unfortunate for everybody, but also is what it is. I don't know why. I just want it to be easy, but that is kind of antithetical to the entire capitalist structure, I guess. So, you know. Let me turn the light on. Anyway, as to whether this is a request stream, not exactly. This is more of a, I'm just gonna have fun with y'all, and maybe people will send me money because they have it. Otherwise, whatever, we're here chilling. Bing chilling! I'd rather watch stuff that y'all made, or like, I don't know. I've been very community oriented lately. I'm not as interested in stuff that's going on outside of the people I like know and talk to every day, you know? Closing the blinds. Alright, I see y'all talking about Scooter Pitch Podcast. The UG Every Lead Hour.
Pitch Podcast. There are no winners, no prizes, but if you're lucky, you'll get robbed. This is the show where my YouTube members submit their story pitch to get roasted. And if anyone in the audience wants to steal the idea or make some tasteful fan art, we'll feature it on the next episode. We encourage theft.
Shade actually pitched me a story, or rather like a world-building idea yesterday that I thought was pretty cool. I'm not going to pitch it because that's for him to do. By the way, if you legitimately think your story idea is great, I would not publicly pitch it on a podcast because it's going to get stolen. Like, I guarantee you, all of your ideas will get stolen if you talk about them publicly. Does that mean you can't still do your idea? No, you just will look like you didn't come up with it first. And I know this because I've watched it happen to me dozens of times.
Because your ideas are not special. If you're interested in having your ideas roasted in the next episode, become a YouTube...
You might think your ideas are not special, But the people who are going to make a whole lot of money off of stealing your ideas do think your ideas are special.
Member, and you'll get a spot. It's only $2. No promises it'll stay that low forever. And you'll find the submission form under the membership tab. I'm planning on this being a monthly podcast, but if submissions start picking up, we'll have to start making these more often. Oddly enough, we got exactly 3 submissions this time, just like last time. Anyway, I'm your co-host, Taperclip, and I'm joined by my other co-host, Komugi, the Lucario fan. How's it going?
Hi there, yes, I am Kamugi, also known as That One Lucario fan on YouTube, and I'm honored to be able to do 2 podcasts with Taper at once, both our Untitled Saturday Wars podcast and also this one.
Yes, I'm so happy you're here. You have endless media knowledge from my perspective. I do not. I'm way more media illiterate. I don't know why I'm on YouTube.
Oh yeah, I've totally been expanding it too because of the server. All our friends from the Discord server we hang out with, they teach me about stuff I didn't even know about. Like, I don't know about the long shonen series like One Piece. Well, they just informed me today. One of our people we're reviewing helped inform me a bit about One Piece in the server today.
Ooh, yeah. And we should clarify, that's a Trixie server we're talking about, not... I don't...
I think I'm going to change the name of the server to Golden Butterflies. Actually, this is another art request I wanted to make. If anybody's good with logo drawing, I would love to have... I was thinking particularly for this spot where I've got the... I don't know if I'm going to keep this permanently. You could either take up the whole thing or it could just take up this little pink area. I do love having this on screen, though. I think it's very diffusing. But I'd love to have some kind of Golden Butterflies logo, and like I wouldn't explain, like it's not going to say Discord or anything, it'll just say Golden Butterflies on the screen and you'll know that's you if you're from the Discord. But it's the kind of thing that people can inquire about, and then it's not like, where's the Discord link? It's like, what the fuck is Golden Butterflies, which I think is a more interesting question. And if you don't know, the Golden Witch is made out of golden butterflies in Umineko. So that's why the name. Anyway, let me go back to playing Scooter Pitch podcast. I was like, what the fuck was I just listening to?
I'm a little too offline to have my own Discord server.
Same here. I would be terrified to have one. I actually did make a Discord and advertise it on YouTube, and it's still up, but it has like 5 people, and I just like removed the link, so it's just like a little tiny thing. I can't handle that.
Oh, yeah. So for visual stimuli this episode, I'm putting a speed draw of the manga one-shot I'm currently working on.
Sweet.
This is why I've slowed down on scripted content lately. This manga one-shot's going to be about 45 pages, and I'm going to push myself to get this done sometime in May. There's no promises on a strict deadline, but that's my hope.
I know about Tapas because that's one of the... I think that was the main place that Ben was posting his comics back when he first started making like full issue comics. Slowly.
Mario, what are you working on lately?
Amy with 10. What I always want to call Russian, even though I know for a fact they are Brazilian real. If you read this, you are cursed. The only way to dispel the curse is to read my story weekly at thedeathless.net every Saturday, starting on the 10th of May, and then give me money on Patreon. Lamau. Is anything there yet? Oh, this is gorgeous. I love this. She's like a classy version of that fucking, like a cool version. Like if you combined the coolness of like Land of the Lustrous, combine the coolness of Land of the Lustrous with that fucking shitty little green-haired bitch from Steins Gate Season 2, Steins Gate 0, I mean. Combine the coolness with the shittiness of that, and you get this. This is the cool version of that, is what I'm saying. I know I'm making a bad... I'm comparing to a character I don't like, but it's a cool version of it. So it's a compliment. The synopsis. Kay's memories of her past life surfaced when she was still a child, born among the Nagra hunters the same day 2 stars fell, her hair and eyes the same hue as the green one. She remembered a world of skyscrapers and hospital beds. Now 15 once again, Kay remembers her first parents, loves the second ones, knows with all her being that her escape will hurt them, but can't bring herself to desire nothing but to live the life she had once been denied. Some among the Nagra believe her to be a sign, though none know of what? Kay alone is privy to the answer, but the truth is better kept to herself. The Nagra hunters migrate every year with the coming of winter, and for the first time Kay is allowed to follow us as their equal. Opportunities await her in Kakinse, the first steps of a journey that can lead across continents, seas, deserts, and forests, kingdoms and empires, depending on which direction the compass of her heart points, if there is such a choice to be made. Is the will of man but a big joke? I'm holding an egg, and I'm disembodied narration from Berserk. Alright, well, I guess we gotta wait 3 more days. Hi, my name is Amy Worrell. I'm a Brazilian trans girl who has been writing since she was a child and finally decided to have something to show for it. If you made it far enough to be reading this, I deeply appreciate your attention and would be thrilled to hear your thoughts on the story. The Deathless is one of my several passion projects and probably one of the longest. If you decide it's worth your time, then you can look forward to at least 1 chapter a week every Saturday with potential extra chapters on Tuesday for special occasions. I would like to publish 2 chapters every week, but I can't guarantee that pacing at this moment. I have plenty of stories to tell, and I will be able to tell them faster and better if I manage to make this my full-time job. Consider supporting me on Patreon if you would like to help me make that a reality. Hold on. I fucking right-clicked on that so that I could open it in a new tab. Thank you. Every cent earned through Patreon is going to support the continuation of the story and the bettering of my life. If you would like to keep up with news and interact with me, Blue Sky is the place to find me. If you only want chapter updates and nothing else, then consider following the Deathless Blue Sky page. You can also subscribe to the newsletter at the bottom of this page. If you made any sort of fan content, please use hashtag the Deathless and or tag me. I will share it. Good. Okay. The Patreon also takes me here. Login code, really? Ugh! Patreon, why you gotta do me like that? I'm live streaming. It's okay. It's just authentication. It's for the best. It's for my safety. You know, it's for my own good. You depend on our protection, yet you feed us lies from the tablecloth. Okay. Now I'm logged in. I'm no longer on your page. Okay, join for free? Sure. What do I get if I sign up? Nothing? Oh, here we go. Help me support so I can continue writing. Every cent means a lot. Help me support. Yeah. You gotta give me some kind of like... You should just turn this into you get credit in the book. Like, straight up. Like, there will be a page in the book with everyone that gives me $5 a month. Just put that in there and you'll start making that money. I want my name in the book. So, you know. I'm just saying. It's good business.
I'm so glad you asked. I currently am working on several projects, and I definitely relate to what you said about how when you're writing an original piece of fiction, it's really difficult to write new videos. I've been doing mostly podcasts on That One Lucario Fan, where I'm joined by multiple guests, such as Yakuman, for example, my good friend, and we do Magical Girl reviews. So we review like the latest Precure episodes and talk about stuff like that. They recently had a adult-oriented spin-off called Pretty Cure Mirai Days, which is them as college students, as like aiming actually for an adult female audience. So we reviewed that. And I'm also doing original projects too, which is why like I've only been doing podcasts recently, because I can't find the strength to like write YouTube videos when I'm also writing my own series. So I've got an in-development series called Genki and Sienna, and you can find out more if you go on the Trixie Clipsy channel. It is a channel that clips Trixie live streams, and there's a whole one on there about Genki and Sienna, a video on there. You can go watch that if you want to learn about my series.
That's awesome. I want to include, like, I want to sneak in a reference to your.
Nihon Critical said, I know there's so many unsung authors out there. If you are not in the spotlight, you made your own magnum opus, but no one cares just because of bad art / lack of promotion, but you gotta try again. I agree. Always push until... So, like, okay, I think there are some people who, they make something and it sucks, and they push it out there and nobody says anything, and they think, wow, I suck, and then they stop. And then there's people like me who make something that sucks, and we push it out there, and then we keep begging people to look at it until they tell us why it sucks. And then we go, oh, you're not paying attention. You hate it. I have to do something about it, right? And then from that point, you can take two directions. If you are just a narcissist, because narcissists are very insistent. So narcissists will get their work in front of people. They will be told it is trash, and they will just not believe those people. And they'll go, no, you're trash. I'm great. And they'll just keep making stuff that sucks. And those people become lolcows, or so bad it's good creators like Neil Breen or whatever, you know? But if you sit with the criticism and you decide, okay, I'm going to fix those things that you complained about, you know, and you keep changing it. And again, it's not about like making it to someone else's taste necessarily, but to be able to recognize some people can see what you're doing and can tell where you fucked up. You know, they're like, hey, I can see exactly what you're trying to do. I know exactly where you're fucking up. You know, Lapusha with Australian $7.99 says, hi Trix, I just sent $45 USD to you on Itch.io. Please watch Godspeed by Olin Rogers. We can do that because I do think the Itch.io money will show up. I'm glad it's, I guess, lets you buy the magazine as many times as you want then, because I was worried that might not be the case. Godspeed by Olin Rogers. But yeah, like, is this gonna be something? This isn't from that same dude who made that other one that got flagged, is it? No. Okay, it's just, I don't think so. I hope I'm allowed to watch this. Let's see who owns it. Kickstarter made it happen. That's cool. Join the journey. Oh, it's got a vinyl. Okay. And a Blu-ray. I'm picking up Sci-Fi. Alright. You set up a second account. Okay, I need to add more products to my Itch.io store then, so that this is doable. For so that you don't have to do that again, because that sounds like a pain in the ass.
It's all going to hell. Every network went down 10 minutes ago. That ticket is the only thing that will get you on board.
Global Arc Contingency.
That ticket.
Oh, this is, that kind of situation is incredibly nerve-wracking to me, when people are like funneling you somewhere and telling like who is this guy yelling at me that I need to do whatever he's saying? Fuck that guy. No. You know, I don't need to be in this line. Fuck you. Fuck your line. Anyway. Lapusha said, thank you for accommodating my disabilities. The disability of being Australian? No problem.
I know what you're thinking, but there aren't enough ships for everyone. I'm sorry, Iris, but we can only save ourselves. And you have to get to that ship now.
I guess it's not even being Australian, just being in Australia, but it sounds funnier the other way.
To Arc 14B. All Sigma Blue members report to Arc 14B immediately.
That's you, Iris.
Hi, Krona.
You need to get to 14B now. I'll be here waiting for you. Now hurry.
Everything's exploding.
Emergency launch protocol has begun.
So this is something I've noticed with independent animation as opposed to more mainstream. And I don't know if I don't dislike this necessarily. It's just something that I noticed because, like, the tropes of animation are pretty well developed, right? Where, like, when I see a show that looks like, you know, how I expected it, like, this looks how I expect a Western animated show to look in certain ways, not in all ways, because it does have unique presentational elements, but, like, the expressions, the way the characters move is what I expect, right? But there's a lot less sound than what is normal from American TV animation. And part of that is because American TV animation just fucking stuffs every microsecond with sound. And especially voice noise, where, like, there's just a lot more of characters going like, you know, like, and they just record hours and hours of, you know, and you don't get as much of that with independent animation. And again, it's not a problem. It's not a bad thing. It's just interesting when you see moments that, you know, in, like, a mainstream show, they would have put noise there and you don't hear it. I just can't help but noticing. Not positively or negatively. Just that it's there. That it's a thing happening.
Arc begin launch sequence. T-1 minute.
Like, there's no way that she would not have been making gasp noises, you know, in, like, a more mainstream production.
The ships are leaving. Go now. We're out of time.
Nihon Critical said, I don't get why animators paid less but voice actors paid more. That really depends on the voice actor, though. And it's just a matter of star power. Like, at the end of the day, the human element is what people connect to the most in art, more than anything else. You know, on my channel, it's about me. If it wasn't me, if somebody else took over my channel, I would have just a different audience. Maybe some people would like that person and still be here, but it would totally flip the nature of the thing, right? So, like, when people go to see movies, they usually go to see them to see the actors, to see the actors that they already like, they already know, they have sort of a relationship with, you know, like, you're excited to see those people again because you only ever get to see them through the lens of they happen to be in a thing, you know, whether that's just like a red carpet appearance or being in a movie. Like, you don't see these people all the time. I agree we need to celebritize animators, and we have been doing, I think that's been a big part of the animation conversation in the last, like, 15 years or so, has been slowly starting to, like, try to recognize these people. But a lot of them don't really want to be like, a lot of them, they just want to be at their desk drawing, you know, like, they don't want to promote themselves, they don't want to have to do all that stuff, and that's why they go to work for a company. Is like, being an independent animator does kind of require you to have a cult of personality and be able to run a community, or at least have friends who can do that, you know? Like, I think about one of my favorite bands as a teen, Portugal the Man. You know, eventually they started off really small, and they, over the course of like 10-15 years, eventually blew up super big and had this #1 single that has billions and billions of listens, you know? And the lead singer was such a shy dude that, like, in interviews and stuff, he very rarely ever spoke. Like, you'd hear almost nothing from the lead singer, but they had the bass player who was super charismatic and had very clearly, like, made all the connections, got, you know, like, all the friends they had in music were because this guy was so magnetic. And I think they actually lost him, like, he died or something, because the singer, John Baldwin Gorley, was on Danny Brown's podcast talking about how, like, he had basically been hiding behind that guy for so long that once he lost him, he kind of had to step out and, like, become a personality to, you know, because he didn't have that guy to rely on anymore. So I think a lot of the times, like, the shy artists and stuff do need there to be somebody around them who is, like, capable of figuring out how to pitch them to the rest of the world. Or else they're just going to get taken advantage of by, you know, a company or a corporation that obviously doesn't care about them, just cares about them insofar as they can do work and can be exploited, and is going to offer them as little as possible. They're never going to give them good faith offers, you know?
Iris, where are you?
no one cares about my work unless you have connections. That's a part of it. I think there is an aspect of just being undeniable. Like, my number one advice to creators is be undeniable. If you are just, if you walk into the room and you know what you're doing more than everybody else does, they're just going to listen to you. Because if you tell somebody how a thing is done and you sound convincing and they didn't already know how it was done, then you now created the possibility for that thing to be done, you know? And so, like, most of the people who really end up in charge or who are leaders of creative projects, it's because they just figure out how to do it, and then they're the only one who can, you know? And then everybody goes, well, I don't know how to, you know, I don't know how to duplicate that without you. That's why, like, Dochi has blown up so big recently, is because, like, she literally plans out the whole thing. Like, her presentation gets to be so ostentatious because she comes in and, like, tells everybody, this is what I'm gonna do, and they go, all right, I guess we can do that, you know? And then they do it, and everybody goes, damn, like, why didn't any of us think of that, you know? They left us? He left us? That's from Jurassic Park.
Iris, listen to me. I promise you I'll find a way back to you. Promise. I will find a way back no matter.
Zura Senpai said, speaking from experience, you're right, Trixie. I was also a creative force for my artist group. It's left me with battle scars. Oh, I got them too. You know? I'm sure you can see. But I also, like, I do not have the patience at this point for people who, like, have to be, like, goaded into doing what they do, you know? Like, I encourage people, if people show me something that they make and I like it, I'm like, please do more of this, you know? But if somebody's like, oh, I've got an idea for a thing, but I'm just not in the mood to do it, I'm like, I literally don't care. Like, fucking go to work then, you know?
Message has been repeated for 2 years. Any further transmission puts us at grave risk. It's time for Plan B. Calibrate for alternate transmission.
The character design and lighting sense, I'm now realizing, is very much giving Genndy Tartakovsky influence.
Calibrated. Backup message uploaded.
Which is, by the way, a good influence to have.
Send it.
What are the most important tools for getting started creating? Good taste. Study things you like and try to copy them. And if you come up short, figure out why you're coming up short.
Godspeed, Iris.
I miss people. I miss parties. I have no juice. No signal. I'm broken.
How about giving it a rest, Bowie?
I used to have music. I could get parties going. But there's nobody here to party with. Just say.
Why is he, like, standing on the bench? I like his dialogue. I was feeling that, but when it actually cut to his pose, I was like, wait, why is this the pose he's saying these things in?
I'm useless.
Yeah, Yeah, no juice. I got you, and I'm working on it, okay? This is probably our best bet to find something to fix you. Or someone.
When was the last time you seen a someone? It's been years.
Bowie, just hold it together, alright?
You remember when a couple someones would just get together and put on some music, and dance and party?
Bowie.
Shit.
Message.
That's no good.
Recording video log 971.
It's Berserky Clips. Yeah, I guess that is.
Hi, Uncle Ryan. It's an important day. 2 years since I last saw you. People stop trusting.
Anytime I hear this type of like specific arpeggio, like a keyboard arpeggio, I think of the Mass Effect planet selection screen music. This one's like a little more in your face than that. Probably more so influenced by like
Each other pretty quickly after the ships took off.
like Pink Floyd and like old prog sounds.
That thing in the sky. You called it Ion. Whatever it is. A star.
You meant physical tools, like what equipment, what programs? Well, that entirely depends. What kind of thing are you creating? You need the tool for the job.
A black hole, some distant explosion. All I know is the closer it gets, the worse things get. And it won't be long until it finishes us off. For good. But I'm still here. Like you taught me. No matter what.
Giga Talk. There's this really cool work of art everyone should check out. It's called the Digimon Movie on VHS. Thank you. Yes, I am a genius. I am a highly intelligent Giga. I agree. You know, I've never seen the Digimon movie on VHS, but I did recently uncover a VCR. So, if you should show up to my house carrying around a copy of Digimon on VHS, there's some chance that maybe for the first time in my life, a friend of mine could sit me down and show me Digimon on VHS. I'm just saying, it could happen. It could happen in just a couple of days.
What? Hope keeps us alive.
I do believe it plays VHS.
Yeah, I see it. Bowie, your window.
Only because Victor left it here, and I think it's the same VHS he was using to import VHS footage into OBS. Like, he did some real complicated shit to make some of those effects on music videos and stuff.
So thick in the sand.
Yes. You should bring your Digimon VHS, and you should bring your blowhigh or blahage or whatever you want to call your shark, so we can have our sharks, and we can hold our sharks and watch the I also probably have some Digimon toys around, because I have an unsorted box of stuffed animals and toys that I just decided I was not going to touch until you got here, because I won't have fun going through it by myself. And I know you'll have fun going through it. So I'm saving that one. It's mostly Pokemon, though, and maybe some, like, Neopets or something that are not even mine.
Well, I think we are here.
VHS into OBS while I'm on PMS.
This place doesn't look like it has a signal.
It doesn't. Just keep your eyes peeled, Bowie.
I see nothing. I see a house. Another house. Another house.
Up there.
What?
What is that?
That's a house. Why is it all wrapped up?
Someone is protecting it.
Ooh.
Let's go see.
Okay, let's go see. Iris. I'm so excited.
but all kinds of creepy stuff happens in nowhere. I gotta say, I'm not totally in love with this specific background just because of how obvious it is that there's not like a back row of trees there. Like, it's just maybe this could have been copy and pasted and like put behind this just like a little taller, because it kind of looks like there's nothing back there, unless there's not supposed to be anything back there. But I don't know, it looks odd. It's very close to being a great background. It's the only reason I'm complaining. I mean, it's like, it's almost, backgrounds are like a sticking point for me. That looks great, you know.
Alright.
This is boring. Can you watch Brandon Rogers videos instead? Lapusha, had you not seen this before? I assumed this was something you like and wanted me to see, but maybe this was just something you wanted to check out for the first time. We could watch it sped up if you'd like to just get through it like quickly also. But yeah, we can definitely watch Brandon Rogers videos. I didn't realize, I was like, I thought the girl's voice was familiar. I didn't realize that all of the voices are like, I guess, people who are in things. Whatever. You hadn't seen it? That's really funny. Okay, well, yeah, fuck it. Let's go watch some Brandon Rogers videos. I haven't seen actually the last two, it looks like, or I haven't seen a few of these. So yeah, let's fucking go.
Oh, I can talk to God. That's what I tell everyone, because I can, because I do.
No, we're not a cult. We're a for-profit family, one that God loves more than all the other families.
Our family's just
Oh.
like any other family, except our dad can talk to God.
You are weak! You are a scared little boy, and everyone can see right through you! This is not a cult. Who said we're a cult? What makes you think this is a cult? This is a religion. There's a few differences.
I bet your dad can't fuck you.
His fucking, with that hair, he looks just like Ben Stiller in anything from the 2000s.
Oh, well, if the Reverend isn't God, then why would I have left my family for him?
I used to be just a regular pastor running a regular church, but people don't like going to church no more. You suck! And then I started telling them, well, I can talk to God. That's what packed the house.
The signal's cutting out, guys. I need more money if I'm gonna keep talking to him.
Give God your money! Denise might make the best cookies, but I
Give
make the
God
best
your money.
God says hello. He doesn't speak English. My name is
He
Joseph.
doesn't speak
The Reverend
English.
calls me Hey. Hey! I'm doing great.
Will my husband ever wake up from the coma?
God says yes, and to please stop asking that question every week.
Is he mad at me for hitting him with the Cadillac?
God says he's still mad. Yep.
The Reverend.
I joined this group because I wanted to fuck.
Wait, what? The Reverend saved me from being a Mexican?
Says you're getting fat.
Somebody better suck me off. I'm the Reverend. He needs. This is his earthly form, and I'm here to serve it.
Ask God if my kids are all right.
God is saying that this is not anymore. Yeah. They're dead.
So let's talk about why we're here. I will not suck that guy off. You do not deserve to be sucked off.
I couldn't hate anybody if I tried. I have.
Is there anyone in this group that you hate?
Well, that depends on their skin color.
Oh my god. Hey, that's allowed back now.
Everyone clap. Faith is one hell of a tool, because the more of it they have, the more permission I have to mold you, shape you, and transform you into the much better individual I know you're capable of becoming.
I think I'm late to pick up my kid from school.
I like it. That was a good one. It cracked me. That's all I ever look for. I give a like to any video that can make me laugh. I don't know if I've mentioned this rule. I'm sure I have. Let's see the sequel. I'm gonna bet this one is like an ad for like Adam and Eve or something. Because anytime he like revisits a character in like a truly pointless way, it's usually an ad.
Your religion suck?
We're not a cult.
We're a family. We have such comfortable bedding, you won't even mind that you can't leave. And don't worry, we don't make anyone worship on an empty stomach. Not when we got all this delicious food.
Tiniest fucking sliver.
Possess the gift of speaking to God through a little red phone plugged directly into my hole. I've helped the lives of countless losers like you. You know, if God hated money, why would he be putting so much of it in my life? Now, I'm not forcing my followers to give me jack shit. They just like what God has to say when they do donate. God says you don't need treatment. God says cough quieter. Stop! God says I want another macaroon. Not that flavor. No, God says harder. God says it's coming out now.
Everyone just can't.
Why they're all in the bathroom to applaud when he shits.
Oh, damn, that's good. Who squirted this batch?
It's probably all the Quaaludes I'm on.
I love all dogs equally, starting with the hottest.
I've sucked about everybody in this group, but nobody sucks back.
I'm the Reverend's first wife, and the
I sucked about everyone in this group, but nobody sucks back. That's the most fucking tragic character of all fucking time.
only one he does anal to.
No, I do it with everyone. What are you saying that in Chinese? God damn it! Come here. I don't care if I have to hit people. It's what God wants.
One of my jobs is to make sure everybody's sleeping at night and not, dating, masturbating.
Shh. I'm undercover. I'm starting to think this might be a cult. I've been posing as one of them for over.
I'm starting to think. Is he supposed to be Michael fucking Fassbender in Inglourious Bastards?
In a circle of wives, I had to become one myself.
I don't know if I have a husband. I see God, not gender, so. I can, however, see a nice set of bazongas.
Holy shit.
Tits. Boobs, I mean.
The Reverend talked to God, and God gave me the tits I deserve.
Watching people sleep so much that when they're asleep, I can't sleep.
It's so nice to see them at peace. I'm still waiting to get sucked off.
What would Jesus do? I'll tell you, he'd do his fucking best.
Now I am almost certain that this might be a cult, and I'm gonna do whatever it takes to get the proof that I need. Well, he fucked me, but
Oh my god, that was the best delivery!
to get the proof that I need. How'd it go? Well, he fucked me, but not where I wanted.
Number 4.
Oh no!
Her milk is better than mine.
I'm number 3, bitch.
Nobody here believes I'm 15.
Is it possible this isn't an ad? It's just hilarious? This is funnier than the first one, I think.
This milk tastes weird.
That's not milk.
God has told you twice this month to lose weight.
I already lost 12 pounds.
Well, he can't see it.
Please, God, let me get sucked.
As his first wife,
It's never gonna happen.
to keep these other ones.
God's not real.
I think I like doing this to my knuckles. Their sweet, sweet faces.
I like to stare at things that don't look back.
What
Too big. I swear to God, if those
They're
things start
God's plan.
Someone suck me off.
No one wants to suck you.
I would suck him off, but they're all telling me not to.
Why does everyone keep calling my religion a cult? It's not because I make people not leave the build. I have them do whatever I want. Make them. I fuck them. It is, and I'm proud of it. And y'all can't do anything.
It's like that fucking kid who can't finish his sentence meme. Except he got out just enough details. Oh shit, what happened? Am I still... Did y'all lose me for a second there? Seemed like I lost internet connection on my end. Or just the page crashed. The live streaming page crashed on my other screen. Oh, I guess it didn't happen on your end. It was just for me.
Anything because this isn't live.
Oh my god, I can't believe that wasn't an ad and was actually just an even funnier expansion on the idea. Good job. I love it.
My favorite thing about Alzheimer's is that it's basically like time travel.
You know, my favorite thing about dissociative identity disorder is that it's kind of like time travel.
Away we go to lands beyond the sea. Nice and slow, no other place to be. Away.
I don't know who I am, so I could be anybody. This time of month. Where is that toilet bowl? Why is everyone on this show so scared?
Part of me wants to believe that, like, Brandon just starts acting away, and then Adam is like, you're kind of acting like a dementia patient. What if we made that your character? And then they just, like, you know, put him in an outfit and just let him do what he was already doing. I want to believe that. I know it's not true. I know it. I've met out of character Brandon, so I know that's not the case, but it feels like it's the case. Maybe he was in maybe he was just getting into his Jeff Goldblum character and he was already planning that. Because he was acting kind of like Jeff Goldblum. So if he was already getting into character, then that must be what it is. Is that he just acts away and then people tell him this is how you're acting and then he goes, okay, I'm Jeff Goldblum then.
Now there's no one on this show. Wakanda need Godzilla. Motherfucker, you owe me money.
Easy there, old timer.
You're a young timer. Excuse me, can you please get out of my photo? I might have at least I ain't got dementia. I'm trying to find that toilet bowl. They selling these with kids in the store. Everything's
Implying that was a set of ridiculously huge anal beads.
I used to work at that JC. All the men have tits now. I'm only 25.
All the men have tits now.
This is that K-pop. Have you gone through puberty? I'm dying soon.
Picks up a instant ramen and says, "This is that K-pop."
Where's my money, King?
Oh, come on, dude. I'm just an impersonator.
Can you impersonate someone with money? Don't look at me. I have mental problems. What is You've had too much sugar. Well, I know this ain't the bedroom. I didn't survive the depression for this.
What the fuck game was that?
My pills. Now,
Hold on.
for this, someone.
Is Krona still here? Let me make sure I screen cap this for her.
Change me. My pills. Now, I'm the pharmacist. This is how your mama was born. I'm gonna do something to her. This is bigger than my dick. Which one of you is the
This
bride?
is bigger than
Only
my
the
dick.
Lisa knows where this will go. I'm not wearing diapers today.
That slow turn.
I keep wanting me to put my feet. Sweetie gonna give me diabetes. Fuck me, I gotta get the class or I'm gonna be toast. I forgot where I'm going.
It's an interesting looking, like, weird outlet mall. Okay. I gotta pee. So I'll put on one I've already seen and I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Oh, you pea-brain-sized fool. If I was a nerd, then explain how my paladin achieved level 12 of the intergalactor saber fighting realm. You can't.
You're gay!
Idiot! My name is Edmund, and I've invented over 7 fonts. I am stronger, I'm faster, and I'm smarter than anyone I will ever meet.
It appears your name should be Wonderful Woman. Oh, shit. I measure all my calories in mana points.
Have you tried measuring them in gay points?
Keep laughing, you fools. One bite of this donut will provide me enough vitality to run away.
Mother... You think it's easy being a bully? You think I enjoy wearing out my knuckles on the faces of children?
Wait, how old are you?
15 to 30.
Oh, you simple-minded fool. Danny Bandy is more than a mere bully. He's had sex.
You don't even seem to realize I've mastered all 7 lightsaber forms.
Wow, has anyone else done that?
Oh, I don't know. You ever hear someone called Master Windu?
A true wolf never travels alone. You have to stick with your pack.
How dare you body shame my best friend? Keep it up, shithead. You're next.
That's why I live with my cancerous grandpa.
You take off that hentai ship! The doctor says he's neurodivergent, but in my day, he would have been retarded.
I wouldn't expect any one of you baseball players to know a thing about anime.
You probably recognize me from my appearance on a YouTube.com channel called Smosh.
It appears you've underestimated the power of my dolls and my mind, which has achieved its full potential. Now, whatever these dolls do will happen in real life.
What the hell? Oh my God!
Yes.
Stop!
I've seen all these before.
Amateurs.
White dragons have more abilities, even. Blue dragons are more intelligent and have higher skill points. Why don't you skill these points right back to the portal of power?
You're a bully!
Yeah, you're a grandpa.
You take that back!
Efficiency, activate.
I thought your performance was quite adequate as Goku.
Thank you. Although I actually am the voice of Vegeta. There's appearance anywhere?
If you hate me, then you're dumb. It's not my fault I'm a genius among you common testicles.
No, that's supposed to be a D. We're not doing nothing about a Star Wars. Prepare to experience my mating call.
Okay. Retweet my own stream. But brow! It's not retweeting anymore, is it? It's some other thing. Skeet!
Development series.
I don't like calling them skeets. It sounds like I'm jizzing all over the place, and I'm not really like trying to jizz out every tweet I make. They should just be called posts. Blue Sky posts. Like a normal thing. Not some fucking Coomer trash meme language.
Called Genki and Sienna. And you can find out more if you go on the Trixie Clipsy channel. It is a channel that clips Trixie live streams, and there's a whole one on there about Genki and Sienna, a video on there. You can go watch that if you want to learn about my series.
That's awesome. I want to I want to sneak in a reference to your animation in my one shot somewhere and somehow.
Oh my gosh, I would love that. You totally have my permission to do like plushies in the background or like a poster or anything you want to do.
That'd be awesome. Yes.
Thank
I
you.
also thank you. I feel like I gotta ask. I don't know. It's like I never want to bother Trixie, but I put for the name of my protagonist of my manga one shot I'm working on is Yuji Everlead, which is like a Trixie joke. Yeah. I don't know if I should change.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is fucking hilarious.
So do you know what that spawned from? Do you know how Trixie came up with Yuji Everlead?
It's interesting that you spelled it E-U-J-I also, because I had always thought of it as Y-U-U-J-I, just because like UG is like the most common, like, well, I guess probably. You're about to explain it.
I've heard it so much. What's the deep lore?
So there was a very famous light novel in the 2000s, which came out around the same time as like other influential light novels like Haruhi. Everyone knows Haruhi. Well, there was another one that was called Shakugan no Shana, and it's sort of a like shonen-y action story about a cool action girl. She's named Shana, and she meets this boy who basically like causes her to stop being so hot-blooded and quite as action-focused, because she realized that her mindset was basically like deteriorating her and making it impossible for her to like be okay, you know, because she's always fighting all the time. So she meets a boy named Yuji. Trixie hates Yuji, and so she named Yuji Everlead after the Shakugan no Shana protagonist. I like Shana, it's a very fun anime in my opinion, but Trixie was not a fan.
My Yuji Everlead.
Where did I first refer to this?
You don't mind me yapping about my project.
Of course, that's what this podcast is for. We do scooter pitches, and then we go into other people's projects and help support them.
Oh yeah, I'll link the storyboard for mine in the description if anyone wants to roast it while I'm
Surely I
rendering my Yuji Everlead. But the working title is The Hero with the Unwanted Harem, and it's about this super cool Chad Kirito type named Yuji Everlead, and he somehow over the course of his journey amassed a harem of hot girls. But he does.
You know what? This post might be a good description, a good summary of the type of person. This was written in a period where I was really learning how to simplify my writing, so it's very short. Hey, Nisa. Sometimes your self-righteous dumbass of a male lead shits all over everything. It's common practice for an anime to feature a male lead whom the audience can easily relate to and therefore usually holds to society's moral compass. It's also common practice for that male lead to have one or more female love interests, and not uncommon for one of those love interests to follow a conflicting moral compass. This creates a defrosting the Ice Queen situation wherein the lead tries to bring his love interest over to what he views as the side of righteousness. Being as that I'm at ends with society's moral compass and have a deep hatred for self-righteous people, I'm always wary of this trope. However, surprisingly, I often find it to be justified. For example, take Revi the Ice Queen from Black Lagoon. The male lead Rock tries to change Revi and create some sort of moral base within her, but he does so because her attitude and actions are self-destructive. He gradually admits that while he doesn't approve of her criminal way of life, he understands it, and he makes it clear that he wants Revi to change for her own sake so that she can find happiness instead of wasting her life. Mikia, the male lead from Kara no Kyokai, takes an even more brazen approach. He's very firmly against murder, not because society says it's wrong, but for his own personal reasons. Ice Queen Shiki is obsessed with murder, but Mikia falls in love with her anyway because he doesn't believe in her capacity to actually murder anyone. There's a point in the series where Mikia demands that Shiki not murder someone for the simple fact that he doesn't want to saddle the burden of sharing love with a murderer, not that he's actually unwilling to do so. And in fact, spoiler alert, she does in fact kill somebody, and he fucking forgives her because he's like, well, whatever. I guess I just gotta deal with it. I'm fine with these characters. In fact, I have a lot of respect for them because their moral pressure is an attempt to help the Ice Queen find happiness. What pisses me off is when a guy demands change from a girl because what she does just isn't right. And I figured out that this is why I hate Shakugan no Shana. Shana was doing fine at the start of the series. She had no reason to feel bad about the things that she did because they were a part of her job as a flame haze. She took a professional approach to her work and was annoyed when Yuji kept complaining about what she does. She's not just a joyless Rei type either, as we see her enjoying things like her love for melon bread, the way she gets distracted by random objects, and her embarrassment over being seen half naked by a guy. If Yuji was acting in the interest of forming a relationship with Shana, then it wouldn't bother me, but that's not the case. He accuses Shana of being cold for referring to herself as just a flame haze and for not having compassion for people who die. He tries to force the morals of society onto someone with no reason to conform to them and whose situation he in no way understands. How she performed her job was really none of his goddamn business. If anything, the way that Yuji changes Shana only causes her problems. Emotions are created within her that complicate her job. She somehow ends up falling in love with Yuji, but he doesn't seize that opportunity for their joint happiness. If he follows through on their feelings for one another, I could have forgiven him, but instead, he's an indecisive fuck whose bitchiness throws Shana into emotional turmoil. This might sound fucked up, but Yuji's influence made me unable to like Shana as a character anymore. I loved her at the beginning of the series to the point that she could have been one of my favorite characters. That's why I could never bring myself to give up on the show no matter how much it spat in my face. But the sad truth is that Shana turned into a character I can't like or respect. It's no different from losing a friend in the real world. If one of my friends started hanging out with a bad crowd and turned into a jerk, I wouldn't want to be around them anymore. Because I like him, I might try to change him back to the way he was, but I don't get that opportunity with a fictional character. For me, Yuji and any other self-righteous male lead is a bad crowd, and when Shana started hanging out with him, we slowly grew distant until we lost contact somewhere in Season 2. Has a male lead ever ruined a series for you? What about him made you want to kick his ass? And then I got a lot of her comments. Angel Beats pissed this guy off. Gundam 00's Isagi Crossroad apparently really pissed off Ghost Lightning because he tries to dissuade his ex-girlfriend from continuing to fight in mobile suits by saying, "This isn't suited for you. You're a gentle girl." Toma from Index. I always thought he was funny, but he is kind of a Yuji Every lead in the way I was describing here. He does kind of preach to people about how their way of living is wrong for... But at least he usually has some kind of an explanation. Yuji will just literally... In Shana, Yuji's reasoning is like, that's not normal. Like, you should be living like a normal girl. It's like pretty much the moral of the story. It's pretty annoying. More people agreeing about the problem with Shana. Shiro from Fate Stay Night. I knew if I got far enough in this, I'd see someone bitching about Shiro from Fate Stay Night. Nogizaka Haruka no Himitsu. Black Lagoon would be all well and good if it was just Revy and Dutch shooting things, but Rock makes it more interesting to watch. OVA 3 this year. Whoop whoop. That's how you know how fucking old this is. I wonder what happened to... I feel like I used to talk to this dude on Instant Messenger, and I don't remember the last time I've heard from him. Anyway, enough of this. Enough of this nonsense. Anyway.
Doesn't want any of that. He just wants to be the strongest. So, like, this guy is somewhere between gay and asexual, but not really sure, but he's definitely on the autism spectrum. So the story's about him getting over his social anxiety and learning how to confront difficult social situations, because the point of the story is, like, he needs to learn how to turn down all of these girls instead of just dodging and, like, perpetuating them.
I totally forgot about Marjorie Dawn. She is a werewolf, isn't she?
That's my elevator pitch. Hopefully it was under 30 seconds.
Yeah, that was extremely unique. That is something that has never been done before, and many people have been wanting to...
Kamugi says, fun fact, by the way, most of the things that suck ass in Shakugan no Shana anime are completely absent in light novel. The anime is 70% filler. Seriously, there's a great video on it by It's Your Pal Jacob. Unfortunately, along with the great Shana breakdown, It's Your Pal Jacob also made a video essay where he basically says the Kodocha anime sucks ass after episode 14 or something because it's not manga accurate. You know, I don't know if I've seen more than like 14 episodes of Kodocha, because I would only ever catch random ass episodes on Funimation Network, and then I watched like maybe 8 of them on my own time. But like a lot of it was not subtitled for a super long time, so I was not in a rush to try to finish it. Ellen said, most male leads kind of piss me off, which is why when a good one shows up, it usually takes the anime above and beyond for me, like Haru from Excel World and Ayumu from Kore wa Zombie Desu Ka, and our goat Keiichi Maibara. I could not click with Haru from Excel World. I guess I can see how he's admirable. I don't remember Ayumu from Kore wa Zombie Desu Ka at all. Literally all I can remember from that show, aside from like chainsaw wielding magical girl, is the part where it was a bunch of vampire ninjas like riding on whales playing violins surrounding Tokyo Tower, and I was just like, this is the most insane shit I've ever fucking seen. But yeah, Keiichi Maibara though, he's pretty goated. But the boy with the bat, he's the real shonen bat.
To see that in shonen in like harems for a long time. There was one shot, which I think was a shonen manga. It was like one chapter literally, you can read it super fast, which was a series about a male protagonist who has a girl who's always crushing on him, but he's actually gay, and so every thing is like him trying to hang out with this other boy at school that he loves, but the girl keeps getting in the way. And so it's sort of like a sarcastic, like romantic triangle thing where he's not interested in the girl at all, and the other boy isn't interested in the girl at all, but she just won't leave him alone. She won't keep away from being like the lum, you know, from Urusei Yatsura, like in love with him. So that was only one chapter. It's really good, and many people like love that manga and say like, I wish this got a full series. You sound like you have potential to do a full series with it, and that is so admirable. I'm glad that you're doing that.
I'll see if there's any interest after the first chapter, but hopefully, you know, they're like this.
It's a good way to operate.
Satisfying story with the first chapter, and if people like it, I'm open to making more. If not, on to the next thing. Yeah,
Make sure people care.
A really trashy shonen manga that's also Sasuke gay, where it's like, you know,
Video audio too quiet. Sorry about that.
where they have like a wife in the background to assert the heterosexuality. I mean, I want to see Naruto and Sasuke making out. That is like my goal in life, is more manga like that.
I know what you mean. Off the top of my head, are you aware of Awari no Seraph, or Seraph of the End?
I've heard of it. What's that about?
Yeah, Seraph of the End, sometimes also, I think
Vampires.
that's the main English name that it's given. It's a very famous manga that was adapted by Wit Studio right after they did Attack on Titan, and that's very fitting because it has strong Attack on Titan vibes. Some people even label it as a ripoff, but really its similarities are more similar to Devilman. I'm sure that you probably know about Devilman and how the main two characters have
very,
gay
very
energy.
gay.
Yeah. So basically, Seraph of the End like goes all the way with that concept. I guess, are you okay with mild spoilers in terms of the relationship?
Yeah, go ahead.
They do kiss. It was a kiss under duress to help help recover them from it was like blood loss because it's vampire themed. So it was a kiss under duress. It was not like a totally wanting kiss. It was more like they had to, but they did it. And
I'll take it.
They're heavily implied in like all parts of the manga to be the main couple are implied to be these two boys. There is a female character who is like a tsundere who you could ship with the main.
I don't know if you want me to read your name because it looks like your real name, but shout out to the $2 Cash App that says, "For love, what did you think of those two Umi beats?" Let me play them. This is Patchface Beats. Chat, give me your opinion on these Umineko inspired beats from Patchface. Ooh, go deep. Y'all motherfuckers don't know me until I sing every single thing that I think right into the microphone like a prone dome, singing out all that I known. Ayy, ayy, light the place up. Ayy, stuff your face up. Ayy, with some cake, maybe now you get the way that I get it. Every day, stay shitty. Fly shit. If I can freestyle to this, then the shit's lit. Try love the motherfucking golden witch, the beat burning bitch that'll beat the piss out of a golden snitch. Rolling this beat downhill like a boulder, bitch. Get lit. Everybody jump. Alright, I like that one. That one's fucking hot. Okay. How does this sound, by the way, with me rapping over the beats? I'm sure the timing's not perfect, but hey. Spit vernacular tactics erratic, and I got the Mac in the back of it. I don't know. Let me fucking actually spit a written on this. This is very sentimental. Ugh. Shitting on a dick, bitch. That's sentimental if you like it in the shit lit. Okay, hold on. Kenny kill rap, and I'm keeping warm in the corpse. Ain't no beat to beat the best. I feel blessed just to have a meaty heat source. Peeking to the flesh in the chest cavity. I built a colony, swallowing undigested foods that glue to the roof of the throat tube. Whoa, do gross. You do most too often. Calm your tits and lock and rocket. Make like Dochi rocket. Blast off like I coughed and hocked it. Pocket found and I expounded loudly. Word I chosen so profoundly. Bound me to this one delivery. Cold doorstep shivering. No, Kenny killed rap, and I'm keeping warm in the corpse. Ain't no beat to beat the best. best. I feel blessed to have a meaty heat source. I peek into the flesh. In the chest cavity, I built a colony, swallowing undigested food, stuck glued to the roof of the throat. Too whoa, dude, gross, dude. Do I do too much? I said the most, bitch. Was gonna double down and pound this pound of weed into my bone till my eyes turn green, then brown, spin round and frown like spin round and round like frowns on a face that saw me. Call me crazy, but I'm balling out like going commando. Big like Brando, but ain't no man though. Clan go ham though. Clamato, potato, chip, no. Clamato, potato, chip, pothole. Related lip gloss on a Rick Ross model. Doombot, full throttle, puntin' piss bottle. Pissed off and probably smashed through a windshield dashboard. Smash brother melee, I'm in my heyday. Mayday, mayday, who got the grave, eh? Who's still a baby? Stay with the cray, bitch, I'm Banane. Kenny killed rap. And I'm keeping warm in the core of Saint No beat to beat the best. I feel blessed just to have a meaty heat source. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I'd probably, like, I will probably use it, but I'll do something a lot more sentimental than that. That could actually maybe go on, if I end up doing a sing-song on it, it could go on, I'm working on an EP called Comfort Woman. Let me show you the first song I've finished from this. It's probably going to be called When I Lose Your Pulse. Maybe you've already heard this because I might have played it on a stream, but I don't know. It's a good song. Let's listen to it. I feel like that beat we just heard, maybe sped up a little bit, because this is also sped up.
Signs on our way and we made it. The place we protected is sacred. And I love you here. And I love you everywhere. Whoa, oh, oh. And I love you here. And I love you everywhere. Whoa. I can believe you, there's no need to lie. You can't be someone that I couldn't like. I've been around the world a couple of times. I'm staring at you through 9 of my eyes. When you're around, I know that I can cry. That's why when you're here, I don't have to cry. My greatest fear is I left you behind. My greatest fear is I left and you died. Love you here, and I love you everywhere. Whoa, oh, oh, and I love you here, and I love you everywhere. Whoa, oh, you won't feel it at all. When I lose your pulse, you won't feel it at all. When I lose your pulse.
Shout out Free for Profit Young Chris type beat. Whoever the fuck made that. We go find that one. Free for Profit. I've never heard of Young Chris, by the way. I searched Free for Profit Comfort, and and I liked that beat. Shit, there's too many Free for Profit Young Chris beats. Wait, I got the one called Comfort. Yeah, this. Prod K. Shout out Prod K. I should probably subscribe. Because if I liked one of your beats, there's a chance I will like another one of your beats. Let's see what you got. Ooh. Thunder. Okay. That's actually pretty good. Hunt me down, hunt me down. If you wanna find me, run me around. I'm all over, word to Jehovah. Don't gotta know what you don't wanna know, but you already know. Hunt me down. If you wanna find me, run me around. I'm all over, word to Jehovah. Don't gotta know what you don't wanna know. Yeah, you already know, yeah, already know. Yeah, that's pretty tight. Yeah, no, Comfort Woman is a new EP I'm working on to commemorate my sapphic phase, but I've only written the one song for it. I wrote it to the beat. So I'll probably do that for the other songs on there. Actually, technically, there's 2 songs, because I plan to include this as an intro, which is my 14-second cover of Sugar by System of a Down.
I'm not there all the time, you know. Some people call it insane. Yeah, they call it insane.
And that'll just be how it starts, then it'll go right into a song. Oh, I have a bag of beats, though. All of these are beats. I actually planned this to maybe be... They're numbered because this would be the album... This would be the order I wanted them to be on the album if this was an album. Because it's easier for me to conceptualize of things in playlist format. But that doesn't mean that this necessarily represents an album that would actually happen. Let's see what the March 6th beat is. This is Bad Eater. Hey. Oh, fuck. God damn. What the fuck are you saying to me, man? Rationale, nah, national, geopathic, crashing out on national, TV static, like selector, beat selection, staying sled lanes, pack out later, leave a stretcher, sledded like a paper blend, my rapper stay stacked up, so I can blow away an enemy like anime energy beams, busting up your local scene, flooded till the seams stretch, like the marks all up my legs and stomach, I grew up too fast and from the sun I plummeted, thought you could stomach it, but I'm about to churn you up and chuck you out around the flip end of my flow switch. Did you notice me disrespecting your hoe just then? Fucking harder than any man have ever even dared to pretend it. Then began the girl's head to ambish, hurl it up and eat it again, bitch, soak it in. See me demon good for the skin, I sucked it off for the taste again. Yummy, dick so big it's up in my tummy. He called me mommy, it made me cummy. Oh, what a time for disrespect. Yeah, disrespect. Ay. Disrespect for the whole damn set. If one of you bitches come to test me, bet you were about to feel my press. Bet when I release my stress, then you're gonna disappear and I'm gonna think, hell yes, it's time for disrespect for the whole damn set. If one of you bitches come to test me, bet you were about to feel my press. Bet when I release my stress, then you're gonna disappear and I'm gonna think, hell yes. That's distressed. Yeah. Okay. We could probably use a feature. I feel like a lot of people would love to rap on that. Oh, what the fuck? I found my people deep inside my skull. Wonderful. Ha 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 ha. All right. So this room belongs to me now, and I'ma be leading this whole town down to the edge of the street where there's a steep ass drop about 73 feet deep, enough your head gonna pop when you hit the floor. So stop trying to ignore what I implore, where I explore what I adore, what I adore and recommend, or where I end and then I encore. Who wants more? Who wants more? Give us more. War-torn, world-scorned girls growing hard, tight curls, tighter hearts. Here's a light for your dark. Where were them ramparts? We watched the carnage and honestly, solemnly swore some promises is never again, never again, never again, we said. And we bled and we bled and we bled. Okay, we can mend now if we don't pretend it's okay. Don't delay the debate, get arranged and acclaimed and reclaim what is rightfully ours. Earth, you deserve this. It was meant from birth. Don't let none of these terse and none of these crackers deny you will give us our land, or baby, you gonna die. Poisonous pain in the vein of your system. You are not strange, you are simply a victim. Given better than the thing they gave you. Straight up, rearrange the way they appraise you. Get up. Oh, yeah. Shit. Okay, enough shitting hot fire for a moment. Because I'm sure, again, that it's not on time. I'm really glad y'all like that song. I like it too. The Comfort Woman song, I mean. It's super fucking sweet and cute. I was born in a cuddle pile of emotions. I still don't have a finished version of this song either. I need to re-record my vocals for it. And get them to Blind Skywatcher, because this could potentially also be on that album if I sing it right. Oh no. Okay. I've gone too far down the music hole. Gotta take a chill. Gotta take a step back. Gotta take a second. I'm getting too excited. I'm gonna end up recording a song or something. And I'm trying to make money, goddammit. I'm broke. I need the money. I gotta figure out, what should we do, gang? How do we bring money into our world? It's not just about me. I want money to come into our world. I've been meaning to interview Komugi while having her do an animation, and then interview her about the animation to try to pitch to people as like, here's why you should hire this animator / illustrator, you know. I feel like we need to figure out, how do we pitch ourselves not collectively, but also collectively, because there are things we probably could do. I want to make a studio, but I need the money to pay a CFO before I'm going to do it. I only have one in mind, and I don't even know if they want to do it. But there's an undeniable amount of money that I think can convince them. So, how do we get it? How do we bring so much money into our sphere that people start being like, y'all gotta become like a company? Literally shoot out every idea you have. I don't like when people doubt their ideas and therefore don't say them. It's my job to doubt your idea, not yours. You have to submit your idea for me to doubt, because your bad idea might turn into my good idea. OnlyFans is a great idea, because they have a very unique pay structure and a very different audience and different rules. I really doubt I would run into the same copyright problems I do on OnlyFans. The problem is that I don't have enough of my install base on OnlyFans already, and I don't know that, like, I don't want you to have to go to OnlyFans just to watch me, because then there's a tremendous fall off, you know, like, of how many people, like, it's easy if you already watch a lot of YouTube to come watch my YouTube channel on top of all the YouTube you're already watching. If you don't watch OnlyFans and you're just going there for my content, you will forget about me, you know, unless you are like a friend of mine or something. You're really tapped in. So I am a little worried about moving too much into a space where I don't already have an install base. Twerk more? I don't know how. I don't know how to twerk. It's hard. It's not easy to do. I don't have that much ass. I have a small booty, and I know it's possible with a small booty, but I don't have a trained booty. I'm sure if I exercised my ass enough, I could learn to twerk. But as it stands, I haven't squared that circle yet. Trying to think of something raunchy you could do on OnlyFans. Do you want me to do raunchy things on OnlyFans? Is this a pitch? What do you... Okay. I'm pretty sure you trying to calculate what would you buy from me on OnlyFans. It doesn't have to be raunchy, but it can be. I'm just saying. I don't typically get asked to do raunchy things. I feel like people have a tendency to unintentionally box one another in based on what you've already seen someone do, you know? And it's like, I'm always fascinated when somebody gives me a very left field suggestion, like, take up pottery, you know? And I'm like, oh, I don't know anything about that, but maybe, you know? Like, it's just not something most people will ever think of, even if they... Well, probably you'd have to be interested in it yourself to think of it in the first place, right? Like, somebody who's not already into pottery isn't going to throw out pottery as, like, a suggestion. But I'm always surprised how... Yeah, like, Born Creating said, I want to get into marble carving. That's the kind of thing I'm always expecting somebody to just, like, toss out there. Of, like, hey, here's my special interest. What if you just did this thing, you know? Like, long shot, hopeful suggestion, you know? I don't know the first fucking thing about marble carving, but I think marbles are pretty cool. Something you can only do on OF. I just think they probably don't have as bad of fucking copyright issues, so I could probably do a lot more. I don't know. I'd have to find that out, I guess. I don't know what their rules are, really. I haven't been on there in years. Taperclip is entering regular manga jams and getting them featured in art expos and building a huge audience. They literally told me they want to make you be in their next manga as the president. That would be fucking awesome. Hell yeah. That is a great way. In short, connect with Taper, write a manga with them. It could go totally well. I mean, that's already I honestly, Taper writing something that people like and just putting me in it is a lot... is already better than if I wrote something with Taper, because it just means that, like, a totally different audience that's not my audience will see me and then maybe be curious, you know, especially if they look into Taper and then find out about who that character is based off of. I think that's a very... Not to say that I wouldn't write a comic with Taperclip. I could, but... I tend to write as many ideas as I have. So, like when people say something like, maybe, like, what if you wrote a story, or what if you wrote a comic, I think, like, if you give me an idea for one, that could happen if I like the idea, but I'm not just going to, like, you know, I sit down every day and think, what if I wrote a novel? Do I have an idea? No. Or, can I realize any of the ideas I do have? No. You know, Kusomega got written because I literally read a YouTube comment that said it would be really funny if there was a isekai about a light novel author getting sent into their own book and hating it. And I was like, bet, I can do that. And then I did it. So that's why I love, like, the most random suggestions. And again, it's like, it's throwing an infinite number of darts and just seeing what sticks. Like, it might be that there's 200 suggestions I don't take, but as long as there is one I end up taking, I still feel good about it, you know? Hello. $5. Wow! Thank you. Helping fight sobriety. Fuck yeah. That's the best reason. I don't know if you want your name read out, but thank you. Yeah, that's what it says at the top, right? Yeah, only you can prevent Trixie sobriety. Because I could not in good conscience go buy beer today. I was like, I know I can make beer money, but I don't have it right now. Like, I don't, if I spend the money I do have on beer and then I have to buy gas, I will have, like, none left. And so I should not do that. Because what if emergency, or what if, like, run out food, or power outage, can't make money. I don't know. Need to have backup. Crunkle with the $20. Thank you very much. Have you seen any old Takashi Taniguchi shorts, such as Salaraman Man, Mori no Ando, Onaragoro, or Mukidashi no Mitsuko? Yes, I have. I have seen Mori no Ando, which is incredible. And I've seen some of Onaragoro, which is about, like, a talking fart man. That one was... It didn't appeal to me as strongly. But Ando of the Woods is fucking incredible. If you have not seen this.
Mori no Ando.
How much do you need for beer specifically? That depends, really, I guess. What I was planning to do is to buy a bottle of spirits for Bird, because Bird will blow through the beer too quickly. So he needs something stronger. He needs some hard liquor and a mixer, you know. Personally, I prefer to drink beer, and I'll drink pretty much whatever. There's a very cheap beer called The Bull that's 5.9%. It's like $12 for a 12-pack. So even though it takes, like, I might drink 5 of those in a night, it's only $5 that I would have spent doing that. So that's like the price of one expensive beer, you know? So probably what I need to cover a few nights of drinking, let's say a week of drinking, would be like a $40 bottle of gin for Bird, like $3 for a tonic water to mix it with, and then $15 for my beer. You know, this again is not one night of drinking. This would be to have a solid maybe a week. At least through the weekend. Oh God, I need money to have. I have a friend coming over and we're not going to be able to do fucking anything that costs money because I'm broke ass. Shit. Guys, I need help. I'm broke. Shit. I fucked up. How do I keep fucking this up? God's like, you have one job. Have money. And I'm like, how?
今日が初めてのことであれば、私も蜂蜜をお譲りするにやぶさかではございません。しかし、あなたは昨日もペロってするだけとおっしゃっておきながら結局、ペロペロペロペロペロペロペロペロペロペロペロペロペロペロペロペロペロペロペロペロペロペロペロペロ。
What is this you sent? Oh, is this... Wait, this is the same, right? Or is this the whole channel? This is the channel name. Okay. Let's see what he's up to right now.
いやどうも、東海オンエアの哲也と芝優と亮と光と夢丸と虫眼鏡だ。すいません、安藤さんに手一手されて眼鏡が割れたので、眼鏡に母乳をかけてもらってもいいですか？またですか？母乳をかける。
Bus terminal. Oh boy, hold on.
たくさんの出会いと別れ、そして恋は突然やってくる。まるでバスターミナルのように。
Thank God I happened to click on it. 15 to cover my drinks. Hell yes. Trixie sobriety solved. Now I just gotta solve Bird sobriety. And it'll all be gravy.
そうじゃなくて、まず謝んなさいよ。あいつは建物ゴロ、私の幼なじみ。デリカシーがないったらありゃしない。
まったく朝からイチャイチャを見せつけないでよね。
はあ？誰があんなやつと。
建物由美は建物五郎くんのことどう思ってるの？
あんなやつただの幼なじみ。それ以外に何でもないわ。
そうなんだ。よかった。
え？まさか建物五郎のこと。
バカね、違うわよ。建物五郎くん、放課後建物由美に話があるってよ。
え？話って何よ。
そっか、来てくれたんだね。そっか。俺、高校卒業したら博多バスターミナルになることになった。親父に後を継げって言われるのうざったいなと思ってたんだけどさ、よくよく考えたら博多バスターミナルになれば大きいアミューズメント施設も入るし、大手の書店とか100円ショップ、将来結婚式場になるんだ。
何それ、変なの。
そしたらさ、お前教会になれよ。
は？
そうすればお互い大人になって建物から施設になった後もさ、行ったり来たりする神父さんとかにメッセージ渡せば 生2人でお話できるじゃん。
何言ってんの？一人でなれば？バカ。
バカとはなんだよ。
バカだからバカって言ったの。バカ。
バカとはなんだよ。
そうなんだ。なるからには立派な博多バスターミナルになりなさいよね。さよなら。
バスターミナル五郎さんって
Holy mother of
初恋いつな
God.
の？小学生の頃。
Krona, do you know about Onaragoro? I feel like that one might be relevant to your interests.
Oh, サボるぜ。ついに教師としてガツンという時が来たか。まだそこまで悪いことはしてないからいい。金髪にしたりピアスを開けたりしたぜ。金髪って言っても世の中にはもっと金色のものはたくさんあるし、ピアスも体全体で言ったら開いてるとこより開いてないとこの面積の方がまだ大きいし、タバコを吸うぜ。いっか。やめておきなさい。誰だ？あなたはおなら五郎さん。
It's Onaragoro-san.
おならの言うことなんて聞かないぜ。俺たちは悪の道を進むんだぜ。悪の道。君たちはおならがなぜ出るか。
Do you know why people pass gas?
何？おならがなぜ出るか。実はおならの 70% は食べ物や飲み物と一緒に飲み込んだ空気なんだ。一方、食べたものが
You are right, Chung Holbong. It is because they eat ass.
匂いのあるガスを発生させる。その 70% の空気と 30% のガスが混ざり、肛門から排出されるのがおならなんだ。おならなんだ。申し訳。それでは、さようなら。
Defart. Sayo Onara. And then it's got like this super kick-ass ending theme for some reason. I probably can't play this actually. The ending theme is the one thing that would probably get me fucking copyright claimed. So that's a show where a talking fart through random explanations of farts, I guess, convinces people to stop being like an asshole or something. This reminds me of when a friend of mine said he could convert his fart gas into burp gas. He said you could just reverse the gas. I feel like I've also had someone try to convince me of that before, and I don't think it's true. I think they might be two different gases. I'm not sure. I am a fartist. I create wonderful fart work. Speaking of, has anybody else posted anything that they wanted me to check out in the We Make Art chat? I wonder. Let us find out. Yes. Yes, they have. This looks sick. Yes. That looks awesome. Shout out to Kino. Shout out to Born Creating. This is fucking sick. I love her. I love this expression and her outfit and her pose and her body type, everything about it. It does indeed look delicious, is the correct word. Okay. Art is dank. I saw a dog shit in my yard today, frowny face. Well, that's unfortunate. Regington Mogus is hi, what is happening? I'm e-begging. I realized I had less money coming in than I thought I did because I misinterpreted information that I was reading in my accounts, and there's some money I'm still not sure I've gotten or don't think I've gotten that would have been nice to have, but I don't know where it went. And so now I'm just going, holy fuck. And I just received $80 for getting wasted. I don't know who sent that, or if I mean, I know who sent it because I'm reading your name, but I don't know. I don't think that's the name you want me to read live. But thank you. That's incredibly kind and sweet and nice and good. Also, I got another one over here. Hold on. Let me heart all of these so everybody knows that I saw them on my cashapp in my Venmo. It was you, Nisa? I should have realized. Now I'm realizing. Like, oh, okay, that's... Everyone's internet name is always like a play on their name, isn't it? It's always some kind of pun or some shit. But... yeah, thank you. I love you, and you're beautiful. Regardlessly of that, I already thought those things before you sent me $80, but, you know, it's a good reason for me to remind you and let you know and be like, hey. I promise I won't flush my vape down the toilet again. Because that definitely costed somebody $30. Probably Krona. Probably costed Krona $30 that I washed that. There was still at least $30 worth of weed inside of the vape I flushed down the toilet. And sure, it made a great story and a harrowing, traumatic experience I could talk about for the rest of my life. How do you fuck up that bad? Many reasons. I think the first reason is smoking indica when I know that it makes me spacey. Wearing a jacket that I know the vape falls out of just because it's comfy and was nearby. Pulling up my jacket when I went to the bathroom and then not carefully making sure that the vape was secure as I leaned forward to flush the toilet. Too hastily flushing the toilet without thinking about what maybe that slight, like there must have been a split second between I heard the sound of it hitting the bottom of the toilet and hitting the flusher, but it was almost the same time. It was as close to the same time as possible. But it was such an impossible thing for me to imagine that it could have been. You know, I couldn't imagine, no, surely I didn't just drop. And then, of course, I realized. And I saw it going down. And in my abject madness, in my pure weed-addicted stupidity and insanity, I plunged my hand into the piss water to try to rescue the vape. No, not because I was thinking about the plumbing, which everyone I told the story to immediately thought about. Oh, you might have just cost us hundreds of dollars in fucking up the pipes. No, I didn't think about that. I was just worried about saving my weed, and then Bird pointed out to me, you know you can't smoke the piss weed. You know you can't use the piss vape. So, you know, I had to wash my hands and take a shower. So I didn't feel like I was covered in piss anymore. And I just kept having, like, phantom... Like, I had the... You know, I had been living my life in the expectation I would have this vape for the next 2 days at least. Maybe 3 days, you know. And I would... and I would be like, oh, it's not. There's no weed there. It's not there for me. It's gone. It was traumatic. There's an excellent comic book adaptation by Ellen Horai, which we will now read. This is Bird hearing me from the bathroom screaming, which this happened. I screamed, "No! Fuck! Ah! Why?" And Bird thought I had hurt myself badly, so he comes running into the bathroom. What happened? And here's me with my hand covered in piss. Bird, I flushed my vape down the toilet. You know it would have been unusable even if you saved it, right? But actually, the first thing he said was, "You might have just cost us hundreds of dollars in damages." Then he said, also you couldn't have used the piss vape, you idiot. But, and then, sequel, poor Trixie, I haven't even seen a 2-gram cart. I wonder if the devil's share is less. That got me craving, going to the weed store. Oh shit, there it is, a 2-gram cart. Wow, is this Golden Witch piss magic? That's all, folks. Thank you, Lizard. I assume Lizard is a literal lizard who draws lizard comics. Mosquito-looking thing. Speaking of Ellen, hey, I have a random picture of Legacy Raiders here. I'm sure that was because of Pluto's show. All the Pluto's show materials are just sitting in this folder. What is this about? I mean, that's cute. Why do I have that? This is Nisa's artwork of the main character from Labyrinthers, although she's done a few more updates to this design. I think this is very Yoshitaka Amano. Also, this is my avatar on Discord right now, which Nisa also drew. And this is by Nick Angel, who also drew all of my well, not all of them, but most of my personalities. This is now Pluto's avatar on Discord. Maybe this should be Vera's too. Although I do kind of like the consistency with the gaming channel. Deep Peace goes hard as fuck also. And Himitsu also goes hard as fuck. Everyone's pretty accurate. I would say they're all very accurate to those characters. Characterizations of my real life psyche. Sorry for bad English. Sorry for my poor language. Pardon me for my poor choice of words. If I make a mistake in English, please don't correct me. I have no respect for this language. Absolutely 100,000% me. The most me-coded image I've ever seen. You were bullied, weren't you? Thought so. I'd totally pick on you too. Cute Trixie. And Cow Trixie. This is the one that Vera uses. This is a character from Caravan Sandwich who is heavily implied to be a trans woman. I shouldn't even say implied. She's a trans woman. It's just they don't like say, "Hey, you're a trans woman," like, or whatever. It's just the game makes it pretty obvious. Chung Ho Bong with $5 says, my cousin Landon said, watch FaZe Jev Rage on YouTube because it's hilarious. Also, happy birthday, Landon, and be safe in your travels. Krona, love you. Agree with everything said there. Let's see. FaZe Jev. Rage. Although I guess I don't know if this is hilarious yet. Sure, whatever this is.
Oh, I'm glad.
What the fuck are reckies? Requies? Requi?
Oh my fucking god! Dude, why is it that when I flash somebody,
I feel like I've seen this or heard this.
it's like I just
Like way back.
fucking napkin from a little kid's birthday party? But when I get fucking flashed, it's like some big brolic black dude named fucking Raquise pulls a fucking
Requise.
over the head of my head and just proceeds to skull fuck me!
Seems vaguely racist. Let's see. Got another short one. Close you out. Raging about flat. Is this the same clip? It's the same clip. Yeah, I don't know. Angry gamers, calm the fuck down, dude. There's literally nothing in this world worth getting that upset about. Not one thing. Much less a video game. I cannot imagine anything more embarrassing than, like, full-throated screaming about a game. Like, I hope I never have to encounter that guy in any capacity. He seems unpleasant. Oh, man.
Black-haired guy if you wanted, but no one does that. No one cares. I mean, people like joke about how she's not really an interesting character. They just care about the blonde boy and the black-haired boy. So it's very much like Rio and Akira from Devilman, but as a fully explored thing where their relationship really does go on, and you see it.
Oh, that is cool. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Thank you. We want to move on. So the point of this podcast is you got to give a pitch that's good enough to get stolen. And very heartbroken to report that none of the pitches from last time were good enough for thievery. so I don't know if all the creators from last time can let out a collective sigh of relief that their babies are safe, or if they should mourn the loss that they're.
I think the thing is, Taper, your audience is too nice. We need to make them meaner. You need to make fun
You're
of
right,
at least
yeah.
like 3 more Lindsay Ellis books so they all can be collectively.
Lucario, were you talking to me when you said I paid your Vimeo, so please react to Inu Exohara Goro SS? I don't have a Vimeo. Unless you meant something else. Or you're talking to someone else.
Meaner, ready to roast and steal.
You're right. As I was like listening back to the first episode, like, man, I'm being pretty soft here. Like I thought I was hyping this up. Like, yeah, this is gonna be the roast. You guys, you freaking snowflakes aren't ready.
Oh, you were joking.
Like a WWE.
Joke about Vimeo versus Venmo. I see. I could see getting those confused, especially with the goddamn app logo. The Venmo app logo reminds me of the Vimeo app logo. And Veo. I used to get those two confused back in the day. There was a time when Veo, V-E-O-H, was one of the better places to find random ass and like subtitled anime. Like at a time when YouTube started taking everything down, you could still find shit on Veo, but it would always be in like multiple parts and like shit ass quality, and eventually they started coming down from there too.
And then it's
Content ID swallows all.
Oh, this is really sweet. I'm really looking forward to this one.
They were cool. I feel like they were cool. Like, if they were bad.
Trixie, the liquor store will close soon. Go buy your fucking beer. I'm not buying it tonight. I will buy it tomorrow when all this, like... Aside from the fact that I would have to pay, like, extra draft fees to have the money show up right away. I mean, maybe I'll buy the beer tonight, because I have to go fill up the car with gas anyways, because Bird's got to take it to work tomorrow, and he doesn't have money to put gas in the car, and I still have that money. But I think he's already asleep, so I'm not worried about getting his liquor tonight. He's probably passed out, and I could just get it in the morning when he's at work.
We would have made fun of it. And one of them we did accuse of being AI. So there was, like, some stuff that we were concerned about. Did you get any updates about that, by the way? Like
He didn't come back. He didn't clarify in the comment section. He didn't.
Important note from Taper. Yes, you can help vote to get my manga to win. It's through Manga Plus, but accounts are free. I'm working with Taper to post the way to do it in We Make Art. Okay, excellent. That's a good idea.
Submit this time, so who knows what Odunze's mole is off to, what he's doing now. Hopefully he comes back. He's kind of a... He's a bit of a troll, but he's trying to get a reaction out of me. I'll say that. But bullying is his love language. So I appreciate his efforts.
I definitely like still am super interested in that work. But the more I thought about it, I was like, maybe an AI could have helped with that pitch. And if it was AI assisted, we're not dissing you. We're just genuinely really curious. Because I was just thinking about like the kimono stuff, like maybe an AI could come up with that and know about Japanese furry. But anyway, let's jump into today so we can roast those.
Wait. But there's one comment I want to read from the last episode.
Oh, gladly,
Yeah. So Sire Forsetti, one of the pitches from last time, I forgot how he described it. It was, but he had like an Alex Jones type character. I'll put on screen his the art that he featured to jog everyone's memory.
Oh, I love this one.
Yeah. He came back in the comment section and clarified a few things, which I super appreciate. So I want to read that for everyone. So Sire Forsetti says, the One Piece setting part is more about how advanced technology-wise it is instead of a pure fantasy world. Maybe using Guilty Gear would have been more accurate. Nathan, the Alex Jones OC, was made in mid-2023 for 4chan OC comic tournament, LOL, and the Misfits project came a little bit later, like early 2024. I've been thinking of stuff about it like on and off. I've been working on sanitizing Nathan to make it intense, but not edgy and offensive for the sake of it. I'm also working on an actual comic, 21 pages sketched out. I do have a Newgrounds, same name as on here. There's also the comics I did for the tournament, but if I'm being honest, it's not my highlight. Nathan wasn't finalized, and the story was lacking because I started work like 3 days before the deadline, haha. Edit. By Battle Shonen, I was mostly thinking of the tropes of it. Demographics would be more adult, especially since most of the characters would be human wrecks you don't really want to imitate, kind of like It's Always Sunny style situation. That's cool. Like, I really appreciate him sharing more of his insight. I really love that pitch. I really hope he finishes it. How about you, Lucario?
Yeah, I have quite a few thoughts. I thought it was really cool. So I was first thinking to myself that great suggestion or great thing to put in our heads was the Guilty Gear influence, because we were talking about last episode, encouraging this writer to look at all different kinds of other manga to get inspiration. And Guilty Gear does have a manga adaptation, and I would consider it to be like seinen. It's technically not classified because it was like a promotional manga, like released as a bonus, like a pack-in bonus. So it actually doesn't even have a My Anime List page to check, but it's classified as a seinen, I believe, because I was looking it up right now while you were talking. The author of the Guilty Gear manga is Sumeragi, and Sumeragi has some other manga on My Anime List, and they're all seinen. So I believe that it would be considered, the Guilty Gear manga would be considered seinen. So basically, bravo on doing what I said by bringing in a seinen reference there with Guilty Gear, even if it was in a roundabout way. And also, good job on clarifying what you meant about One Piece as a setting inspiration, rather than specifically the tone. Because my biggest concern was like, it felt like you had all these ideas for very dark things, like Alex Jones, who is a very dark and dark character. And you're only reading stuff like One Piece. I was like, well, One Piece doesn't have a character who does Alex Jones type of stuff. As much as that series can get dark, there isn't anyone like going out there and denying famous tragedies. We're talking darker than One Piece. So basically what I mean to say is that good job on showing us what you mean and showing that you have a wide variety of experiences and that One Piece was meant to be for the setting. Because that was my main concern. I was worried that it was just shonen influences when it could be a lot of different influences, and you did that. So good job.
Hopefully with the format of the show, we're not going to understand everything. That's just kind of the nature of it.
Yeah.
And I'm opening up. I got some fan art from Canadian Turtle that I want to share.
Absolutely.
I'll send it to you. I am all giggles looking at this. I did get fan art from Sainio on Blue Sky that was very, very, very spicy. A little too spicy for YouTube, but I super appreciate it. It was one of my favorites.
Oh yeah, you showed me that. I remember that.
Yes. I was so happy to get that. I was screaming when my roommate got home that night. I was like, he came home and I was like, I had a better day than you. And he's like, What? Why? It's like I got a picture of myself and my husband now.
I would be
Oh
the
my
same
God.
way. Yeah.
Like it was the most like, shut up! I don't care what happened to you today. I just had the best thing happen to me.
Yeah, it's a wonderful feeling. When I
Yeah.
get commissions of myself with my husband, though, I definitely am like,
Oh,
it's the same way.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I got it. Okay, I got Canadian Turtles. This is cool. This is
Oh, wow. What does it represent?
he gave he gave an explanation in his email with a bunch of different all the little Easter eggs. I don't want to be seen as somebody that like, hey, if you message me, I will leak it. I don't. Canadian Turtle's been very cool with me sharing their stuff. So, and he's been okay with me, and he said it was fine for me to share the fan art. I assume the explanation for the fan art is also good, but if it is not, I will edit this out. So Canadian Turtle said, "Hi Taper, I finished this art piece of you. Took roughly 3.5 hours." Like, what the? How do you draw that in 3.5 hours? That's crazy.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do that either. That's incredible.
No. The goal is to make a Taperclip art piece without using any words, telling a story without words, similar to the Shonen Jump splash page cover art that Kishimoto or Oda does. Easter eggs. As you can see, the image has a taped viper reaching for a black apple with footprints on the land. Those footprints look similar, huh? The viper's face is based off of the MCs that you draw in your videos. Oh, that's so cool. Any and all exposure to my artwork, particularly treacherous, is my main goal. Oh, wait, I skipped a line. The image is yours for the taking, and no, you don't have to give me anything in return. The only thing I need is people to give me honest criticism/reviews for my manga series. Any and all exposure to my artwork, particularly treacherous, is my main goal. Here's my character reimagined in my world building. My art is heavily inspired by Naruto and Japanese mythology in general, so you can see the inspiration. Also, my manga just got accepted as a one-shot on Manga Plus Creators. No way! Oh, that's cool. I don't know if that's considered a big deal, but here's a link. Hey, you're talking like it's a big deal, so I'm assuming it's a big deal.
Yeah, okay. Was that everything?
Yeah, and he sent a link, but the link didn't go anywhere. So yeah, Canadian Turtle, if you have a more recent link, I will update the description with that. So we can look at it. But yeah, this is freaking metal. I love this.
I found his pages, so this shouldn't be too hard. I've got his Twitter right here. I'm going to talk about one of his Twitter posts, so I'm going to give you the link so that you can edit this in. This is an animation on his Twitter that I wanted to give him some feedback on and some like discussion of it. First of all, this reminds me very heavily of the style of Only Jerry, an artist I really like. They're on YouTube and on Twitter, and they do like Game Boy style pixel art animations, and they like make it literally be on a physical Game Boy as if it could be a real game, but of course with more frames of animation. It reminds me a lot of that when I look at it. My only feedback would be potentially look at his style for inspiration on this as well. But the lines are a little bit too clean for something that could realistically display on a Game Boy. If you really want to sell this as like Game Boy pixel art, just pixelize those lines a little bit. Just make them a little bit jagged. Even just a simple like lowering the resolution of the Pikachu video would make.
Well, this looks neat. Kronko with $10 says 2 vids, same guy. Anime something, and I got the title, no subtitles, so if that doesn't work, Mukidashi no Mitsuko has subtitles. Okay. Looks like you only listed the one. I assume you're going to list the other one afterward. Got Beverly Hills by Dochi in my head all of a sudden.
Hakata Bus Terminal Goro.
I loved Righteous Gemstone, says Lizard Marker. It is a great fucking show. Were they talking about that in this or something? I've only seen bits and pieces of it. Bird marathoned it all, and so I was watching it over his shoulder, and then he showed me and someone else the first episode recently, and we greatly enjoyed it. Fantastically written show. Fantastically directed show. Danny McBride is definitely a force to be reckoned with.
あれ昨日までバスターミナル五郎さんが立っていた場所に博多バスターミナルの宮田勝彦社長が座っている。
博多バスターミナルには たくさんのお客様が集まり、またたくさんのバスが往来し、とても愛されています。私はそれが羨ましくなりました。ですので、今日から私が博多バスターミナルになります。
なんですって？まさか社長が今日から博多バスターミナルになるとは。早速お客さんが集まっている。仕方ない。このまま通常通り営業を開始するか。いえ、それは難しいでしょう。どういうこと？バス彦さん。ご覧なさい。お客さんがバスターミナルに入れずにいます。社長では博多バスターミナルになるには小さすぎるんですよ。そんな、一体どうすれば。私をここから降ろしてください。バスターミナル五郎さん。
Oh my god.
俺たちバスではあそこまで届かない。お客さんたちもどんどん集まってきている。もう終わりだ。バスオさん、あれを見て。お客さんたちが
Oh my god.
バスターミナル五郎さんを目指している。みんなが博多バスターミナル五郎さんからバスに乗りたいと心から願っているんだわ。でもこのままだとバスターミナル五郎さんが社長の上に落
It's a reiteration of everyone is sincerely trying to have a ride through Bus Terminal Goro-san, who by scale actually looks really tiny because the people should be much, well, they should be smaller compared. Okay, whatever, you get it.
社長がぺっちゃんこになってしまうわ。
構いませんよ。
Oh.
全く見せつけられましたよ。バスターミナルは博多バスターミナル五郎にしか務まらないってわけですな。
社長。
大抵は地に任せて気骨よし、紅子を塗らず自ら風
流。よかった。それにしてもひどい目にあったわね。いえ、実はロープには初めから切れ目が入っていました。社長は私にこう言っていました。こうすることでお客さんからの愛はさらに深まり、博多バスターミナル、
My God.
そしてバスのためになる。バスのためになる。バスためになる。バスためになる。ってね。
Okay, that was a Japanese language joke at the end that I don't know if it's really going to translate. But, hold on, let me go back so I can explain it exactly.
そしてバスのためになる。
Basu no tame ni naru means for the sake of the buses. Basu no tarumi naru means bus terminal. So the whole thing is a joke about that fact that basu no tame ni naru and basu no tame ni naru sound so similar. That is the entire joke. That is where all of this imagination sprang from.
バスのためになる。
バスのためになる。バスのたるみなる。たるみなる。たみなる。バスのためになる。バスたみなる。Fucking diabolical. Okay, let me put that podcast back on while I eat this cereal.
Make it more Game Boy-esque. And I know this was just a fun project. It was just something you were making for the sake of it. But I wanted to give you that feedback that would really take this from already cool to like iconic and potentially going viral. Like if it looked like a Game Boy game, people would be so like, oh, reshare this instantly. Oh, and the other critique or feedback I will give, you're already on Instagram, which is great, but I would recommend get on Blue Sky as well. That is the new home and lovely place for artists. I will follow you on Blue Sky gladly if you hop on there. But yeah, your work is awesome. I've actually been a fan for a while because I found out about you from the podcast and I saw your work.
Yeah, you're a Game Boy expert. This is solid advice, definitely.
That's correct. I make Game Boy homebrews. I actually have made my own games that can play on Game Boy. So I definitely would know what like type of resolution you could do on the hardware, and just pixelating those lines a little bit would sell this as really could be on a Game Boy. But the art and the animation of that Pikachu video is awesome, and I really like your style. So thank you, and thank you for the kind gift.
Oh yeah.
The cereal I was just eating, by the way, is like a s'mores, some kind of, I don't know, cheap big bag s'mores crave, maybe?
Yeah, thank you for the fan art. This is so cool.
I don't remember the brand.
It looks like...
I think I got it from Piggly Wiggly.
My Yowie Sona has like a taper snake. I gotta wonder, what's the... So the third eye has opened, which is very cool. I gotta wonder what's the pillar in the background, and if there's any symbolism with the flowers, because like he is very deliberate with like the placement and the objects that he puts in his color art for the manga Treacherous that I've seen. So yeah, the black apple is pretty cool. Like I think I get that reference in the book.
Okay, I'm just realizing what you had meant by 2 videos, because I had thought you were saying the name in Japanese, and then if that doesn't work, this is the name in English. But you were saying these are 2 different videos. Choose this one if that one doesn't work, because this one has subtitles. My misunderstanding. Let's do both.
Mitsuko さん、待ちなさい。ほら、みつこさん待ちなさい。今宵も嫁いびりの時間ですよ。おや、テーブルの上にこんなにホコリが溜まっていたよ。掃除をしていればたまらないはずなのに。
Oh, I saw Lizard ask Golden Butterfly, right? Or was it Gold? It would be Golden Butterflies. F-L-I-E-S. Because it's implying that everyone in the server is a golden butterfly, whom combined create the shape of the Golden Witch and her magic.
もう私が若い頃って言ったらほんと真面目でからね、東洋の二宮金次郎って言われとったばよ。近所の中村さんとこのせがれたよな。近所の正志くんって子からはね、豚骨ラーメンより水筒茶なかろか言われてからね。それは豚骨ラーメンよりは言い過ぎばよ、正志くん。
And I also just noticed Max Potion TCG saying you found me through Kickflips, and I remember seeing you in the Kickflips chat. Welcome. Lizard said, Caribou-kun, I just bought so much discotheque recently. What'd you get? Caribou-kun has 2 videos dropping tomorrow and a 3rd next week. You have 2 dropping tomorrow? Why you broke again? Because I only ever make money through these live streams. It's my only job. I don't make that much. I buy, well, between Bird and I, because we kind of both pay for everything. Oh my gosh, Bird's here.
Did you bring him upstairs?
Big cat. No, I did not.
After you left, I felt something moving, and I was like, "Well, B."
I did not realize I let Big Cat up. You should bring him into the camera. Show everybody. Look, you can see him kind of down there. Hey, Big Cat. Hey, Big Cat. Hold on, let me open up OBS so you can see. There you go. That's you.
He's just been kind of following me around.
This is Behemoth. He's big. He's one of Shade's cats. He has AIDS. Cat AIDS.
He has FIV.
FIV. So nobody would adopt him, and then they found he'd been there for weeks, and they were like, "We gotta get this cat."
He literally follows you around everywhere.
He is very, very follow mode.
They call him
He also likes to stand outside of the bathroom when you're in the bathroom, so you trip over him when you're on the way out if you don't realize there's a cat there because it's dark. Cute cat. He be purring. He be purring.
I've been petting him for the last 10 minutes.
Tell Nisa thank you. She paid for our alcohol fund.
Thank you, Nisa.
She sent me $80. That's enough to buy you gin and to buy me beer and to buy a chaser. I laid out the whole plan. I was like, here's everything I'm going to purchase.
How you living, Cat?
And Cat's living good. He has a nice day every day. I've never seen him in like a ticked off mood. The other cat's more like jittery, but
scared.
She has good moods and bad moods. He's just like chill all day. Can I pet that dog? He could probably compete with the Chihuahua for size.
Yeah. He's a big boy.
Big cat.
I do mostly just call him Big Cat.
I can't help myself. Because I like to say big. Big. How you doing, bird?
I'm alright. I should have been asleep 2 hours ago.
Tat.
What?
Tat?
What are you?
I want here. There we go. Good dog. We can't get dogs, so I have to have a bird as dog.
Alright.
Hey, cat. Good dog. You're like a smoked sausage. In this shirt, because it's like a smoked sausage color.
What the hell is Kong Strong?
Kong? Oh, this is, I guess, Lidl's energy drink. Shade said they're only $1, which
cool.
For 10 calorie, 0 sugar energy, not bad. It's got 200% of your daily vitamin B12. Wow. And 250% of your niacin. I love you! That was a nice ham time. I think we can all agree. I'm gonna make a game. I want to make a Ham Time Racer! I'm gonna make a game called Ham Time Racer! It's Ham's Baby Pig Racing! Baby Pig Racing! Baby Pig Racing. I must have been loud enough for Bert to close the door. Hentai Racing? No, Ham Time Racer! Ham Time Racer! Ham Time! You ever seen pig racing? You ever seen little pigs? Hold on. This might be like an American thing. A United States American thing, I mean. I've seen this only once in real time. Oh, these are big pigs. I've usually seen it with tiny mini pigs.
A new racetrack.
Show me some racing pigs. I don't need the whole fucking British guy breaking down the...
Piggy S'mores is frankly sluggish in the midst of all of this, so the only pigs that can hold their heads up high...
As far as I know, there is not a pig racing video game
up
yet.
Many surprises here. Oh no, this does not look good. Hoshi has started...
Hoshi Oinku.
That's not ideal for us here. The viewers that have watched us for a long time know that during our time on the paddock racecourse, the pigs all of a sudden started digging. And that caused the league a lot of stress because the owners of that paddock weren't exactly
hilarious.
Dig anywhere that
they found yummies.
And this could be her victory, but Ginger's
Let's go.
Things, but trips on the step. This has to be Pepper's now, and Pepper claims the win. Piggyback has done that. Hoshi Oinku fully crashes into that same step. There, Trotsky only manages to get fourth in the middle of all of that. Pepper Sanchez wins the race. Arguably, that is the maddest thing.
Okay, tell me this doesn't seem like this should obviously be a cute ass fucking racing game. About cute little piggies. Importantly, when you play Diddy Kong Racing, There's this announcer voice that like says all the track names and stuff. Oh, come on. I just want like, yeah, long play. That classic children laughing stock sound effect you've heard 1,000 million times. This is where I heard it first. Okay, this song literally lives in my head rent-free. I think about this every day, all the time. This song is in my head every day. Okay? Okay, but give me the part where he says, Diddy Kong. There we go. Hold on, I skipped over it. Diddy Kong Racing! That voice, I want that, but it's Him Time Racer! And then when you go to stages, you'll hear the voice again. Ancient Lake. You know? I want to be like... I do this all the time when we're on the road and I just see like the name of a place. You know, like Deer Park. Or... Bryce Canyon. Go! Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Ba 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 da. I'm kind of skipping ahead because they add more instruments when you're on each lap, which is fucking brilliant. Good old Rareware in the 90s.
That's awesome. I love this. So cool. Thank you so much to Canadian Turtle.
Yeah, that's basically everything I was gonna say before I move on. The only thing I was gonna say was I'm slightly familiar with Japanese flower language, and those vaguely kind of represent either the sunflower or the cherry blossom, but like a yellow colored one. I'm trying to figure out if it is just a matter of art style that you chose to make it as those flowers, or it could possibly be a poppy, but it would be a yellow poppy, whereas poppies are usually red. So under the impression that it is potentially sunflower or cherry blossom, those would fall under the realm of essentially like admiration, respect, and like looking up to someone, which is kind of funny because we literally have this snake that's like trying to like look up and get to this apple. So it kind of does in a way, it does kind of in a way seem that might be it. It could be poppies. Yeah, I'm not sure because there are yellow poppies.
That would be an accurate analysis of, you know, looking up to someone, but also like in
what the fuck is this over here, by the way? Is this something that he's using for reference for the expression? Is that what it is? It's a crazy fucking image to use as a reference for this.
But also feeling like I see when you said sunflower, my mind went to Volo because on his character design sheet, his blue and yellow outfit, it's theorized that it's either the word that they use is either his patrol outfit or it's a loan word.
I don't remember seeing this dude. This is a Pokemon character, right? I do not know this guy, but he looks cool as fuck.
From Russian, meaning a sunflower that looks to the light of God, which is
wow.
And like, it's one of those things.
I'm a dying sunflower leaving a trail of seeds in the 813. That's my legacy.
It can go either way, but Volo is very closely associated with sunflowers, especially in fandom and art. So I don't know if this is a deep cut Pokemon reference or if it's
He's from Legends Arceus. I still have not played Legends Arceus, and that's like, I want to say that's Bird's favorite Pokemon game. So I know he was super into it, and I think he actually played it twice, like almost in a row. and then he did not at all care for the was it Violet and Scarlet, I think, was the one that he really was just like, like this is not quite as good as Legends Arceus. I played only like a couple hours of Scarlet, I think. No, whichever one I played, probably Scarlet. I played a couple hours of it, and I was like, this game is so big, and the way it's laid out, I'm gonna want 100% it, and I don't think it's gonna be enough fun for me to like do that. At the moment that I was planning to do it, I was like, no, this is not the time. Maybe one day I will play this game to 100%. But then, like, nobody seemed to like it. Like, its reputation, like, it would be different if people were like, oh, you got to get back to Scarlet and Violet, but nobody's like that, you know? Y'all seem to be saying, in fact, fuck that entirely, just play Arceus. Maybe I will. That's a lot of good cosign for me to not play it, you know?
Senpai noticed me into the language of flowers. Either way, I love it. It's very cool. Thank you so much, Canadian Turtle.
That is really awesome. It feels like deliberate. It is so well drawn, you know? They're not just like simple floral patterns like from SpongeBob or something. They're like detailed flowers. Yeah. So that goes to show that, yeah, maybe there's something there. Get back to us, Canadian Turtle, because we have many questions, and I hope that you appreciated my critique and advice.
Taper has drawn hundreds of pictures of Volo. That's a lot of pictures of Volo. You should probably be sleeping right now, Chrono. Well, yeah, I guess so. I would go to, I mean, I don't feel tired because I've had a ridiculous amount of coffee today, so I will probably be up trying to hustle deep into the night. Although part of my motivation for this particular stream is, in fact, marinating the concept of... Because I thought about doing a stream that would have been called, like, hey, send me your art. And instead what I did was just send that message out to the Discord and kind of handle it more loose to see what I would receive now, so that tomorrow I could do one called Show Me Your Art, and then I would already have like stuff lined up that I didn't get to on this stream that people are like preparing for the next one, and in so doing marinate that stream. Like, I thought, how do I marinate the next stream other than make a stream about marinating the next stream? And thus, that is why this is living on marination time. This stream is, in fact, the marination period of the next stream, which itself will then be the marination period of the first episode of Sunday Redial, assuming I can get that made by this Sunday, which I'd like to do. I don't know if I need there to be art done before I can make a first episode. I'll do whatever I can with whatever I have. I want to launch it as soon as possible, while the idea is fresh and hot, and see if people like it. But I would really like to make a show that is just like literally taking all the cool independent stuff that's being made that like almost is, you know, never going to get talked about because it has no advertising budget, and put it all in one place, set to Redial. I can't stop hearing Redial in my head when I talk about the concept, so, you know, I know it can't get old. The song just doesn't get old.
Yeah, it was
I'll play it right now.
Yeah, hopefully I can plug your Manga Plus. Like I said, the manga that you emailed me.
Let's give it a
very
test.
cool, and I want people to look at it. So I guess we can move on to the pitches.
Sounds great. So, optional, your name, your pen name, pronouns, and which fictional character or characters you most want to marry. We have Amy Worrell, she, her, as Himino from Chainsaw Man. Awooga, they wrote. Literally, they wrote out the sound.
Hearing...
So that's awesome.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hearing Komugi talking while I was hearing Redial sounded so good, it made me consider maybe Komugi should voice this channel. Like, your voice sounds really good over Redial.
I'm not up to date with Chainsaw Man, so I barely remember the details. But is that...
She's like the older woman that she smokes a lot with the Sasuke character. I don't know how else to describe him.
That's right. Okay, I definitely understand this pace. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, Chainsaw Man has some of the best straight relationships in manga for real. Like,
Absolutely. Yeah, I totally agree with that. That basically was everything I wanted to say about that. I just wanted to be able to understand the waifu. I knew that there was a waifu, but I wanted to see if it was one I understood. And I'm glad to say that in that case, I do. Now on to what is your elevator pitch given in the form of series meets series? The example would be Suicide Squad meets Hard Fight. And so from Amy, we have Mushoku Tensei meets
okay, I could send my
the
vids your way at that point. For sure, yeah. As long as you can get them in by Sunday. So what I'll probably do is, on stream tomorrow, I'll probably literally write the script. If Komugi's available, I'll have you come on and read the script, and then we'll figure out how it's going to be edited by the time of by Sunday. And who wants to draw? So I forgot you're not like in a call with me right now, and I'm just listening to you on a podcast. I was about to start talking to you like you were about to respond, like, "Hey, read this script real quick." No, we'll do it tomorrow.
Aizen, Book of the Fallen, meaning Walk the Earth. Isekai meets megalomaniacal modern dark.
Lapucia with Australian 15 says, read genuine, hilarious, funny questions from tourists going to Australia on hub pages. It's funny. Hub pages? Hub pages. What is this? Is this what you're talking about? I've never heard of it. Apparently it's been around for a long time and I've never heard of it. Okay. How would I find specifically hilarious, funny questions from tourists going to Australia? Oh, it's like literally called that. It's literally an article called Genuine, Hilarious / Funny Questions from Tourists Going to Australia. Incredible. Should I try to do this? Okay, Lapucia, this is entirely up to you to say yes or no, your discretion, whatever makes you comfortable. Should I do this in a bad Australian accent? Should I make an attempt at doing this in a bad Australian accent? Genuine, hilarious. Genuine. I don't know how you say hilarious in an Australian accent. Funny questions from tourists. I fucking can't even. Never mind. I should not have offered this. If it were up to me, I'd vote yes. Well, are you Australian? I'm leaving it up to Australians, whether this is offensive or not. By the way, I'm posting suggestive art of the mascot for Magical Destroyers, but I didn't draw NSFW. I just gave them a big booty, on Anarchy Chan. She's like flat as a board. I guess she needs it. Okay, don't. Okay, yeah, all right. We'll stay away. We'll stay away from the offensive Australian accent. I only thought about it because I so badly want to say this hab, like, and I know that's not even how you would say it, but hab. I want it to be hab. Heb. This heb. Alright, this hub features genuine questions asked by potential tourists going to visit Australia and the hilarious answers they received from the Australian Tourism website, where the officials obviously have a great sense of humor. I take no credit for this work as it is already available on the internet, but for those of you who haven't read these before, it is worth duplicating for the laughter content. Apparently these were first published in Toxic Custard, so credit goes to them. Question: I was in Australia in 1969 on R&R, and I want to contact the girl I dated while I was staying in King's Cross. Can you help? Yes, and you will still have to pay her by the hour. Oof. Can I wear high heels in Australia? You are a British politician, right? Are there supermarkets in Sydney, and is milk available all year round? No, we are a peaceful civilization of vegan hunter-gatherers, and milk is illegal. Jesus Christ. Are there supermarkets in Sydney is a ridiculous question. I can almost understand thinking there might not be milk year-round everywhere, but not circumstantial of the lack of supermarkets. Does it ever get windy in Australia? I have never seen it rain on TV. How do the plants grow? We import all plants fully grown and then just sit around watching them die. Is it safe to run around in the bushes in Australia? So it's true what they said about Swedes. I don't really get that response, but no. I would say no, do not run around in the bushes in Australia. They got dingoes and shit. Scorpions. Which direction is north in Australia? Face south and then turn 180 degrees. Contact us when you get here and we'll send you the rest of the directions. Will I be able to see kangaroos in the street? Depends on how much you've been drinking. They are like fairly common there, right? Like it's not unreasonable to think you would see a kangaroo in the street. Is it? I have no idea. You see deer in the street constantly here, and they kind of look like the same thing. I want to walk from Perth to Sydney. Can I follow the railroad tracks? Sure, it's only 3,000 miles. Take lots of water. Can I bring cutlery into Australia? Why? Just use your fingers like we do. Do you have perfume in Australia? No, we don't stink. Oh, well, la-dee-da. Do you celebrate Christmas in Australia? Only at Christmas. It's a good response. Please send a list of all doctors in Australia who could dispense rattlesnake serum. Rattlesnakes live in America, which is where you come from. All Australian snakes are perfectly harmless, can be safely handled, and make good pets. Yeah, I highly doubt that part, but sure. Will I be able to speak English most places I go? Yes, but you'll have to learn it first. Oof. No, that was in good English. You can't hit him with that. Can you tell me the regions in Tasmania where the female population is smaller than the male population? Yes, gay nightclubs. Can you give me some information about hippo racing in Australia? That is such a fucking strange question, by the way. Can you give me some information about hippo racing in Australia? Africa is the big triangle-shaped continent south of Europe. Australia is that big island in the middle of the Pacific, which does not... Oh, forget it. Sure, the hippo racing is every Tuesday night in King's Cross. Come naked. Can you send me the Vienna Boys choir schedule? Who the fuck are the Vienna Boys? Austria is that quaint little country bordering Germany, which is... Oh, forget it. Sure, the Vienna Boys choir plays every Tuesday night in King's Cross, straight after the hippo races. Come naked. I like to believe these are totally different people asking, and they just were like, you know what? You're the same as that other person. It's not common to see wild kangaroos except early in the morning. Well, that is the most common time to see deer also. That or like right before sunset or the middle of the fucking night jumping in front of your car. Are there any ATMs, cash machines in Australia? Nah, dog. They didn't figure that one out. Can you send me a list of them in Brisbane, Cairns, Townsville, and Hervey Bay? What did your last slave die of? Jesus Christ. That is a fucking response. I have a question about a famous animal in Australia, but I forget its name. It's a kind of bear and lives in trees. It's called a drop bear. They are so called because they drop out of gum trees and eat the brains of anyone walking underneath them. You can scare them off by spraying yourself with human urine before you go out walking. In case you don't know, drop bears are like a meme animal that Australia made up because there are so many things that kill you in Australia that instead of like listing all of them off all the time, they just made up one that sounds plausible and tell people about that one to see, you know, if they'll believe it. And they do, because why wouldn't you? I have developed a new product that is the fountain of youth. Can you tell me where I can sell it in Australia? Anywhere significant numbers of Americans gather. Drop bears have 2 thumbs on each hand. That's true. Sydney Lawson from Guernsey in 2012. Thanks, Mara. This cracked me up laughing when I first got the info, which is one of the reasons I shared it here. Oh, these are like literally the comments. Okay. That's such an interesting format for comments. Also, it's interesting that some of them have like author next to the name. Like, does that just mean they have a blog, or like how do you get the author certification when you Oh, right, cuz this is like a user submitted like site, right? Yeah. Grow a living den or playhouse from willow. Beginner's Guide to Venus flytrap care in the UK. How to prepare your vegetable plot or allotment for next spring. Do I need to dig my vegetable plot or allotment every year? Gorgeous beetroot chutney recipe. I like beets. Unusual careers and jobs to consider. Okay. Nudist? Is that one of the... Hold on. Wildlife cameraman, forensic scientist, criminal profiler, gamekeeper, gardener, tree surgeon. Did they just mean cutting down trees? Long distance lorry driver, smallholder? The fuck? Oh, okay. Interpreter, pilot, farrier. A horse lover. What are you, ferrying horses, or is that just another job that involves horses I don't know about? Okay, well. Anyway. Tell them the truth about the drop bears. They're everywhere as far as I know. I haven't been.
Like, I love that Amy put that specification, because to me, as an outsider of fantasy, it's like this kind of looks the same. So I do appreciate her putting in that distinction. Thank you, Amy. But yeah, if you want to read their summary.
I was going to give a comment on, I understand what they mean by Mushoku Tensei. I just figured I'd clarify to you as well if you mean it. So Walk the Earth Isekai. So obviously what we're saying is Mushoku versus Malazan. And so it's Mushoku being Walk the Earth, and then Malazan being the megalomaniacal one. So Mushoku being defined as Walk the Earth because the idea is that it's an adventure, like it's a story of like getting to know this land. Like the guy Rudius, he died because he was a like lame incel or some crap, I don't remember, and he showed up in the fantasy world, and so he's literally getting a lay of the land. I understand that. So yeah, that's what she means.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Summarize your potential series in one paragraph. This is where to include the series medium if it's not a manga, the intended length, and all your big plans. If you have a title for your work, this is where to include it. If you go over a paragraph, we will make fun of you. The Death List will be a 15 to 20 books long, low fantasy web serial, each the average length of a light novel volume. So far, I have the title for 16 of them, but I am not precious about these numbers, and the story might grow or diminish. It mainly follows, sorry, so much text I got a little bit lost. It mainly follows a girl named Kai and a boy named Ian, both of whom remember swaths of their past, brief and unfulfilling lives on Earth. Kai is a compassionate hunter who wants to live and see the world, while Ian is and let us know if we're pronouncing these wrong, while Ian is a pragmatic swordsman who wants power, so things can't be taken from him. Their goals will take them across the continent in a world which has the potential to realize their desires, but won't treat them any different for it. The unspecific path to fulfill their dreams is intentional, as this is a story about finding yourself in your place, told from the perspective of people who are lost, fleeing and searching. Journeying from here to there, they will be swept in by local conflicts, eventually being led to partake in a war against an invading empire, an empire led by a man who governs and grows through golden blood, and who is unknowingly riding the unseen waves of wild magic that sometimes can push a mortal towards something resembling godhood. There are also things known as abyssals, creatures that simply tear through the void at random, but who have a higher chance of rising where dead bodies are gathered. Grim from Ruby Moment. And well, God. Structuring. The story closely mimics a Song of Ice and Fire, that's Game of Thrones, everyone, with some characters meeting early but diverging, and all following different paths that ultimately point towards a convergence. I need to mention that when I said the abyssals, the creatures that tear through the void and appear where dead bodies are gathered, when I made a reference to Ruby and the Grimm, that was not included in the description. I wanted to clarify that because this is a very professionally written description. It's basically like ready for the blurb on the back of a book when it gets published. This is basically professional level. I just couldn't help but interject because I was reading abyssals and I'm like, that's the Grimm. And that's understandable. That's a very good, appealing concept for a monstrous force. It just made me laugh. I was like, oh, that's Grimm.
And she sent the cover, and she says, what better image than the cover? I haven't even made this public as of writing this, so you're among the first to ever see it.
I have seen this when it was in development stages, because while Amy was working on this cover in the early stages, she posted it in the Discord and asked for feedback on the title placement. And I think you might have been there, Taper, or maybe not, but we gave feedback. Were you there?
Some articles about book design. Yeah.
You were. So you've seen this before too. You remember how it changed though, because it didn't have the flowers before. It was more simple when we saw it.
Yeah. This is a very cool cover. I don't know if I get like giant fantasy epic vibes from it. I think that, but maybe that is the vibe you want to give out. Like this feels very Fruitiger Arrow, very stylish.
It kind of feels like an autobiography about Poison Ivy from Batman.
Oh, it does. It's very hard to get people to read fantasy, or to get people to read anything, and I see that like
hold on,
been very dedicated to this project and sharing word count updates and really driven by this, which is very cool. And so I don't think, because with her saying like it'll be 15 to 20 bucks, but not committed to that, it's like seeing that she is putting in the work to make this real already, and and she's not locked into a
Un momento, por favor. We got some new art in here. What is this, Lizard? Thank you. This is fucking sick. It's a fucking Butterfree. I had not even considered the possibility of using Butterfree, because obviously you're far more brilliant than I am. Okay. Let's go ahead and stick that down there. Check that out. Hell yeah. And fuck it, let's just get rid of that whole big block. I want it big. I'll come up with a background. I don't want it to be on a solid black back, although that kind of looks pretty sick. For now, it looks pretty sick on the solid black. Yeah, that's awesome. All right, gang. I think it might be time to change the name of the server and the avatar of the server. What? Hold on. Whoa! Whoa! Komu-chan! Whoa! Macarons are done, Nozomi. Delivered from a prince. Thanks, oh my god, I love this little anime girl up here. She's fucking adorable. This is really cute too. Ooh. Are these like I'm thinking ogre, like Shrek style ogre. This is fucking cool. Hell yeah. This is giving very Haibane Renmei. Maybe they're orcs. This is fucking cool. Oh shit, it's the Women Who Kill logo. I think I'm gonna be the first guest on this. Women Who Kill. Stab them in the throat. Drag their guts around. Eat the bowel. The one bowel, one continuous bowel. Yes, that's my Discord, Max Potion TCG. I think it's gonna soon. It's currently called We Watch Anime, and if you want the link, it's over on the We Watch Anime. I have a here. I'll show you. You seem like you would fit in with this community, so I'm gonna let you know how to get there if you are interested. We have over here on this channel, it says for anime lovers only, which is really not even true, but this is the Discord link. You just gotta paste that and it's an open invite, but you know, I try to complicate it for just like the slightest bit of gatekeeping, but I personally have not really been watching anime lately, so calling it We Watch Anime feels like a bit of a lark, a bit of a laugh and a gaffe. There are people in the Discord who I don't think watch anime at all or care about it. So so I think, well, it looks like all of the admins and mods are here anyway. I guess Luca probably went to bed, or not Luca. My fucking brain. Chrono went to bed. But I don't think she disagrees with this. Y'all are okay with me changing the name, right? Does anybody care if I right now just change the name to Golden Butterflies? I also want to play the new Toho. So I'm still confused. Is this only a demo or what? Like, because I found out about it because one of y'all posted the character designs in the Discord the other day, and then I saw this stream earlier, like this morning when I woke up, this stream was going, and I assumed this was the complete game, but I've only been able to find like a trial run of it. So I don't know, maybe this is the trial and it's just like longer. My browser window crashed again, but last time that indicated nothing on the stream end. It is only a demo so far? Okay. The complete game only comes out at Comic-K. Well, then maybe I will go ahead and download the trial version and play that. Because I thought about doing that as today's stream. Like, I was going out of my way to...
Very dedicated to this project and sharing...
Damn it. Trying to find the... Went out of my way trying to find the full game, like thinking maybe that would be today's stream, and then I could not find it, which was probably for the best, because again, I think it's the kind of thing that should be marinated on. Obviously, I didn't even know it was out until today, so rushing right into, oh, it's out, therefore I must play it because it's out today. No, I wasn't prepared. I shouldn't act like I was prepared. I should marinate, you know? Krona regretted... I watched as Krona did something that has, and you know, she'll see this tomorrow, I hope. I watched something happen to her that has happened to me many times, and she even said I learned it from watching you, which is you realize suddenly that today, or like it's about to be an important date. Like in this case, it was May the 4th. She was like, oh shit, May the 4th, Star Wars Day. I have Star Wars opinions. I should have a Star Wars opinion video for Star Wars Day. But if you realized that like 2 weeks before Star Wars Day, you know for sure you're going to have something loaded up, marinated, you know, cooked, ready to go. Just needs a little reheating and it's already delicious. But if you're scrambling Thanksgiving morning trying to get the turkey prepared, like it's not going to be ready by 3 p.m. and people are going to be going home, you know, like, so ultimately she got the video out like 2 hours before the end of May the 4th. And does it really matter that much? No. But in terms of like how she's going to feel about that video in the future, I think she would have liked it more if it was a video she had gotten to spend more time on and gotten to fully cook and fully think through, you know? It's one of the few where she was saying that she kind of doubted it in certain ways as compared to other videos. Which is, again, something that, like, I'm trying to make happen to me less. You know, indeed, you did learn it from watching me. This is a mistake I make constantly. I don't look at the calendar. I don't, like, figure out, you know, like, every content creator who likes horror has, like, every October for the rest of their life scheduled already. Like, they already know every single video they're making for every day in every October for the rest of their lives. They're so fucking ready. I'm never ready. Every October, I'm like, oh yeah, this is when people do horror stuff. You know, like, I live so much by women whimsy, and that's fine as long as the stuff can marinate. You know, again, it's just about giving yourself that time and creating a flow of everything gets marinated before it gets cooked. You know, it can be hard to do, but I'm hoping that literally talking about the concept through this stream is in itself a marinating method. I'm going to play more of this podcast talking about Amy's book.
Word count updates and really driven by this, which is very cool. And so I don't think, because, you know, with her saying, like, it'll be 15 to 20 bucks, but, you know, not committed to that. It's like seeing that, you know, she is putting in the work to make this real already. And, you know, and she's not locked into a set amount of books, shows that she's flexible. So that feels like just getting it out there, probably the least of the series worry. I believe that she will get this done and it'll be awesome. And now it's like, well, how to market this now is more of like what I'm thinking rather than what's the best way to approach this, because, you know, like, this world just sounds so huge, and this does sound like something that a lot of people would want to consume, but how do you have it find its audience? And so my thinking is this needs to be turned into an audiobook or like a podcast where you get somebody to read the chapters. I think that it'll have an easier time finding its audience. And you know, in all fairness, maybe you're already thinking that. Maybe that's already on your mind.
Yeah, I basically totally agree with what you said, that I definitely feel like something to help get the series out there and to help promote it would be very beneficial. An audiobook sounds like a great idea. I want to offer an alternative or even supplemental, like something that could go along with that type of promotional campaign that I think could help you out, just in case, you know, you're doing the audiobook and you're not quite seeing the returns you hope for, and you're like, should I continue the audiobook? Here's what I would advise to help do that. Try to make appearances on other channels, or even try to grow your own channels. And that doesn't specifically mean YouTube. It could mean Blue Sky as well. It could mean Facebook, friends on Facebook, friends and family. What I mean to say is grow your platform and your social network of people who are willing to talk about you and have you. That's exactly what I'm doing right now. I'm growing myself by being Taper's friend and getting to appear on Taper's show, and now, bam, here's one new person who knows about Sienna and Genki. So it's the same way with your series. Grow that social platform, and if people invite you to come on their podcast or their talk show, then
this
definitely
was Lizard,
say
right?
yes.
Okay,
but
yeah.
if you don't see anyone quite
Make sure I
yet,
didn't fuck
then
that up.
start making connections in the server, because a bunch of us are content creators. You're in that server too, Amy. Start connecting with a bunch of content creators in that server. I know that some of them would definitely love to just chat with you and do a little podcast together or something. Even if it's not specifically about your series, ideally it would be a podcast where you could talk about your series, as that would be the best possible promotion. But even if it's a podcast that isn't specifically about you, there's still opportunities for you to put your own self in there and put your own work in there, like what I was able to do here with Taper and his podcast. So that would be my advice. Build your social network and try to get on shows and on channels and social networks.
Definitely. I think finding somebody, because if this...
You can see the effectiveness of this advice right now, because the book is being discussed on a podcast that's getting discussed on another live stream.
is going to be like a giant 20-volume series. Finding one person to voice it all will be very difficult, and because with big projects, my mind is like, okay, how do you make sure that this gets done? And I see that, you know, she is in the mindset to get the writing part done. So next is just getting it out there. I think, okay, here's what I'm gonna pitch. And again, I put the disclaimer that this podcast gives the worst advice imaginable. so it's up to you to follow it. But I think what you might be able to do for a giant thing like this is if you have just a rotation of different people reading a chapter for a podcast audiobook version of this, So you can have different people jump in from Trixie's server who are available to read it, and then from the podcast version you can like blast it out. And much like any good adaptation, you can have the light novel be a few books ahead. If somebody's interested, they can pick up the book version and start reading, and then they'll be locked in from there. So I'm thinking, like, where do people read? I'm like, I'm sorry for something or whatever, but like, because I'm thinking, like, where would I, or, like, encounter something like this if it's not on a physical library or bookstore bookshelf? It's, well, you know, just scrolling around podcast audio dramas, I would be more likely to encounter, because I'm not seeking out original fiction. But maybe someone like me is an audience, and you do want people who are actively seeking out original fiction.
Blue Sky is a good home. That would be the first thing I would say. You obviously can't publish a full novel on Blue Sky, but you can write more words than you can write on Twitter. And you know what that means? Excerpts and links. So putting, like, I think Twitter has like 150 word limit, whereas Blue Sky is like 200 to 250, I think. You can write a decently sized prompt of your story with that word limit, or that character count. It's something. It's quite sizable though. And then you can put a link either at the top, right above the blurb. That would be my advice, or at the bottom. And then maybe even like, actually that would probably be enough. Just a link in the blurb would be plenty. Yeah. And so Blue Sky is a home for many authors. I just got in contact with one today on Blue Sky who followed me out of the blue, and I saw they had a book, and I was like, that's cool.
Somebody followed you out of the blue on Blue Sky?
We have a book, and we talked for a little bit. What they do is they do try to release their book on a website or something. If they're aiming to like get it on Amazon someday, then they try to like build up an audience and then go on Amazon Books and like self-publish on Amazon. But yeah, Blue Sky is a great home because you can say chapter 47 is now on my website.
Am I looking for specific art from the Golden Butterflies? No. I just want to know what y'all are making. Like, I personally believe that art is like healthy to have as a lifestyle choice. Like that being able to make things that express yourself is like a worthwhile coping mechanism for living in a dysfunctional system. And I think we are disincentivized from doing things that we can't see an obvious benefit to, and in a capitalist society the only obvious benefit is money. It's the only thing that anybody can like calculate. Like, it's hard numbers, it makes sense, you can measure how much you can afford with your money, kind of. But the more you reject that notion, and the more you kind of live in a way where you're reliant on other factors than money, the less you really actually need it, and the more you kind of start doubting the way that the system works. And I think that art is a great way of getting outside of that, where it's, even though we want to spend money on art because we want to show kind of like a love back to it in a way that's in any way we can, you know, like ultimately the real way you show your love for art is in creating art, by paying forward the inspiration and, you know, making the statement for the next generation, basically. Because it's always going to be hard. Like, even if you're saying kind of the same thing that's always been said, you have to say it with new words, because new kids don't understand old words, you know? So you're always kind of writing for, you know, on some level, your peers who need your perspective, younger people who need your perspective, and then older people who need your perspective to connect with younger people, you know? Because even if they might understand the things that you're saying, they don't understand the language until you contextualize it for them through storytelling, you know? Which I think TikTok is amazing at. Like, TikTok has bridged so many generational gaps just by, like, making old people, like, say cringeworthy young people slang, but, like, that is literally, like, kind of better. Can I put my music on Itch.io? I think I might be able to. I will literally work that out. I'm gonna write a note down to work that out after tonight's stream, because I don't want to accidentally open up a page that has like payment information on it or something. But I need to make sure I add stuff to Itch.io. I also need to make sure I add stuff to. So I know not a lot of y'all actually have this, and you know, if you know I love you, I'll give you my videos for free. But I gotta start making members only content. I don't have any right now, and I have members. I have memberships. You know, like there's a few people who've signed up for it, and I haven't really given them anything specifically. And I have several vlogs that I think are good, but if they get less than 1,000 views, it will not be worth having edited them for me. Like, and I think they probably will. Like, it's not that they're not good, just they're not about anything anybody cares about at all, you know? So I'm kind of looking at it like, if I'm going to make these videos that, like, are really interesting, but they're not going to make me any money unless, like, people literally pay me to do them, I'm just going to make those members-only videos. I have a few vlogs like that already. So in addition to setting up my itch.io, I also need to set up my members-only videos, because these are easy ways to make a little more money, or just to give benefits to people who are already paying me more to no end. You know, again, there's nothing for the people who are members right now other than supporting me, which is great, but I'd like to give them something back. And inspire more to do it, because I'm kind of fucking built into this stupid ass YouTube platform, so I might as well fucking use its infrastructure. I'm sure the platform will also reward me for doing that. I've been feeling a lot better since I started working on Harpy's story more often. Having a project like that helps a lot with the mental. If I'm having a bad day, I can just lock in and draw all day. Don't have to think about whatever is bothering me. We marinate. Yes, yes, yes. And it's a good way to, you know, like, if you have stuff you already planned, it's a way to just kind of like break away from what's going on in your life right now and fixate on like continuing this thing you already, you know, like you're jumping back into the version of you that is writing the story and going, okay, I'm gonna be this now and fuck whatever else is going on. Or you can also incorporate whatever's going on into the story, you know. I mean, that probably happens inevitably subconsciously anyways, but you know, when I look back, I have a tendency, I think, to write my most complicated stuff when I'm in the heat of my most complicated emotions, but I usually am not, like, those are also the times when there is the least intent, you know, like the stuff I've written that when I look back at it, like, incurs the most analysis from me is because I wrote it during a time where I don't think I could express myself directly, and so therefore I used something indirect, you know? Like, Kusomega, when I read it, while it is a parody of light novels, I see it as mostly an exploration of my feelings about sexual relationships. Like, it's about a character who has, who's been writing stories, like, basically been writing romance stories about a romance that they haven't had, and then, like, has a bunch of romances when he goes into the fictional world that aren't like the one he wrote about, and never quite reconciles this in the time of the book. I've, you know, in what is there of Kusomega so far, he has not yet the main character has not yet reconciled the fact that his relationships in this world do not live up to what he wrote about in his books. And that's kind of the realization that he needs to have. But he's going to get there through teaching the next generation of psychics, the ones who are going to take over all the god positions, such as Gil, you know, magical girl Gil, his top student, who he doesn't know how to explain empathy to her because he thinks that he only understands it because of sex. And he doesn't want to tell her about sex because she's too young. So he cannot figure out how to explain empathy to her. And that's kind of where the book left off, because at the time, I didn't know how to explain empathy without talking about sex, because I was a sex addict. And that is like a undercurrent part of the whole thing too. So it's a kind of arc I can't really finish writing until having completed the arc myself. I think I have now. But I also want to, I think that there are certain relationships I need to flesh out before I can finish that book. Certain real life relationships I need to have more of before I can write similar relationships into my story. Psychics aren't real? How dare you? I am a psychic. I am absolutely a psychic. I think I'm a psychic dragon. If I had to go with a dual type, Pokemon dual typing. There's got to be more than just... No, not Necrozma. Who are all the psychic dragons? Latios, Necrozma, is that it? What typing is Hatterene? Psychic fairy. Do you think I'm more of a psychic fairy or psychic dragon? I mean, I think Hatterene is literally me, but I don't know if I'm more of a fairy or more of a dragon. Giratina is dragon ghost. That's pretty cool. But I don't think I'm a ghost type. I think I'm psychic. Definitely psychic. I don't know if I'm more of a fairy or a dragon. I feel like I gotta be one or the other. But also, again, Hatterene is literally got a massive witch hat, just like me. I mean, I have a whole song about it. About how fucking massive my witch hat is.
Okay. Wait a minute. What the hell is this? I thought this was a rap album. Trixie, who let you out of your studio with the
Always asking where we at. I'll teach you dude in Halo left and him telling me he's a fag. I don't got no Halo, just a fucking massive witch hat. Freaking range back, yeah, cause I missed that. Where the bitch at? Asking like a Mario, Judah face for impact. Maybe two hand with the shooters, brat. Anybody trying to follow shooter, copy, imitate, consumer. They gon' make me prove the rumors. I'm sitting on your brain just like a tumor. Eat the pussy out and then I call that bitch an Uber like I'm Denzel Curry. Rap just like I'm in a hurry, cause I'm running to the top. Bus rush like Fury. This is for my furries and my anime chicks growing anime tits, looking anime dicks and banging them hits from the Golden Witch all day, cause you know that's that bitch. Hell yeah, break a speaker off a con hall ceiling, just off raw feeling. Y'all kinda fucking feeling y'all bro, but really not. Witch hat, and you can't teach that. I'm a classic, massive hit to the sack. I'm a big deal. I'm a full course meal. Beat a dead horse back to life and right into the field. Massive witch hat, and you can't teach that. I'm a classic, massive hit to the sack. I'm a fucking big deal. I'm a full course meal. Beat a dead horse back to life and right into the field. Oh, I want to perform that at a convention so fucking badly. I really want to break a speaker off a con hall ceiling. I at least want to say that line in front of a crowd of people and make them feel legitimately scared that that's going to happen. Like, I want to have so much force performing this on stage that when I point up at the speaker on the ceiling and say, break a speaker off a con hall ceiling, I want everybody to, like, back away a step. Like, they're worried that's really going to happen. I really want to see that. I've never done a con performance. I would really like to, though. What else do I want to play at my con performance? Salem Witch Trial, maybe. Oh, obviously Frolic. That's another one I wrote specifically. I wrote this... Okay, so I've performed live a couple of times, and the hardest thing to me about performing in front of people who don't know your music is that they're not gonna like move because they don't really know. I feel like people, they like to already know how they move to a song, So like people like seeing bands they already know because you know the song and you can move to it. But if you hear a song, a lot of people they don't want to accidentally do the wrong dance, I feel like, you know? Not me. I don't give a fuck. I'll see anything. I can't help but move. I react to music. I'm very physical, you know? I'll see I'll walk in, the opening act is playing. I walk in, I'm bopping to the opening act, and I see everybody just standing there, like standing stark fucking still, staring at this band, you know? So I knew it would happen, but when you're actually up there, it's like this frustrating feeling of like, why aren't you moving? Are you not hearing the song, you know? And it's also a little frustrating because when you know the words and you know the parts that you really want to hear like shouted back at you, but nobody else knows the words, it's like, ooh. So when I made the song Frolic, I decided that rather than wait until I could gather 40 people who know all the words and put on a live performance and get a great live recording, I'll just record 40 takes of myself performing the song, perform it wrongly in a bunch of them, do different voices for all of them, chatter, crowd chatter, random conversations happening, takes that are like people who are together who are having their own conversation. It's a ridiculously over-detailed. I have to imagine that if you did acid and listen to the song, I've never gotten the chance. I have not gotten to do acid since making this album. I have to imagine you could parse all of the voices and it would be like really crazy. As it is, it just sounds like fucking chaos. But this is my imagination of what a crowd who knew this song singing it would sound like. Gesticulate and shake the chest all like fault line quakes, all gas and no brakes, past fake slaves to squares, face straight upstairs with stare complaints and bass riffs. Come sniff out the safe, rum sits up the face, cloud chasing face, we're renowned for this place. We route the river, now your town's a lake. Devout, deliver me around a pound to shake, frown, I make to frolic, yeah, power brolic, powerball income, powered up systems, devour victims, cannibal corpse, an undead horse, a fat cow, seized, the real sourities, make peace, please, bullets, 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 endlessly, like Toho, endlessly, 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 frolic in the field with me. No shield be revealed to me. Whatever you call it, make it real to me. Fealty to dream within, underneath the skin, no sin. Put on some Peggy when you're pegging me, it better be scaring the hoes, a frightening dose of cream, dreamy dicks, creamy tits, big cum, yum yum, humdrum to me, bum bum, duty bum, hey. Put another dick in it, 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 put another dick in it. That's 15 dicks. Frolic in the field, no, wait. Frolic in the field with me. No shield be revealed to me. Whatever you call it, make it real to me. Fealty to the dream within, underneath the skin, no sin. What could possibly after? I'll tell you what could possibly after. Fucking Under My Collar with Dima Foxpaws. Another goddamn furry song. This is the furry part of the album, by the way. Pretty much from Super Queer through Cock Slop.
Feel a little hot under my collar.
This does indeed sound like the music that makes you gay, because it is, and it will.
Trixie.
If you weren't, unfortunately everyone here is already gay. I'm looking forward to nostalgia for today, for tomorrow. I'm getting ready for the road, my mistakes unroll for me to walk upon. You know I'm only in the mood cause you decided to turn me on. I know one day I'm gonna die, but that's not right now. I see there's some curiosity about Cock Slop, so let's go ahead, because this It's truly the opening bars are what is the real magic here. Let me make sure you can hear these at full volume. Let me make sure you hear Cockslop all the way.
Eat metal shit, blood that quick like a soldier, sucking on a big fat dick in a foxhole, cop hole right with the bombs drop. Whiskey tango, foxtrot, cockslop. Trixie, yeah, let's go. See, what I'm sick of is the prissy, particular, pretentious, entitled, demanding, never reconciled. Spinning the reticular, the picture's pretty wild, expensive, perpendicular, vindictive, vicious, foul. A wild across America, I don't care who wasn't friends. I gamble, was a kid, and never was a fan. One day in Atlanta, but I don't speak Korean. Legalize weed, and you'll find me in Philippines, Japan, and Brazil. Let's chill. Don't hold your inner daughter's body underwater. Let it breathe. Your teeth definitely don't be like me.
Do better. Keep cheddar. Just weather this era. Expand after winter's end. Most important bar I wrote last year. I know I've talked about this already, but I seriously am gonna keep saying this. Sometimes I just write shit, and then I think about that shit, and then I'm like, that was actually really good advice, and I need to follow my own advice. This was one of those. Rake green, keep cheddar, don't spend, just weather this era, expand after winter's end. Unfortunately, I completely failed at the keep cheddar part and the don't spend part. And for the most part, I failed at rake green. But I did, in fact, weather this era and expand after winter's end. It was a rough winter. I had lots of things I wanted to do. I knew they were all bad ideas. I knew that there was pretty much nothing I was going to be able to do until the season was over. And sure enough, spring came around. We moved into a new house. You know, it got nice out. It became much easier to do things, organize everything in my life, start traveling and making connections again, expanding after winter's end. And I just kept thinking this through the whole winter. Just weather this era. Expand after winter's end. No more play pretend time. End zone rhymes. This is scored again time. That's right, I made a sports reference. I was taking it so seriously.
No more play pretend time. End zone rhymes. This is scored again time. Yeah. No more play pretend time. End zone rhymes. This is scored again time. Yeah. Defibrillate the party. I just inhaled a distillate. It's the summer cardi. The yardy bodies party darty. So when I say pistol, they pointed at the hardy. Put the hardy meat inside of me. He cooks, you see. My hits are on the books. My biscuit hella looks. My fellas not a crook. My nose, I bitchy crook. You twisty like a buck. Still shook and still shaky. What I take and what I'm making is a book about the baby that grew into me. When you get into me, I get into you. It's what a hook do. You should give the lyric book a look through. If you feel it, you should sing along. Make what I say true. Either way, I'll speak it every day. It's been the thing. Use and acclaim again. No more play pretend time. End zone rhymes. This is scored again time. Yeah. No more play pretend time. End zone rhymes. This is scored again time. Yeah.
KRS-One can come and slap me if you want, but it would probably turn me on, so probably gonna want to stick to guns. This is because on one of his early songs, KRS-One, legendary god tier rapper, said something about he would slap any female rapper or something like that. So I said, yeah, he can come slap me if you want, but it would probably turn me on, so gonna want to stick to guns.
For anyone that think I make a target in my Target shorts and hand-me-downs, I'm chilling just around Northside, Norfolk, Virginia, smoking a dirt weed blunt in my mama garage. It's too late to attempt to maintain a mirage. Had a chance to be boss, traded it for corsage and in need of a bra. Now I'm a broke bitch. Oops, that's the whole sitch. Now you know this. Trixie Goldie Witch.
Shout out Bad Eater for that phenomenal fucking beat. That song has like a long ass playoff. Bad Eater also made these fucking amazing beats like this one. I'm just gonna lay back for a second.
Hunt me down, if you wanna find me, run me around. I'm all over, word that you're over, down. Gotta know what you don't wanna know, but you already know. Hunt me down, if you wanna find me, run me around. I'm all over, word that you're over, down. Gotta know what you don't wanna know, but you already know, yeah, you already know. Runs real slow. slow when it slips in your soul, sits in your skull, and sends you home when you're far from home. Now you know you're home, now you know you're home. But to home when you flow, soft like smoke till the coffin choke. Grow like the hose in the middle of your throat. Here's a bit of your cold. Where's the middle of your soul? Where's the middle of your soul? Why should I know? What should I do with the crew you sold? You should have known when you blew your load. So cold, better get your coat, better check your notes. Sip your soda, vision with the sleeve you rolled up. Bitch, you better think you know. Nothing up, I'm sitting pound, thinking down, hunt me down. If you wanna find me, run me around. I'm all over, word to Jehovah. Don't gotta know what you don't wanna know, but you already know. Hunt me down. If you wanna find me, run me around. I'm all over, word to Jehovah. Don't gotta know what you don't wanna know, but you already know. Yeah, you already know. Not another bitch, just a shift in the flow. Not another bitch, just a shift in the flow. Let me hit the pitch.
I'll ditch if it's a no.
Let me hit the snitch.
I'll slit him in the throat.
Let me catch a bitch.
Saying shit she don't know. Fuck boy talking out his bow. I'll cut a fucker up, they forget who to go. I'll fuck a fucking mud doggy style all foes. I'm pulling out the rut, unstucking on tour. I'm putting it in clutch. I'm suddenly sworn to be more than a woman, like a Leah reborn. What I see on the shore of Virginia Beach, what I see in the streets of the North East, what I free in my beast when I see disease. Everything that I meet meets a piece of me. Now let's see.
Hunt me down. If you wanna find me, run me around. I'm all over, word to Jehovah. Don't gotta know what you don't wanna know, but you already know. Hunt me down. If you wanna find me, run me around. I'm all over, word to Jehovah. Don't gotta know what you don't wanna know, but you already know. Already know. Already know.
Already know. Already know. Oh, 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 oh,
You're still listening to this.
Amy, I'll take one of them open palm thunderclaps. Y'all better hear the voice of the bitch in the back. Ayo, ayo. All right, no, I can't keep. I'm getting too hype about my music. It's gonna make me want to start recording, and I don't need to be doing that right now. This is still about showing off other people's art and making money intermittently. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Hunt me down. All right.
Site, click this link here, and then you got an audience. And then of course, if you do the audiobook thing, then that's an added way to do it as well. If you ever try an audiobook, like I'm trying out episode 1 of an audiobook series, might do it if there's interest, then you link it on that Blue Sky, and then people, dual platform promotion. Another piece of advice I wanted to give, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this concept, but in the world, you probably are, because Game of Thrones.
I see Max Potion in the Discord, and AB saying probably the only person here who has been following Trixie for 15 years. Not true. There's more and more people in there who have not been following me for that long. And even Krona said I think 8. I don't know. There's some people who are fairly new. At the very least, there's some people who haven't said how long they've been around, and I don't think they've been around that long, but it could be secretly they've been there the whole time, and they don't want to admit that they were just being quiet.
aka Song of Ice and Fire is a perfect example. Books, before they ever get adapted into a full show or a full TV series or a full anime or anything, they usually get promo videos. They're called promotional videos. Pretty much like every notable book gets this, even self-published ones, where before Hoseki no Kuni, the manga Hoseki no Kuni became an anime, they had a promo video first. It was a short little like 5-minute animation, and it actually wasn't done by the studio that would go on to do the anime. The promo video was by Studio Hibari, and the full anime was by Studio Orange, who of course are known for Beastars and stuff. So promo videos for books have always been a thing throughout history. Even if we're talking about the realm of like Western books, like from the West, stuff like Warrior Cats. There's never been a Warrior Cats TV show or a Warrior Cats cartoon, but there are animated trailers for Warrior Cats to get the kids interested when there's a little like 1-minute cartoon with text on the screen like an adventure with cats like you've never seen before, that kind of thing. So promo videos, definitely if you're gonna take anything away from this along with the like build your social platforms, I would do a promo video. That is gonna get more eyes on it, especially if you do that video on YouTube and then you put a link to read it right in the description. A lot of people are gonna go, cool ass trailer, I'll click that link.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought of that. I'm thinking more like how to get people interested if you can get people interested enough to start making fan art, because like it's easier to promote something when there's a picture attached to it. You were saying like, oh, text blurb.
Max said, thank you for the shoutouts. My ego is very pleased. I'm also happy to have another 30-something in there, because I'll tell you, you're not as old as Gary Always. But that's probably the only one I can think of.
And then Link, I'm thinking like, yeah, I did that when I was writing my light novel back in the day on Threads. I would put like whatever is the picture for the chapter and then exciting paragraph from like the first half of the chapter and hope that people click from there. And I did get a few readers who read all the way through and shared their thoughts, which was very cool. Like, but it's like, I can't. But that's the thing. I never. It's like, I'm gonna admit to what an ideas guy I am, because like that book was never finished, so I can't say like, oh, and I sold this many. So it's just more like, yeah, I got some. I was able to.
Poor Gary, they old. Gary's young at heart. We're all growing up together. If you're in the Discord, you're probably on the same maturity level as me in general. There's a few we know. There's a few we all know are the true babies. Not baby as in, little space user, but like true babies. We only have a couple, but, it's not an age thing, just a mentality thing. But for the most part, if you're if you're in the Discord, you might be 10 years younger than me, probably same maturity level. I was in Arrested Development for quite some time.
Get some people's attention to get some people to read it, which was nice. But you probably want a little more than that was nice if you're planning a giant 20 volume series.
There is a few more things I wanted to cover, because before we get too deep into this podcast, that wonderful...
Check Quasi, I'm really glad you... That was a weird moment for them both to restart. Instinctively compared this to DJing, because that's how I think of it. And I this is kind of just how I spend my own time. Now I want to get a literal, because there's so many of these random DJ sets. This is funny because it's like just a guy in a white tee, but it's usually like some insanely hot girl, doing like in some kind of basement or this shit. Yeah, here we go. This guy rules. Actually, let's put on this dude. He just like slowly takes his shirt off as he goes, or layers off as the music gets harder. So I'll just be putting on something like this, and then
cover that we heavily praised. That was actually done by the designer Carolyn Leager, who you can see at carolyn-leager.com/portfolio. I recognize that kind of website. That's a personal
just
art
like watch some
website. They're probably a graphic designer like I am. But yeah, I found that out because of the plug your social section. So definitely we want to be sure to give a shout out to Carolyn Leager for that cover, because we praised it so heavily. Ooh, you found a good one here. She's done a lot of covers. Yeah.
How did Mortal Kombat... Hold on.
Wow. She's actually...
Unfortunately, my random choice of Mortal Kombat distracted me a lot more than I expected. Does Mortal Kombat even have its own fucking intellectual property identity anymore? What is going on here? I clicked on Mortal Kombat 1, and I'm watching Ghostface versus Conan the Barbarian. This is not fucking Super Smash Brothers horror. It's Mortal Kombat. Like, this is out of fucking hand. I thought people were blowing this out of proportion. No, this is out of hand. Omni-Man versus Homelander and Ghostface versus Conan. They're not fucking Mortal Kombat characters. Okay, enough of that.
Contact section, so you must have commissioned her. That's cool.
Okay.
Yeah, getting a good cover, that already shows that you are in a great place for this, because bad covers will ruin a book's chances. That is undeniable.
I literally
I'm just thinking, like, now what can we do to
fucking Mortal
just
Kombat.
that next push? Like, what's the next one?
Yeah, I have a few other ideas. My idea was regarding, so I gave you the advice of a promotional video. Every story ever does this. Even
have I thought about making a YouTube DJ album? No, I never even. Well, okay, so the closest thing to that, you've probably, since you seem to be fairly new here, I will show you this thing because I've shown it a couple times. Media Melt Magazine. You might have to type more than just that to find this. Although now it has 174 views, which is a lot more than the like 10 it had for the first year of its existence. But
still full of imagination.
This is the closest thing to what you're describing. Let me go to the table of contents. But the concept here is that it's a video magazine. So basically there's a bunch of different segments. Sort of inspired by the structure of AMV Hell 3.
Thank you for choosing Media Melt, the internet's least legal arts publication. This is the table of contents. Feel free to explore Media Melt at your leisure, and to conversate about it with everyone you've ever heard of. Use of psychedelic drugs is encouraged at all times, just as a general principle. Schizotypical is our inaugural issue, representing the fall season 2022. It will probably be removed from the platform you found it on, so you should probably download it if you like it.
With dudes? Oh, wait, I do want this segment. All the way you know what? Let's include...
Wakanda Forever.
I don't want this bit, but I do want the bit right after it. This bit's obnoxious. There we go.
G'day mates, welcome to part 1 of the September 2022 issue of the Blue Magazine. Cheese and crackers! It's the Bandit issue! There's over 40 fun stickers. You can create the best...
To y'all who are saying I cannot make it through Media Melt Magazine, you are not supposed to watch it in one...
That stays crazy.
It's a magazine. That's why it has a table of contents. You gotta figure out which segment you're in the mood for and watch that one. I'm not going to watch the Dillinger Escape Plan segment right now. I have to be in a real fucked up state of mind for that part. The Guro segment, as it were. This part's funny and pleasant and cute, even.
There's some wild
Vice Magazine 615, all the random info format. Supreme editorials help me understand shape and proportions. I stole this Pharrell Source magazine from Rouse back in
Time is irrelevant.
I'm not gonna lie, this is gonna be a long one, but it will also be fascinating as f***.
That is what bugs me more than anything else, and it'll probably be I'll think about it more and more as I'm older, is there's just a lot more of you motherfuckers are gay, a lot more than you're letting on. And I see the gay behavior turn into weird straight behavior that I don't like.
With dudes?
Yeah.
Well, this is we've manifested a problem. Write this one down.
Fake straights.
Fake straights.
Okay, this is actually
dire
my problem.
straights.
Shout out to... Oh my god, what's her name? Fuck. Y'all, please remind me. Trans girl, anime YouTuber. She made the video. You're gonna hear her voice in like 3 seconds, whatever. Y'all know who this is.
At one point, I just tried digging downward forever. Since we're in creative mode, I found out you could go past the bedrock.
Not Hazel.
I had thought it would be funny to build a staircase that leads all the way down there. But once I started building it, it became something much stranger. I don't really know how to explain it, but the stairs quickly transformed from a novelty joke into a weird sort of autobiography. The last few years have been really difficult for me, but I've grown a lot stronger from them too. And the stairs reflect that, sort of. I recorded myself walking down them, and I wanted to share that experience with you. They can be really claustrophobic and there are some pseudo-horror elements, but they show how I feel. How I have
Trans girl who makes anime videos doesn't narrow it down. She was like the first one though. At least the first trans girl I knew of who was making anime videos. God damn it. Why can't I remember her fucking name? She got poached by Crunchyroll, so she's only made like 5 fucking videos. I know she has a Flip Flappers video. Come on. Not Zero. Keiko Cat. Keiko Cat. This audio comes from Processing My Trauma by Building Stairs in Minecraft by Keiko Cat. Okay, that was going to drive me fucking insane. Let me go back. This is like my favorite segment in the whole magazine, because the song is called Mundo by it's in Tagalog. I could not tell you what they're saying other than that the word mundo means world. And it's just an incredibly sentimental, nostalgic song that I've been in love with since I first heard it, which was not at all in the Philippines. It was just like right before I made this magazine. I love the clip, which is just some random ass clip of some guys who made like a rail cart for their own amusement, and then I superimposed a bunch of images that I got from Twitter over it, and that I felt matched the vibe, and it makes me sentimental.
At one point, I just tried digging downward forever. Since we're in creative mode, I found out you could go past the bedrock, and I thought it would be funny to build a staircase that leads all the way down there. But once I started building it, it became something much stranger. I don't really know how to explain it, but the stairs quickly transformed from a novelty joke into a weird sort of autobiography. The last few years have been really difficult for me, but I've grown.
Wait, this is your vid? The media melt? Yes, I made this is what I did when I retired. Okay. So in 2002, in the summer, I officially retired. Hold on. I might be like more than a little bit insane, so bear with me for like the rest of your life. But okay, so this happened. How do you do? This is Trixie the Golden Witch, ranting, raving, Ota Queen, and mother of AniTube, and you've made it to the very end of Vlogust. And as it happens, the end of my career as a professional YouTuber here on the Yig Studio. The end of my career as a professional YouTuber here on the Yig Studio channel. I'm done, y'all. Did I not say 2022? Oops. So yeah, I basically was like, I'm not going to do this exact concept of what I do anymore. And so the first couple things I did, I made Baby Stabber. This book is about a guy who snatches babies and stabs them to the head with a big knife. Just letting you know. Which is fucking hilarious, and also horrifying and mortifying. I made Stealing Dan, which is a bunch of Steely Dan and Danny Brown
Got a nigga feeling awesome. Ate that bitch pussy till she squirted like a dolphin. Told her bend over, pick that shit doggy. Called her a cab, then I told that bitch to call me. Danny Brown, bitch, tell me what you need. I got
Danny Brown seems to work with every fucking trans woman, by the way, so call me up, Danny.
some Adderall and fire ass weed, and they try to tell me I get too high. That's a lie. If so, bitch, I would've been done. The flow out, yeah, don't get cold chase. Capisce? Fuck with me, fuck around and be deceased.
So the reason the magazine video flew under your radar is that I did not tell anybody about it at all. I made this in November. Yeah, November. I pretty much spent the first 2 weeks of November, not long after making Stealing Danny Brown and Baby Stabber, making Media Melt magazine. And then I posted it on this channel called Blurry Light Barely Visible Through Branches and Clouds, because that was how I felt at the time. This is before I realized I had dissociative identity disorder, and my mind just felt like a confusing clusterfuck still. Ever since I sorted that specific thing out last year, things have been a lot easier to understand. Like, if I could just say, oh, like, I'm just literally switching. Do I like Frost Children? Some songs. I really like Flatline. I really don't like Fox Bop. That's like my, you know, like a good gauge of the the range of my feelings about them. So I'd say like I like half of their songs maybe. I liked Obsessed. That was a fun one. I have that in my playlist of songs that are about being obsessed. But yeah, this was a period of me being like, I really don't understand my own dissociation, so I just made a video about all of the schizo, like my idea of what my own schizotypical habits are, like formed into a magazine, so to speak. And this was also like an idea I'd had for years, not necessarily in this form, but the idea of doing something called Media Melt Magazine. And it was largely inspired by not only magazines that I grew up with, but also Cinematech, which was like an old G4 Tech TV show where they just played random weird cinematics from video games. And I always loved just like, you know, never knowing what the fuck like random experience I'd be getting thrown into next. Or like the feel of like Adult Swim bumpers, you know, just that feeling of being like always in these interstitial stages. And like there's a few articles in here that are like actual full-on written, like there's a 6-minute Wakanda Forever review, there's like a 10-minute games analysis type thing towards the end. So there is like actual articles, but in between that is just lots of weird tone pieces and stuff, you know. And I thought that if this was like satisfying enough to make, I would just keep making these until people started noticing, you know, or until I felt like I could promote them. But basically I made this one and I felt really satisfied with it, but also like, I don't know who the fuck this is for, so I don't want to release it. I'm just going to hold on to it. And then eventually I started showing it to people when I would hang out with them. You know, like a few people, you know, like Bad Eater or another friend of mine from the Midwest that I hung out with a few times. Like I would show them, you know, the thing or bits and pieces of it that I thought they would like. And generally I got encouragement with it. So eventually I started showing it on streams, but only in bits and pieces. I've never tried to play the whole fucking 54 minutes of it. But yeah, so basically nobody knew about it until I started playing it during live streams. And that's why you have not heard of it. Anyway, now that I've interrupted this specific segment that I wanted to show you twice, let me go back again with all the context needed. So, it's a bunch of segments. This specific segment is called, I think, it's called Railway to Stairvin. So, it's a reference to Stairway to Heaven. And also a reference to Hairway to Steven, which is a Butthole Surfers album. But this is Railway to Stairvin.
At one point, I just tried digging downward forever. Since we're in creative mode,
but the audio is Keiko Cat's video.
But I found out you could go past the bedrock, and I thought it would be funny to build a staircase that leads all the way down there. But once I started building it, it became something much stranger. I don't really know how to explain it, but the stairs quickly transformed from a novelty joke into a weird sort of autobiography. The last few years have been really difficult for me, but I've grown a lot stronger from them too. And the stairs reflect that, sort of. I recorded myself walking down them, and I wanted to share that experience with you. They can be really claustrophobic, and there are some pseudo-horror elements, but they show how I feel. How I have felt. This one's really different from my other videos, but thank you for watching if you stick around.
Oh, I love this picture so much. Fake becomes true, it depends on you. Let's all pretend we didn't see that wall of cartoon tits, right?
Alright, let's get to it.
Woo! Love this fucking art too. By the way, that noise, it's still the Minecraft video in the background. Like, you could hear the Minecraft noises, but it kind of sounds like it's the railway cart. Like, it fucks with my brain a little bit, and I have to think, wait a minute, that's not the rail cart making that sound. That's the Minecraft noises. Also, this is gorgeous. That's the rail cart noise.
I'm your host, Helen Browns.
Okay, this one's obnoxious and I'm not going to listen to it, but it's like a song playing at the same time as a Brandon Rogers being interrogated by all of his personalities, and also like a Carrie DVD extra and a bunch of Twitter art. I think there's probably another segment I want to show. This is like the long-ass Guro Dillinger escape plan, like real fucked up segment. Then there's the real schizo part where it's the interview with the schizophrenic guy. This one's cool. This one's more original. And also this one has photos that I took in it. Godberry Blackout.
A man finds an apartment unit sealed with red tapes on his way back home. Attracted by its odd energy, he decides to take the tapes off and have a look inside. The place is dark, hollow, and cold. He carefully walks around, examining the empty space surrounding him until he reaches a dead end with red markings all over and a couch in front.
So this is a combination of so far photos all that I took in Corbin, Kentucky, where I was living at the time. And the audio is from a video that's called like the scariest moment in any movie or some shit like that. It's like an analysis of some Japanese horror film I've never seen. Just I liked the audio of the guy being spooky about it. And then that clacking noise that keeps happening is like an ink press. There's a bunch of it in this video because I just think it's a super satisfying noise. So anytime I could work in the ink press noise, I did.
Something feels off. He's too far in, a vulnerable state. What if there's something behind him? As we hold our breath in, an ominous piece of music enters the scene. And we see a woman, standing still, barely visible. Of course you might say, but what's interesting is that this woman is framed as a part of the background. She walks, and she walks like this.
I feel like the audio creates expectation from the images, and so even though you know that they've all been still images of just like a walk around town, you cannot shake the feeling that something's going to come out of the images because of the way it sounds.
There are no jump scares, no jump cuts, and no over-dramatization.
Alright, so now it's no longer photos I took. I ran out of photos I took, and then this is now just photos I found.
It's locked in, quiet, and truthful. It shouldn't scare us, or should it? That creepiness when we encounter an entity that is almost, but not quite, human. So again, instead of a teleportation, she walks, in slow motion. The horror augmented by its inhuman gestures, flowing like water, but in the form of a person. When we see the ghost's pale hands over the couch, we accept that there is no hope, no running away. It reveals its blank face, the same way it stood, the same way it walked, as the man screams in terror. A ghost.
Hey, it's Dima Foxpaws, or maybe this is Soft Girl?
That's the only way I can get out.
Or maybe it's Jeff Burgess.
Just walk. Wall to wall, right?
And Mass of the Fermenting Dregs?
I'm gonna go over there.
And a bunch of raccoons eating.
And sit on the,
having a feeding frenzy. And then I think they get interrupted by like Philosophy Tube or something, like slamming a computer with a mallet or someone. It's, I don't know, a woman comes on and she beats a computer. That's the one. Yeah, there you go. Kill that laptop. Fuck that laptop. Kill it. Get that motherfucker.
Hello.
Alright, that's enough of that. Marcy, what was the video request you wanted to request? We'll watch that now that the laptop's been beaten up. Hey. Fundamentally. Marcy paid me $4.50. You Think I'm Pretty by Maddie Wilson. Told you I'm psychic. Why did you not give me litter? Oh, is it because it's like, is it different? That's why. Wait, no? No. No. How do I find it? Is it on YouTube? Not what? Why would listening to ASAP Rocky be what I wanted from this in any way, shape, or form? How did that? I understand it's just because I watch Kiki, but I sent you a link to a new song that people will be reacting to. Oh shit! All right, ASC presents with $5, but I gotta find this. Get rid of the by and put Maddie Wilson in parentheses. Okay, parentheses. I didn't know that did something. Okay. I know Did you post this in the Discord and say something like important video? I think I previewed it there, but didn't end up getting to watch it because I wasn't in. But I remember seeing just these first few seconds. Definitely appreciate any video that starts off with making out is definitely in a good place. Also, Amen Break, which I am automatically biased to anytime I hear it. I really love how like loose this sounds. Like it's EDM, but it has an incredibly garage sound to it. Hell yeah. This is like literally my whole fucking childhood flashing before my eyes. Everything I grew up with is here. Ah! I don't know this one. Oh god, this is what my DMT trip's gonna look like.
Felt you in my life. What else
You can literally hear the shh in that image. Lane! Haruhi! The gems! That was so well placed. This is such an overload. Like, I feel like I could do a 25-minute rundown of what is all in this video. Obviously, it would kind of defeat the fucking point, but,
I was like 27 years old. I don't want to die.
alright, I'm gonna rap over this just for a bit, alright? You better believe that they're gonna get a reasonable with the heights that I try to reach. And you better believe that I got an infeasible mind with the right to my free speech. And you better believe that when I hit top speed, you're gonna be wondering where I went. And you better believe that at a crop top on a B-strong bet, probably where I spent. And you better believe that seizure warning is serious when I'm on the editing bay. I'm crediting cakes for opening doors for Nas X being uncloseted gay. You hear what I say? I can tell you couldn't, it was there on your face, but it's okay. You just gotta nod your head till you break your neck to the rhythm all day, every day. Now disappear with no trace. It's a race to get out of my face. Don't doubt it, I'm blazed by glazed and amazing bud. When I'm out my stud and he pounds my bud. Now strut on home, walk slow, so we suffer. Sniff a dick and smell the brown butter. Get sick, yup. Trixie wrote this. It's nasty, disgusting, uncalled for. It's crass, full of cussing, and you want an encore. Yeah, that's a good ass fucking song. Alright, where's the one that Riley sent? ASE Presents in the building. Discord? Not Discord. Facebook? Oh, god damn it, why am I not fucking signed into Facebook? Why am I ever logged out of anything? Check your notifications on another device. Okay. Someone is trying to log in. Is it you? Yes, you stupid son of a fucking bitch. It's only the place I'm always at. Okay, trust this device, please. Yes, thank you. Okay. You'll have to watch it incognito. Oh, I don't... You know you can't use X without an account, right? I don't think it matters if I'm incognito. Hold on. Let's try it. Is it only on X? Oh, maybe I can't. Okay, whatever. I thought you couldn't... I thought I couldn't even view X without an account. I swear to God. Later, Marcy. Good to have you here. I have no idea what I'm in for with this. Who is Digital Nas? I don't know them. I guess I'm about to find out. This looks cool. Also, this sounds insane. Like, I already like that it's got these fucking heavy ass like black metal horns going on in the background.
Man, these people took my kids from me, then they froze my bank account. I got so...
These people took my kids from me, then they froze my bank account. Alright. This guy is not in a good place.
Much anger in me, got no way to take it out. Think I'm stuck in a matrix. Where the fuck's my nitrous? Yes, I am a cook.
Where the fuck's my nitrous? Is this Ye? Is this just another name for Ye? Is he Digital Nas now? What is this? 5 more for the effort it takes to play this song. It's so silly. Digital Nas produced 50% of Dawn to 2. By the way, this is the newest Ye song. Okay, this is Ye. I was like, nobody else is fucking rapping in a high-pitched voice about needing his nitrous.
I like when people fuck on my dick. The shit that I'm posting on...
This video looks cool. I assume it's AI.
Why did they tell me don't say that? How niggas can't see me in public, I'm driving an all-chrome Maybach. With all of the money and fame, I still can't get my kids back.
With all of the money and fame, I still can't get my kids back. That is why the law exists. Sorry to say, Ye, but that is... The only reason there is laws is so that money and fame cannot simply override the law and let you do whatever you want.
The money and fame, I still don't get to see my children. Niggas see my Twitter, but they don't see how I be feeling. So I became a Nazi, yeah, bitch.
So I became a Nazi, what?
I'm the villain.
Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler?
They don't
What does he say?
understand the things I say on Twitter.
They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. I'm not gonna lie, that's one of the most relatable things he's ever fucking said. Ironically, the bar about not being understood, but specifically, they don't understand the things I say on Twitter. No, that hits very close to home for me. Komugi, I promise you this is real. This is what Ye is about right now. This is Ye's life. The man lives between Twitter and music studios and an AI like prompt and like 50 different people at any given time who are like, Ye, give us your $1 billion idea, please. We'll go make it. Just please give us another idea. We have no ideas. You're the only person with ideas in the whole world. I only just realized what the fuck they were saying. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. I can't repeat any part of that. Holy shit.
They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how
Holy shit. You gotta admit that if the Lonely Island did this, it would be the funniest shit in the universe. They are Jewish, so that's a big part of why, but, well, I guess they wouldn't be able to do the N-word part. Maybe this is truly something you can only get by Ye being a Nazi. I think this can be enjoyed in like a Neil Breen kind of a way. Like a, you know what, like, you're not using your talents for the right thing, but goddamn is it funny to hear you use it for this. I cannot believe that's really the hook, and it's sung like a gospel hook.
She wanna fuck with Japan. I put the crumb on the bench.
This is peak word arrangement, yes, for sure. I think that is where I definitely think that is like exactly where Ye has placed his ball right now. Is like, what are the most insane word arrangements I can come up with that will like make the most people crack, you know?
She reaching down in my pants. She got the world in her hands.
Oh boy. It's gonna be stuck in my head because they're saying it so many fucking times, and then I'm gonna be walking around trying to come up with other lyrics for it. I can't let y'all get this stuck in your head. I get it. That you can have. There must be more words. Is that Adolf fucking Hitler? Homie took a like 2010 B.O.B. chord progression, like a Shooting Stars in the Night Sky ass, like big anthemic pop hook, and he put. There are people who would pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for this melody, for this beat, for this. If literally the lyrics were anything else, he could make hundreds of thousands of dollars off of selling this to anybody who could afford it. And he put a Hitler sample on it. Riley said, Ye is like, I'm a gay underage boy sucking black incestuous penis, and I'm a Nazi cuckold with a hard R. I'm afraid the first lines of this song about being a cuck might go under discussed. Did he really say he was a cuck early on? I guess I did miss that. He is making an album called Cuck, right? Okay, it's... I have to get it out of my head. I need it out of my head. I heard it too. It's too insistent. It's too well written. It's like literally disastrously well written. Like, replay please. This is the first single from Cuck or World War III. I don't know which yet. I will replay the parts where he's not doing the hook so we can analyze the other lyrics. I cannot I can't get that stuck in my head, because if I even accidentally sing it, I'm gonna get in trouble. That black metal horn goes hard as shit, though. I would love to resample that.
Man, these people took my kids from me,
Man, these people took my kids.
Froze my bank account.
Then they froze my bank account. And he's talking about Jewish people. That I've had a feeling. Okay, when I started the song and I wasn't sure if it was Ye, and I heard those two lines, I thought, is this rapper about to be talking about the Jews? And then as soon as I realized it was Ye, I was like, he's talking about the Jews.
I got so much anger in me, got no way to take it out.
I got so much anger in me, got no way to take it out, except for, like, you could, I don't know, jack off and go to bed like everybody else does. Like, calm the fuck down.
Think I'm stuck in the Matrix.
Think I'm stuck in the Matrix. Yeah, that's the way it works.
Fuck's my nitrous.
Where the fuck's my nitrous? Calm down on the nitrous. Isn't he now, like, suing that dentist about the nitrous addiction? Is he still gonna keep the nitrous addiction after suing the dentist? Because I don't think it'll help his case. Like, I don't think it will help him sue him if he's still about if he's still singing about how he wants his nitrous.
Cuck, I like when people fuck on my bitch.
Cuck, I like when people fuck on my bitch. You're right, he did say that. Cuck, I like when people fuck on my bitch. I did not catch that. Interesting. I mean, I'm inclined to take him at his word. I don't see any reason to think that he would make that up unless it was just simply something he thought he's not allowed to say. But I don't feel like he's choosing his words randomly. I don't feel like he's just saying the most random, like, things I can't say. I think he's saying what he means. The dumbest man I've ever heard of once said there is nothing inherently wrong with being a cuckold, but that doesn't mean he was wrong, necessarily. Just because he's the dumbest man you've ever heard of in your whole life doesn't mean that he was necessarily wrong. There's nothing inherently wrong with being a cuckold, I don't think. You can do it wrong. You can be lying to yourself about it. I don't think he's lying to himself about it. What would he need to lie about? What does Ye have to be insecure? I have to imagine there comes a point where you start being like, well, what am I still insecure about after you've conquered most of your insecurities? And then you're like, well, I guess I'm insecure about seeing my wife sleep with another man. And then you go, why? Like, what if I wasn't, though? What can I do to make myself not insecure about this anymore? I'll watch her fuck another man. And then you do it and you go, huh, actually that was kind of hot. And now you're a cuck. I assume that's what happened with Ye. I think probably he had already, he's not insecure about money. He's not insecure about being a fashion icon. He's not insecure about being a music icon. He's not insecure about being recognized as a rapper. He's mostly insecure about, like, banks won't let him do literally whatever he wants, I guess. And also he can't see his kids. So I guess, yeah, in interrogating, like, what am I sincerely insecure about? He's like, I gotta make sure that seeing my wife plugged up wouldn't make me lose my mind, So he went for it. This party gets kind of fast.
Yes, I am a cuck, I like when people fuck on my bitch. Shit that I posting on Twitter, they telling me, hey, don't say that.
The shit I be posting on Twitter, they telling me maybe don't say that. They're not saying maybe. They are not saying maybe don't say that. They're going, yay, what the actual fuck is wrong with you?
How niggas can't see me in public, I'm driving an all-chrome Maybach.
They can't see me in public, I'm driving an all-chrome Maybach. Well, now we know. So if we see an all-chrome Maybach, we're gonna go, oh, that's Ye.
With all of the money
Because nobody the fuck else has that.
and fame, I still can't get my kids back.
All the money and fame, I still can't get my kids back. Yeah, I addressed this earlier. That is what the law is for.
With all of the money and fame, I still don't get to see my children.
Same thing, but he said it different. He really does just sound like Dave Blunt's, like right now. It's really funny.
Niggas see my Twitter, but they don't see how I be feeling. So I became a
They see my Twitter, but they don't see how I be feeling. But like, isn't that where you post how you be feeling though? I don't know. I saw the Piers Morgan interview. It was only like a couple minutes where he's just like, look at this view. Obviously my life is great because look at this view that you're seeing right now, Piers. And Piers was like, I don't know, said something snide, and Ye walked away. And
Nazi, yeah, bitch, I'm the villain. Nigga, how? Understand the things I say on Twitter. All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how?
oh, Jesus Christ.
She wanna fuck in Japan. I put the crumb on her bench.
She wanna fuck in Japan? I put the crumb on her bands?
She wanna fuck in Japan. I put the crumb on her bench.
I put the crumb on her bands like I gave, like crumb meaning like bread? Like the crumbs that are on bread? I put the crumb in her bands? Unless I'm missing something. It really is. They really do say it like 18 times at the end of the song, and then it becomes the Hitler again. Look, again, I was talking about this in my Discord earlier with people that, like, Ye is mad at a specific handful of, like, people who have told him you're not allowed to do this or that, or we're not going to work with you. And those people have a lot of power and happen to be Jewish. And he has decided to take out his anger against those people on all Jewish people because he thinks that creating a spike in anti-Semitism will turn public favor away from Jewish media or Jewish business. The banks? Does he think that the people are going to go to war with the banks? Libertarians have been trying to get that to happen for 100 fucking years. Ye is not going to make that happen. He's not going to get us to go to war with the banks. And especially not through anti-Semitism. He's not going to get, like, woke people to turn against the bank by blaming Jews. Like, that is the last way he's going to make that happen. If he was... he would probably have better odds without all the Hitler shit. I'm, like, seriously. But the problem is he's a billionaire, and his goal is to be a bigger of a billionaire. Like, if it wasn't for that, he could be taking an anti-billionaire stance, which he was in the beginning. He used to be like, y'all gotta eat the rich, they're holding you down. And now he's like, I'm the rich, I wouldn't be holding you down, though. If these guys weren't holding me down, I'd be lifting you up. And we're like, how, Ye? How, Sway? You know, to quote, you know, Lupe by way of Ye. Ye music can't be copyright struck. There's no distribution, and the songs are illegal, uncleared samples. Anyway, thank you for analysis. I thought about killing you. The album. He's talked lately about not caring about making more money. The swastika shirt lost him over 100 million. God damn. But yeah, I mean that's the thing. Why would he? Because like, I mean, I feel like it's underspoken how like when you become famous, your existence is free promo for anybody who works with you. And that's why so many people are, you know, want to work with Ye in spite of it all, is because, you know, they know that anything he does gets attention because he already has so much, like, just an unfathomable amount of cultural cachet from everything he's done so far. So, like, even if your brand has negative associations, it is going to be the biggest brand with negative associations. He's the most famous Nazi, like, by far. Ye is easily, by long and far, the most famous Nazi. So if you are a Nazi sympathizer in any way, shape, or form, or even you want to grift off of it, you definitely want to hitch your wagon to the biggest Nazi, unless you think that he's actually going to destabilize your base by, obviously real Nazis would gatekeep a black guy out of being a fucking Nazi. Like, so they're all grifters, but nonetheless, I understand why people would want to use the platform of Ye, but the platform of Ye is limitless. Like, he just can't... Look, nobody would hate Ye right now more than Adolf Hitler. That's the satire. It's so fucking funny. That's true. I appreciate the joke. I just also am like, you can't get this stuck in my fucking head. I can't say... You get to say these words, Ye, because you are a billionaire. I don't. I don't, this joke isn't funny to people who are struggling. This joke is funny to you because you're trying to destabilize other billionaires. I'm trying to make it to the next paycheck, and not be a Nazi about it. That's not the only reason, but it's a part of why I can't be totally gung-ho about the Ye Nazi arc. I'm like, there's better ways to go about war with the banks than, like, make all Jews mad at you. And I don't think, again, he's not going to get any woke people on his side. None. 100% of woke people are not down with this. So, woke people love to fucking throw protests. They love to do rallies. They love to fucking, they love to march against things. I would love to see protests of the Federal Reserve. What if we all protested the Fed? What if we all protested the existence of the U.S. military? Rebalance the spending in the country? What if we protested, something that Ye used to protest before it was just the Jews? And again, I know he's just mad at, like, probably 10 guys who, like, won't let him do something. Anyway, I have to pee. I'm going to play some Maidcore. Start this from the beginning. Max Potion, I think that Ye is literally addicted to testing boundaries. Like, I think he has had so much success doing it that he's going to keep doing it. And again, I think his cultural cachet is such that he cannot literally fail. Like, he cannot fail in the sense of, like dying in destitution because someone's going to check up on him. Fucking Milo Yiannopoulos will scoop his ass up and take him to lunch if nobody else is around, you know, and he's literally broke. Like,
chances. That is undeniable. And I'm just thinking, like, now what can we do to just that next push? Like, what's the next one?
Yeah, I have a few other ideas. My idea was regarding, so I gave you the advice of a promotional video. Every story ever does this. Even like fan fiction will often do this. There was a infamous, perhaps unfairly so, Legend of Zelda fanfic called My Inner Life, which was from like 2006 or something, like early internet kind of thing. And or maybe it was like 2008. It was pretty early though, and it actually had a YouTube trailer. And the YouTube trailer was just like images of Link with like hearts on it because it was a self-ship fanfic with Link from Zelda with the viewer. But it was a very famous and infamous fanfic because of just the bizarre style that was written in. Kind of became famous in a way similar to My Immortal, if you ever heard of that one.
Oh yeah.
And so what I mean to say is like a huge amount of the attention that My Inner Life was getting was that trailer, and eventually like when YouTubers found out about like this fanfic existing, they started doing dramatic readings. So of course, dramatic readings can sometimes be difficult because sometimes you get people who are real chuckle fucks and are doing it for the sake of making fun of it. But it also can be beneficial, so that would be what I would just generally say. Fan works in
I love how much venom with which Komu said chuckle fucks. Like, it's like the most like slip into like real anger, like these fucking chuckle fucks.
Well, encouraging them is definitely a good thing to do. And then lastly, I'm sure that you would have done this anyways, but just something worth considering. Like when you get commenters who reach out to you and like say ideas like, and this is between you and me, Amy, and like I'm not saying this as a big public statement, but like, and you can leave this in the podcast, I'm fine with the public hearing. When you get people who reach out to you and they're like, oh, this story is so cool, I can imagine myself in this world, and like, can you do this with the story, and can you write this character in the story? The best thing to say to those kind of people to not discourage them is, I will keep your ideas in mind. Very creative ideas, I will keep in mind as I continue writing. That does not mean that you have to take that commenter's stuff and include it. You're not obligated to do that.
Will happen.
Fans are wonderful, but you're not obligated to change your story to appease them. But I would say keep up that positive fan interaction. Even if you don't actually like the ideas you suggested, even if the person in the comment was like, can you kill off the main girl? I just hate her. Still being polite and being like, very interesting idea, thank you for your ideas, is the best way to go, because any fan who's gonna write that kind of stuff is gonna be a fan who's gonna want to keep reading. So even if you don't think their ideas are good, then encouraging them will make them feel very like touched and happy, and they'll keep reading. I would say for sure. That's the difference between like a Thomas Artuk, the creator of Miraculous Ladybug, who is a jerk to his fans and who says, I create a new superhero every week. You'd have did you not know about Thomas Artuk being like a huge dick? It's super well known.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's like super well known.
I had no idea about this. I've seen plenty of.
This is what I wanted. This is how you respond. Okay. This is my advice on exactly how to respond to people giving you suggestions. Put this on 2x so I don't get the stream taken down. Kanosei wa arimasu? In the subtitles I originally watched, the phrase was, the possibility exists, was how they translated it. There is a chance is a little bit more smooth. It sounds more like an English phrase, but... This is why I self-identify with Fuda Kafka. Yes, agree. Someone should clip my blind reaction to the new Ye song. That would be an amazing clip. Thank you for being here, Riley, and thank you for the super chats. And everybody go subscribe to ASE Presents to see Mint Salad's daily movie reviews every single day, without fail. For like, she's got close to 1,000, I think. Getting up there, getting close, getting in that range. Chung Ho Bong with $2 said, off the top of your head, top 5 Pokemon. Sliggoo, fucking, Garchomp, Hatterene, Bulbasaur, maybe. I like Munchlax. That's 5, but I don't know if those are really the top 5, so I don't know. Good enough. The possibility exists. Damn, she admitted some things are hopeless even for her. Oh no, we weren't listening to that. We were listening to Toad.
Of people that are just, this show jumped the shark. Like, that's its own genre of YouTube, is why this miraculous ladybug, they don't have it figured out.
Yeah, I'm totally with you there. I find those videos so fascinating. I remember one time on the first, the second podcast that you and me ever did together, I was curious why all of these video essays about Miraculous being bad were a thing. Because it's a Nickelodeon kids show. I talked with some students. I was a teacher, and some of my students at school, who were 8, were having hot takes about Miraculous. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. But then you see all of these grown adults who are Instagram models and stuff who are doing their Miraculous is problematic video essay. And I'm like, really? Is this what we're doing our time with? And I'm not dissing it because I love animation. But yeah, so I definitely know what you mean, that a lot of Miraculous discussion is just endless drama, videos just perpetuating it. It's a similar situation with Ruby as well.
I'm man, it's I don't want to knock anyone for making a ladybug hot take video, because I've done plenty of hot takes on children's media, but but I'm just man, of all of the slop content I watched about Miraculous Ladybug, I had no idea that the creator was a bit of a jerk. That's crazy, man. You would think of this endless ocean would have rolled up at one point.
It makes me feel like they.
Komugi, I absolutely believe you that the yaoi shipper girl in Zetsubo Sensei is shipping Yes Precure 5 characters, because that is exactly what I think. If I had to imagine what yaoi ship would the Zetsubo Sensei team choose for the character to have, that would be the one. Just based on, it's that hardcore. It's just that hardcore,
They don't actually think about, the creators behind these shows they watch. To a lot of those video essays that were Miraculous is bad and here's all the reasons, they don't think about the Italian guy who wrote that episode, or the Italian guy who storyboarded or did character design. That does not matter to them. They don't think of creators behind shows. They think of it I tuned in to Adrian and what's the girl, Marionette, this week, and they had a fight and it was not good and I don't like it. To them, that's the whole world. It's amazing.
I know, right? Now, okay. Now, you were brought up, this Zelda fanfic was became My Immortal. Okay. Amy, here's my pitch. I don't know if you're making a Portuguese version of your novel, but I know a minimal amount of Portuguese. I can read the worst, I can do the worst Portuguese reading for chapter 1, and everyone will be like, what the fuck is this gringo doing? And it will enrage people, and you will get, and my terrible reading will rage bait people. If you want me to do that, I
almost clicked that link, and then I realized it said this is the NSFW.
If you want anyone to read it well, I
nice
can't help you there, but I can help with a rage bait campaign.
I feel like we've given so much good advice to Amy. I hope that you get as much out of this, Amy, as we are, because I'm having a lovely time. And I know that it was not so much focused on the story itself, but I think that's because, like, you already are writing it, and we already know that you can write it because we see the excerpts that you post. So that's why we focused on helping you market. But I think that I hope you value this as much as we had fun with it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like I say, like, oh, we pretend like this is for an unmade thing. I mean, I'm gonna break kayfabe a little bit. Like if I'm seeing you updated every day on the Discord, I don't mean to disrespect you, but yeah, like Lucario said, it's like it's already in motion. This is our hot takes on marketing it. I'm sorry if I say this a little too often, but I'm just not big on fantasy. So I look at that and I'm like, yeah, that sounds like a fantasy story. There's nothing about this that stands out as wrong or bad or I don't get it. It's just like, yep, it sounds like a story, beginning, middle. Like I don't want to be dismissive, but you know, there's only so much you can do with a description. Your description checks out.
Originally, I was going to wrap this up by giving credit to their socials, and I still do want to do that, so I'm going to do that first, but then I'm just going to say one more little piece that I wanted to say before we move on. So the socials are optional. Share your socials, anything you want to plug. I plan on starting to publish this weekly by June or July of 2025. That's very soon. Follow me on Blue Sky to know when it's about to come out. So they do have a Blue Sky. I already knew that about you, Amy, that you had a Blue Sky. I think my casual advice, if you want to experiment with this, maybe try making a second Blue Sky page for the book once it comes out. Now, am I saying don't post about the book on your main page? No, not at all. You should do that too.
I'm going to expand on that. Here's what else you should do, Amy. I don't know if you're here right now, but you'll definitely watch the VOD back. Especially because Komu will probably tell you that I said this. Make a YouTube channel for the book. Now. Do it now so that you can get through all the hoops of the fucking it has to be a day old before you can do live streams, all that kind of bullshit. Make a YouTube channel for the book. Post your, updates to the posts page. Don't even worry about having like don't worry about doing like a read through of the book or anything like that. That will come later. For now, ads, just like trailers for the book, showing off the art, maybe behind the scenes videos about the book can go on the actual videos tab, but mostly you want it to share the updates, the written updates, to the posts community page. That way I can reblog them on YouTube. So you'll see things like this, right, where I use my community tab really heavily. So for instance, Shitty Kickflips, my best friend / bandmate / primary camera woman just released a single. You have to go listen to her song and tell her it fucking rocks now. She's so fucking talented. So Shitty Kickflips made this post linking to a Bandcamp link, and I was able to reblog this like on any other social media website. So if you were doing this with the chapters of your book, I would be able to just simply reblog the chapters, and then my whole audience potentially is exposed to it. And these fucking posts have their own algorithm. Like, you never know. I mean, this has 604 upvotes, which is fucking crazy. Her community is like really tapped in. Obviously mine is nowhere near that tapped in, but still, like, here's Chrono's video, You Need to Get Weirder, with 22 upvotes. Here's I somehow got 86 just because I was swagged out in this one. But every so often one of them will just like independently have way more views than anything else. Let's check this song out. I already heard this and I know it's dope, but
I have errors in my code. Unwanted download. Stop, glitch, return to nominal thought loops. Return abominable system. Feeling alien impulse. Brakes are failing and fully collapse into the black hole. Destructive tendencies could tear me apart, but a gift in my soul, that's the light. A rift in my soul, 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 reality. So there's a force in my soul, rift in my soul, hook in the code, that keeps me locked in the times that me hook in the code. I am code, I love, but I can't help that code. Get my code in the code, in the code, in the code, in the garage. It's just a secondary part of all of this. It's a coping mechanism you created as a kid. And though it might make you feel secure when everything's falling apart, you cannot let it control your heart.
Dope. That's Errors by Oracle M. Chica Bong Buttfuck W. I can't even read the whole name this time, butthole. Did we ever get an update if Trixie got booze? Also, sorry I'm new here. I just watched an anime called Go Sick. Go check it out. Great new anime. Yeah, okay. Alright. Yeah. Very original. Very new character. This is how you know we've crossed the 5 hours of streaming mark. It's when Butthole Weeb's got like a 4th account showing up to recommend Go Sick. Holy moly. Holy roly poly oly.
You should post it on your main page too. So I'm not saying that you should make a new Blue Sky and then never talk about the series on your main page. No, on amyworld.bluesky, you absolutely should post about the book. But I would also consider making its own Blue Sky.
And you can reblog
that too.
That
so
one's
yes,
post
double dip.
From
and
the other
what
one.
is the benefit of that? Well, the benefit of that is if you make a bunch of new friends on your page that is named after the book, then that's a bunch of people who are seeing that Blue Sky page and going, oh, that's the name of a book. I'll read that book. So it's like they're not just befriending Amy, who happens to be the author, we're befriending the Blue Sky page of this book series. That can be very big. And it allows people to follow you if they only want to know about the book. So if you're posting about the book on Amy World Blue Sky, then all of your lovely friends who love Amy as a person are going to find out about the book. But if you have fans who only want to know about the book, then they're not going to potentially follow that unless they like really know the ins and outs. But if you have a page for the book, people who are into the book are going to follow that. So
just to be clear, I agree with all of Kabugi's advice.
That's just the thing I wanted to say there.
Oh yeah, that sounds like great advice. Yeah, thanks so much for stopping by, Amy. I'm really happy that you've submitted your pitch to us.
Yeah, that's everything I wanted to say. So great job on that. And now I suppose we're ready to jump to the next one. Do you want to read that one?
Yeah. So from Jester, spelled with a 3 and a Z. Very, very cool. No pronouns, but their fictional husband is Rio Thessley from Genshin. Sorry, I've never said that out loud. I just know he's the one with the fat ass. So very good taste there.
The one with the fat ass.
I don't know much about Genshin.
Yeah, I've seen a bunch of memes about him. Wow, that guy's got a huge ass. That's his personality. Oh, and he drinks tea, I think. This is me trying to all the Genshin memes that I've received through Nerd Osmosis, trying to remember them.
There's one mascot from that game who was voiced by the same voice as Kuromi from Onegai My Melody, and also Naruto from Naruto. It's that VA. And she voices a little mascot. It's a little 8-bit dragon. That's my favorite Genshin character. I've never played the game, but that's my favorite Genshin character. He's perfect.
Nice. Base taste.
Thank you.
So the elevator pitch is...
Let me read this good-ass comment. Canadian Turtle 3 weeks ago. This is that old? Okay, yeah, your next episode's coming out soon, I take it. Canadian Turtle said, I just want to thank both of you for this video. It means the world to me. Trust me, even if I become famous, I'll always be watching this podcast. I want people to see this is how you do criticism. Thanks for being great examples of that. And don't worry about leaking the message, lol. I was actually hoping you'd say it. I apologize for not clarifying that it was meant to be public. Sorry for putting you in a mental state of anxiety, Taper, lol. But for the other host, please expect fan art of me sometime in the future. I hope you look forward to it. You see, I'm also a strong appreciator of the Game Boy, so you can expect a Game Boy related image by me. Please show me your Game Boy homebrew games. I actually downloaded GB Studio months ago but didn't have the energy to use it because I was working on my manga. I gotta play your games if I'm going to make an art piece, so it might take a while. The reason I've become a long-term supporter early on is because I want to familiarize myself in the manga making space. So no more Joe Rogan episodes, less UFC videos, less video essays, less political videos. Just consume only more art-related content. Never return to the Joe Rogan, please. And the content on this podcast is a mainstay for me. For anyone who doesn't want to watch the whole thing, the key thing to learn here is that nobody's ideas are special or unique. Everything under the sun has already been done. It's how you extract those ideas and make them your own. Art is all about stealing and getting away with it. Sometimes you have to kill your babies. Killing your babies is a term in the games industry, and it applies in full force in the manga industry. People have to learn that their ideas must be held to great scrutiny if they want to mentally survive the industry. Also, you're right, lol, I got too excited about Manga Plus creators. It means nothing, but I'm glad I got the 12 pages done. Wanted to show that I can do the work in a given time period of 1 week. Also, for the tower in the back of the fan art, it represents the tower on the S on Saturday AM logo. The flowers use a mixture of yellow and orange petals representing the color of the foot in the Saturday AM logo as well. Also, you can see the shadow of Taper is tickling the footprint, indicating a representation of Taper tickling the toes of Saturday AM. One of these days, when I have more time, I'll be making an actual dedicated art piece for you guys. Maybe not now, but maybe in a year or two time. I gotta work on Treacherous for now, working on the rest of Chapter 1 as we speak, and the video game, and I'm also making an anime opening of Treacherous as well. Also, I do NSFW commissions. I really want to showcase my NSFW abilities one day. What a sincere, full-bodied, like, I feel like I know you just from this comment. You said so much. That's good commenting.
Pretty Cure beats Centricide by Dreg. This is very cool. Now, summarize your potential series in one paragraph.
It's not even the only long-ass comment they left either.
We will have to make fun of you.
Yeah.
And title, Magical Girl 420 with clover emoji and German flag emoji.
I imagine that's
Medium,
intended
visual...
to be weed, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, medium visual novel, approximately 7
I did read the
Chikabong
anime super chat.
Short, 6 to 8 episodes. And hi, I'm Thu Truong.
I read it. He was recommending Gosick again. Let's read this other comment though. One thing I've learned is that the world of business and world of manga in particular are heavily interconnected. Oh, Lucas said also this person drew an entire fan art of Taperclip based on his lore, and he made that beautiful Pikachu in the Game Boy animation that I saw and liked earlier in the video. Business is all about efficiency and deadlines. I've learned in the marketing industry that you should always have a finished product at the end of the day. You should never come to a business meeting saying, oh, I'll have it done next week, but it'll be better. For any artist, never do that. Get used to making art that isn't perfect. No manga is perfect. The industry is filled with deadlines and mistakes, and if you focus on the wrong thing in your art, that is also a grave mistake. This is a fast-paced industry, and attention to detail is a heavy risk. There is no shame is what detractors claim is cheating, and even if it was, honestly, I don't care. Manga is about getting high page count per month to remain relevant. I want to share that I learned a lot of tips from Frederick of all people. Funny enough, even though I love these videos, I must give credit to Frederick because he originally said years ago that digital art programs is the future. I would hope anybody would have realized that. Smart artists will work digitally because it saves money, time, and you have access to all colors and assets. Working traditionally in analog is high risk. It's something the marketing industry would gut you for. I think in order to become successful in manga, you should only learn what you need to learn. Screw everything else. Cheat if you must. It's kind of like learning Blender or 3D. The reason most people quit is because they try to learn too much too quickly. Blender is not supposed to be like that. For example, if there are 1,000 different tools in Blender, you should only master the 2 or 3 tools that will help in your specific goals, rather than learning all 1,000 different things that Blender has to offer. That is unnecessarily overwhelming and gets people to quit. Those are some of the most important things I learned in my journey through this industry. Hope to support you guys on Patreon in the future. Also, Frederick, if you're reading this, I would not be the manga artist I am today without your helpful words. I mean that from the bottom of my soul, dude. Thanks for your advice. Looking forward to purchasing Clock Striker. I don't know what that is. Or who Frederick is.
I'm a normal girl with a normal life, but I have a secret. I was given the power of naturopathy to transform into the legendary healer, Magical Girl 420. Hey, did you know that her name is a reference to him? With a German flag emoji. Oh no.
Looks like Taper's also going to read this comment and respond to it on the podcast.
Canceled. Wait, what? What happened when an innocuous, silly, magical girl is falsely attributed to the birth of a certain dictator? As she begins to lose support from public image, she also gains the recruiters from different aisles of the political compass. All of them unwanted. Can she save her image on her own, or will she have to begrudgingly team up with one side to defeat the other? In a satirical comedy, follow through Truong as Magical Girl 420 as she fights to clear her name of accusations from all sides of the political extremism. A short series comedy satire on what-if scenarios if a classic innocent magical girl was thrust into the debate sphere of the political compass and everyone is out for her. Each episode will be taking on each end of the political compass. All of this will be played for laughs, but by the last 2 episodes will turn more dramatic, as the stakes are at its highest at the weight of everything happening to her finally hits. The final episode would probably be some girl power / feminist message about this situation happened because only men can level this type of animosity towards young girl. But again, keep it cute, keep it classy, keep it satirical. Is the enemy of my enemy really my friend? Said in quotes. I trust you not to cancel me for this pitch. Crying emoji. Also, Lucario, make your wife boys a pretty cure or hated deep dives, or else I'll do an LOJK. I am the problematic friend amongst the... I hang out with the Alphabet Squad, but I am the most problematic one. I will not cancel you for this pitch. But if you're already scared that you're going to get canceled, you might need to retool some things.
I would be inclined to agree.
But let's open... Yeah.
Lucario says, this pitch melted our mind because we thought it was genuine, but it's actually intended as a nyan Sugar Girls-esque parody fanime, like intentionally offensive, the creator told us. The fact that they knew about my semi-obscure Why Boys and Precure Are Hated video is wild. They are a true fan, silly pitch or not. Well, I'll just skip over this one because I want real pitches.
Fictional. Your name, pen name, pronouns, which fictional character you most want to marry. We have Pear Sheep, that's a working name, LOL, and they have no one they want to marry. Understandable?
No pronouns, no wedding plans. They
no
are
wedding
just
peach.
The Pear Sheep.
What is your elevator pitch given in the form of series meets series? When we have Sekirei meets Tokyo Raven. I have heard of both of those series, but I've never...
Unless you're saying it is a real pitch, just it's a silly, like, for a silly thing, but... I don't know. If they're not really making it, then I don't...
Ever experienced them before. So that sounds pretty cool.
Yeah.
And now moving into summarize your potential series in one paragraph. This is where to include the series medium, if it's not a manga, the intended lengths, and all your big plans.
Wait, is he wearing a fucking Ushiromiya
This is where
family jacket?
To include the series medium, if it's not a manga, the intended lengths, and all your big plans. And if you have a title, this is also where to include it. Oswald and Sahasra is an advantage manga. An advantage manga.
Yeah, never heard of that.
Maybe like about taking advantages, like Death Note. Like I have advantages over like people, you know? Maybe. It starts with Oswald, the youngest of the most powerful wizard family in Clock Square City. Again, a working title. It sounds pretty cool to me. I like Clock Square City. Yeah. It kind of reminds me of that scene from Kingdom Hearts. What was that called? Clocktown? I think it was Clocktown.
That sounds right.
I'm just gonna look that up just to check. Traverse Town. There was a clock tower in Traverse Town. But anyway.
There we go.
The Ashwood family. Unlike his family, Oswald's magical abilities are lacking. To prove to his family wrong, he summoned Faust, a beast that could bring forth the end of the world. For what? To make him Oswald's familiar, of course, but what he got was a woman from our world? Interesting. So what I think this is suggesting is that he summoned a, like, famous, like, very feared beast of like, the demon.
So it's literally like gender swapped Xeranos Kaiba.
World who could have fucked up Earth, but when he tried to summon this to make it his familiar, this beast, he ended up getting a human woman. So perhaps potentially the beast transformed into a human woman would be my guess. That's what I understood from that. That kind of reminds me of Shamanic Princess, an old 90s Magical Girl series, which they tried to summon like familiars, but they were actually just kidnapping people from Earth and like trapping them as their slaves forever. Shamanic Princess was fucked up. That was a very interesting classic by the same director as Outlaw Star. But anyway, here is the picture, the cover that we're working with, or at least an image.
Yeah, it says that the girl has a demon inside.
Okay, I see.
So there's the character descriptions.
Adorable.
We have
Little
Oswald
Egyptian
Ashwood,
Toho.
a magician, very small man, very mean, aiming to be the next head of his family. And the Hashra Dawn,
I guess that was it for the Toho 20 demo.
a normal girl with a demon inside her. She's new to this magical world. She loves to carry Oswald like a cat. And we got some cute art for them.
Interesting pitch. So what we're working with here then is kind of more of a like Death Note situation where the demon is a separate character still who doesn't really have any power and so has to work through a human vessel. Because that's what we were dealing with Death Note, where, you know, obviously Ryuk and Light, but then also Misa and the really cool female death god whose name I forget. She was cool though. She's like the best character.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're working with more of a Death Note situation where it's not actually the demon is a main character, but instead the demon is kind of trapped having to work with this human vessel. Well, my first question would be in that case is how much control does the demon have? Does the demon simply give her powers so she's kind of just a superpowered human? Or is the demon actually like able to still take control of the body from time to time, such as is seen in many popular shonen manga, such as Devilman and Jujutsu Kaisen, etc., etc. Devilman was the one that invented that whole trope, was Devilman being a fusion of a human and a boy. But then a bunch of stuff took inspiration from it, like Dan to Dan as well, and Jujutsu Kaisen, notably, and Chainsaw Man. So I would say that regardless of which direction you go, this feels very shonen-esque, which is fine. That just means that that's your potential inspirations to look to would definitely be the shonen inspirations. Because if we're talking about a demon kind of manipulating a human, then we're talking about Death Note. If we're talking about a demon that gives a person superpowers, but the demon has no free will and is basically trapped, then we're talking about kind of more of just like a superpower anime. Like, it's basically just an excuse for the girl to have superpowers, is the fact that she's got this demon in her, but it doesn't really affect things. And then if we're talking about the demon can come out every once in a while, then we're talking about kind of the Devilman genre. All of which are potentially interesting, and all of which are shonen. If we went in the shoujo direction, we actually would start to see something more along the lines, the demon would be its own character. Potentially the demon became a human and was having a bond with this main character. That's more of the shoujo direction to take things. So yeah, it sounds like this is potentially a shonen type work, especially with the dating element as well. You have this superpowered girl that's mating the main guy. That reminds me of, I just watched some fan service, like harem anime, and obviously this is not like me saying this is the best piece of media ever created, it's just me saying that this was something I checked out the other day, which was the same way, was it High School DxD or Maken Ki? I don't even remember, I just tried it out. I think it was Maken Ki. Maken Ki's like a fan servicey shonen series, but they had like demons that were giving them powers, but the idea was not so much that the girls were like demons, they weren't monster girls. It was more like the girls just happened to have like demonic power. And then there's also Ushio and Tora, which was a very famous manga that Madhouse adapted, and it ran for a long time. They adapted it in the 90s, and they adapted it again in the 2010s, because Ushio and Tora was just that popular. It got the FMA Brotherhood treatment. And so Ushio and Tora was the same way, where it was a boy who had a demon who was like kind of coming off of him, and was like, the demon had a bit of control, but it was kind of like the boy's story. So yeah, basically we have a lot of potential roads you can go down here. I would say clarifying up for me, so I don't have to ask these questions, helping me understand what we're working with here. Are we working with a demon that has free will? Are we working with a demon that has partial free will and is somewhat trapped? Or are we working with a girl that just has superpowers that she was kind of given, but she's mostly just her own person? I would want to know about that. Especially, again, if the demon does have free will, I would want to know about their character. I would almost kind of want a third character sheet right here, that even if you don't show what they look like, just a third character sheet with text that says demon, trait number 1, trait number 2, trait number... I want to know about that. That's really interesting. But yeah, I would need to know a little bit more about what this is specifically in order to know. And that's my critique. That's my feedback.
Yeah, that was really good. Yeah, I think there is nothing about this that needs to have it take place in another world.
Yeah.
In that, like, it's because it seems like it's mostly about their relationship, and it looks like the fantasy setting is just kind of a backdrop, and he uses the magic to summon her, and there's the kind of isekai element.
I'm actually brilliant part myself. Many years since I've seen Amagi Brilliant Park myself.
This is only coming through the right audio channel.
It's certainly like a show that left an impression on me as well. But for you, it's like you have like a very unique impression that was left on you, which is this character here, Tirami. What was it that drew you to Tirami specifically?
Oh my gosh, like everything. First of all, his design is perfect. I didn't go into this because we kind of skipped over Pokemon, but Pokemon meant a lot to me in elementary school, but a lot of the time it's like not so focused on the Pokemon. And so when you watch Amagi Brilliant Park, all these anthropomorphic animals are main characters, and they're animated with like so much.
Do you edit in DaVinci Resolve, Lucario? Because if so, I'll show you that, because I have this issue sometimes where some of the stuff I record is only in the left channel, and then I have to fix that. I'm going to show you how. Okay, so in DaVinci Resolve, going forward you'll use it. It's pretty easy and it's free, which makes it nice, but in this you right click on it and click, so you'll see here, just on a visual level, that's the left channel, this is the right channel. So this audio is only on the left, I think. Yeah, I'm only hearing it through the left headphone. So what I'll do is I'll go to clip attributes in audio, and it's set to stereo, but I know there's nothing in channel 2, so I just embed channel 1, and it's just going to clone whatever's in channel 1 into channel 2, and now it's in both headphones. This is some footage of me playing Fields of Mystery, well, footage of Vera playing Fields of Mystery, I should say, that I have not done anything with.
Their famous vegetable soup. Well, I'm sure you're worn out from your long day. It won't keep you up.
Anyway.
Fluidity. So it wasn't just that Tirami looks gorgeous, although he does. He's like the most handsome character to me. But it's also that he's animated so well, and the show like puts so much care into his animation, like all the little movements of his arms and his mouth and all the different expressions he makes. It's just, I love him so much.
You find the fact that they're not like animals, they're not like pets, but the fact that they are like human. They are like adults, they have a job, they have desires, they drink after work, and they, flirt with people, and they feel pain.
They are genuinely real furry anthros. They're not just people in costumes. They're very clearly alive, talking animals, but they're like humanized, and they have lives, and they have jobs, and they go home after work, and they get drunk. Even more so that he has a human form in the manga, because that's another thing. Like, I'm sorry, not the manga, the light novel. The thing is, with the human form versus the mascot form, it's most comfortable to remain in mascot form, is what seems to be suggested by the lore. So that's why Tirami and all the others are constantly in that form, because it's just relaxing for them. And they certainly have stressful enough jobs anyways. Tirami gets constantly bullied by those park goers and everything. But speaking of wanting to be there with him, it's also the way that the show writes him. I've talked about this with my friend on Twitter named Kilo Rat, who does...
Because, oh snap, super sticker from the Pusha, OP. What the hell? It's like a hippo cyborg with a missile on his head. That's badass. I'll send on Discord a 10-minute video that made me a rage. Alright. I'll check that out. We're still watching this one Luca posted. And real quick, I just wanted to give a little bit of an editing demonstration because Max posting was saying I've never tried editing before. So you'll see I mass selected the audio on these so I can do the embed channel 1 thing on all of them at the same time. All I did to do that was just select them all at once. But my editing mostly consists of doing a lot of highlight the clip, drag the edge of it until you see where there's audio.
Sorry about all the noise. I'm doing my laundry.
Okay. I'm not sure if I intended for there to be like an extremely long, awkward pause there.
This is a video about...
It kind of feels like I did, but I don't like it, so what I'm going to do
I'm doing my laundry.
I like leaving it for half a beat, so I take this cutting tool, which I could have just pressed the B key and it would have summoned that. And if I press the A key, it goes back to the main tool. And then I just select this and move it up to where you see the next bit of audio and slam that down. And
sorry about all the noise. I'm doing my laundry. This is a video about military...
So that was a little too awkward. So I like when it cuts directly into the audio, you know, with no lag. And sometimes you can even do the trick of have the video go a little longer than the audio, because that kind of tricks your brain to be ready for the clip change. This is what a lot of the bigger vloggers do to make it feel fancy.
I'm doing my laundry. This is a video about military...
That felt a little too... Let's try this.
Laundry. This is a video about military spend...
It would be better if I had a second camera angle that it was switching to. Then I could kind of do that whenever I want. The fact that I'm kind of in the same spot makes this annoying to me.
It's a video about military spend...
That's a little better because it starts on me opening my mouth.
This is a video about military spending. And about why you should not join the military. Because you will be expended.
That's all you really need to say. So this is a video I'm later going to make for members only, called Don't Join the US Military. Anyway, the editing process will just be a whole lot of what I just did. And that's it.
Great compilations of furry clips, and he's posted Tirami before, which always makes me really happy. He posts all kinds of furry clips from shows, and we talked about what makes Tirami such a lovable character is the fact that he's not just a likable character because you sympathize with how much he desires to be in a relationship with someone, but it's also because the show kind of presents him like an outsider, like most people don't understand him, because all the girl characters understandably brush him off for the reasons that they find him unappealing. But then also he clearly tries to make friendships with male characters too, and most of them also reject him. Like, there's a lot of scenes in the show with Kani, the main character. He's like, you know, he's presented as a narcissist. He doesn't have any like care for most people, except for, of course, Sento, who he has a crush on. But most of the other characters, he'll be very narcissistic. When he
thought you had been kicked from the Discord because you didn't see the logo and we changed it earlier. That's so funny.
He's interacting with them. So there's a lot of scenes where Tirami's like trying to reach out with him and be friends with him, and he's just like so narcissistic and mean to him, and it makes Tirami go like, "You're really."
This is Komugi and Tirami,
like,
by the way.
It makes you sympathize with Tirami even more. That not only is he rejected by so many people at work, but even like the guys who he just tried to be friends with on a friendship level. It makes him like all the more sympathetic that, you know, he doesn't win a lot, and that makes it feel like, you know, he's really, you can root for him. It's kind of like the classic Looney Tunes thing, where, you know, like Daffy Duck is just like such a screw up and always gets stuff dropped on him. They're just like, oh, I feel bad for Daffy. He's just like really sweet, but he's also crazy, you know, like it just works for me. I love the Looney Tunes style thing where he's like, Tyranny is a fuck up, but I love that about him. I love that he doesn't quite succeed, because it makes me want to imagine that he could succeed with me. And if I was with him, I could give him, you know, a chance to win, because it feels like he deserves it. So yeah, he means a lot to me in terms of his personality and how the show writes him. It's like a perfectly written character, because he always loses, but that just makes him even more lovable.
That is a
DaVinci Resolve
really
does
sweet
not crash
way to
all
put
the
it.
time. It actually works pretty fucking well.
It
also updates like every couple of days.
Conversation of
and
mascots and how they.
I usually have to download it again when it updates. Well, I shouldn't say every couple of days. At least every couple of
Mirai
weeks.
Days podcast, which was just uploaded today.
Yeah,
a few hours ago. Like the big complaint of like, I felt that for the mascot on that show, Maho Tsukai Precure, Mirai Days, Mofarun, you know, she's like an older sister type character, and we'll get to Precure in a bit, I'm sure, but seeing her like get abused and like not have any like, despite like all of her efforts and like genuine efforts and like emotionals, and she's just always like abused or like never thanked or acknowledged. It definitely endears your heart to these characters that like the show or the creators just kind of like don't acknowledge. And yeah, no, I am right there with you with Tyranny.
Thank you so much. This definitely is going to be turned into a little clip on its own. I'm going to clip it and call it Why I Love Tyranny So Much. It's going to be this clip, because this was amazing. It was really good to talk about this.
Okay. Thank you, Kamugi. Thank you, Dairon. Let's watch why Christians are upset about the new Judas Iscariot trailer. From Anime Relatable. Never heard of you. Judas. Now, did this video make you mad because of what the video says, or because of what the video's talking about? I'm curious. I like the look of this bunny.
Yeshua. I hate to do this, and I don't really have to, but I think there's an opportunity for God to use anything for his glory and to point people to himself. Romans 1 talks about how creation speaks, and because of that, people know God exists.
Alright.
That's kind of what I'm trying to do here. Take the anime that you and I enjoy and use it to point people to their need for Jesus.
Okay. Not the first.
In my time as a Christian, I realized that
Jesus. I will say, shout out Beneath the Tangles. This motherfucker has been doing this for like 15 straight years. And obviously still is, because this was written fucking 3 days ago about a current anime. I don't know if they still exclusively write like from the Christian perspective. I mean, it says it right here on the thing, but like, and I say shout out because we were mutuals back in the anime blogging days. I have strayed as far from God's light as you could imagine, but not that I was ever in God's light in the first place, but you know, whatever. Oh boy. All right. No, Lapushi, I can tell you don't like this video. I as soon as I heard what he was saying, I was like, oh, all right, okay.
Lately, there's been a rise in creative Christian content that's not only Christian, but also really good. Projects like Gabriel and the Guardians, The House of David, The Chosen, and What Had Happened Was, which is currently in production right now, are setting a new standard for Christian entertainment. Whether that's fiction, drama, historical fiction, fan fiction, whatever it may be, it's really good. We're in a good era. Now, some Christians don't like these shows because they feel like the Bible is being taken out of context or being misrepresented.
Good for Christians, I guess.
But most of the time, these projects begin with a disclaimer saying this isn't the Bible. Go read it for yourself.
Please read the source material.
Liberties within reason. During my short stint in seminary, I took a few Old Testament classes where our professor taught us how to view characters in a narrative as round, flat, or functionary. We also learned how to understand the type of scene the author was depicting. Those tools helped me see that the Bible isn't just full of static characters.
Yeah, Joe, I'm gonna call up about the leads.
The leads?
Yeah, you got an ad in the paper.
Yeah.
You want somebody to play the leads for your metal band?
Yeah.
You want singing leads, guitar leads? What kind of weed leads? I had all kind of leads. What you need?
Guitar leads.
Guitar leads? I can do that. I got some turntables. We can hook it up. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your band?
Okay, I don't think you'd fit the bill.
Why don't I fit the bill? You ain't even never heard me play. Y'all motherfuckers say I don't even fit the bill. Hold up, Joe. Oh, motherfucker hung up.
You don't even know where I'm at.
Well, hold up, G. You turn the motherfucker away from calling up your ad. You don't even know he say you don't fit the bill. What's up with that?
Because my friends wouldn't want you in the band.
What? But your friends don't want me in the band. Why is that? Hold up. Go on and say it. You got an ad right here. You want a motherfucker black band, and you don't want.
It's black as in evil and darkness.
I could be evil in darkness. Hold up. I want me to kick some rhymes for you. Motherfucking devil coming down on your street, gonna kick your fucking ass, gonna stab you in your fucking neck, Joe. Now, what you think about that? I could play some motherfucking leads too, and a scratching too, and I'll scratch your motherfucking eye out with my fucking like a long goddamn fingernail too, and I'll scratch
your motherfucking eye out like a long goddamn fingernail too.
What did you call me for?
I called you about the motherfucking leads. You got the ad in the paper. You want a black metal band. I'm a serious musician. I got equipment. I got all that fucking shit. I got a van. I'm gonna put them equipments in.
Well,
I'm an evil motherfucker. I'm an evil motherfucker, Joe. You know that?
Really?
Yeah, fuck yeah. I done shot a motherfucker. That's evil. You know what I'm saying? I bet you ain't shot shit. You shot your motherfucking load in your hand, Joe. I'm an evil motherfucker, Joe.
What kind of bands do you go see and hang around?
I don't hang around no motherfucking bands. Fuck all them. I'm the motherfucking best.
You don't go out to
no.
Black metal band?
Who? That's it. Yeah, you devil. He's gonna have my hand up your motherfucking. I mean, the band saying I
really want the part where he says, "I'm down with the devil, Joe. I got his tail in my hand." Wait, did I miss it? Did I skip past it?
He's gonna have a horn up your motherfucking devil, Joe. Down with the motherfucking devil. He got his tail in my hand right now, Joe.
I'm down with the motherfucking devil, Joe. He got his tail in my hand right now, Joe. That's my
page.
Line.
There's transformation happening in the lives of people impacted in the Old Testament, and especially through the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus. And because of these tools or seeing the Bible this way, it made the characters so much more relatable. Now, there's a big difference between that and what I'm about to show y'all. There's a fully funded Kickstarter project called Judas Iscariot that claims to be an animated adaptation of the New Testament.
The man who's been inciting my subjects with his
fucking furry Bible
radical teachings. They call you the Messiah, the Prophet.
Being a Christian furry must be seriously hard.
The Son of God. Is this you?
If you say so.
Tonight, all of you will have your faith in me shaken. Amen, I say to you. One of you will betray me. One who I call my own.
People of Jerusalem, what will you have me do with the King of the Jews?
Abba, my father, why have you forsaken me?
Father! Father, into your hands I commend my spirit. Father, into your hands why have you forsaken
Hopefully
me?
this show, and I don't know if this person's a Christian or not on his page, it doesn't really say so, but in the Judas Iscariot Instagram page it has a Matthew verse in it, and so I don't know. I'm
Jesus
hoping
and
that
Judas are gay in this too. Well, this will actually be badass then.
this new animated film will also have that disclaimer as well, but
is
you
all
just
this
never
shit
know.
floating around
And I
his
feel
head?
like with the way it's already going,
He was like in his bedroom
it might
before,
not,
right?
to
He
be
didn't
honest,
have like all this
seems like a cool
floating
idea.
around.
There
before,
are already
right?
shows and movies out there with
Was I not paying
humanoid
attention?
animals, and it's pretty cool. It's not a new concept. Honestly, a furry adaptation of the New Testament, kind of fire, and I think it's cool in the sense that it might help connect the gospel to the furry community.
I just heard an adaptation of the New Testament described as kind of fire.
A real prevalent subculture, like in Acts 17 where Paul quotes Greek philosophers and poets who connect with his audience, or 1 Corinthians where Paul says he became all things to all people so that he might win some. That doesn't necessarily mean we accept the sinful
It does look kind of fire,
but using any means to bring the gospel to different communities can be a really, really cool thing.
He's back in
That
the Funko
said,
Pop
a lot of
room.
Christians
Okay, hold
on Twitter are in an uproar about this film. That's how I found out about it. And while I do think Christians,
Whenever he comes back, we have to pause and examine the goddamn Funko Pops to see exactly how embarrassed. Obviously, having a Funko Pop in the background of your YouTube video is tremendously embarrassing no matter what. We have to figure out how embarrassing
can sometimes overreact
based on which Funko Pops.
to things. I think they have a right to be upset. And here's why I think we have a right to be concerned. In a now deleted post, I couldn't find it on the creator's page anywhere. It was stated that Jesus and Judas are in a Yahweh.
Yahweh! Yahweh! I feel like I must have heard someone say that once in my life at least, right? Like, that can't be the first time I've heard someone say that, but... Wow. Yahweh. My cousin pronounces hentai as hente. That's at least it kind of looks like it. Yahweh is just
Relationship.
wild.
And for context, Yahweh, also called Boys Love, is a
Stick with boys love for now.
genre of Japanese media focusing on romantic and often erotic relationships between male characters. And that's already a red flag, mainly because the work of art is supposedly depicting Jesus and not in a way that lines up with any agreed upon biblical source material.
Agreed upon biblical source material. Hold on, real quick. How many sects of Christianity are there? Christian denomination. Christian denomination is a distinct religious body within Christianity that comprises all church congregations of the same kind, identifiable by traits such as name, particular history, organization, leadership, theological doctrine. Worship style and sometimes a founder. It is a secular and neutral term generally used to denote any established Christian church. Oh boy, let's see. What all have we got? Divisions between one group and another are defined by authority and doctrine. Issues such as the nature of Jesus, the authority of apostolic succession, biblical hermeneutics. Never fucking seen that word. Biblical hermeneutics is the study of the principles and interpretation concerning the books of the Bible. Okay. Theology, ecclesiology, which is the study of the church, the origins of Christianity and its relationship to Jesus, its role in salvation, its polity, its discipline, its eschatology. Why am I learning so many fucking words trying to figure out how many goddamn sects of Christianity there are? Eschatology concerns the expectations of the end of present age human history of the world itself. Okay. And papal primacy. Oh, what do you know? I learned the word through the other word before I got to the word. May separate one denomination from the other. Okay, how many are there? Let's see. Major branches. Christianity can be taxonomically divided into 6 main groups: the Church of the East, Oriental Orthodoxy, Eastern Orthodoxy, Catholicism, Protestantism, and Restorationism. Protestantism includes many groups which do not share any ecclesiastical, good fucking God, relating to the... It's all just words that are just Christian words. Ecclesiastical governance and have widely diverging beliefs and practices. Major Protestant branches include Adventism, Anabaptism, Anglicanism, Baptists, Lutheranism, Methodism, Moravianism, Quakerism, Pentecostalism, Plymouth Brethren, Reformed Christianity, and Waldensianism. Waldensianism? Waldensians? Okay, what the fuck ever. Continental Reformed, Presbyterian, Evangelical Anglican, what the fuck even? Come on, this is not real. Evangelical Anglicanism is just angel twice. Congregationalist and Reformed Baptist. Anabaptist Christianity itself includes the Amish, the Apostolic, the Bruderhof, Hutterite, Mennonite, River Brethren, and Schwarzenau Brethren. Within Restorationists, we have the Irvingians, Swedenborgians, Christadelphians, Latter-day Saints, Jehovah's Witnesses, La Luz del Mundo, and Iglesia Ni Cristo. Holy mother of fucking fuck. Jesus Christ.
It feels more like it's kind of pushing an
But yeah, there's definitely an agreed upon version of the Bible.
Agenda under the guise of creative liberty. I don't know, maybe some people would be like, oh, this isn't
creative liberty, like what everyone takes with the Bible every time they open it.
Pushing an agenda, but to be honest,
Neon Genesis Evangelion, yeah, I could have been listed in there too.
Everyone is pushing an agenda. In a Q&A, someone asked whether Judas and Jesus would still kiss on the mouth, because I'm guessing they did. The creator said yes, which is interesting. Yes, like Jesus walked closely with his disciples. He lived with them. He ate with them, probably even joked around with them. The gospel doesn't tell us every single detail of Jesus' life. And that does allow creatives to fill in some blanks in like The Chosen or The House of David do. But portraying Jesus in a Yahweh-style romantic relationship changes a major element of how the New Testament depicts Jesus. Like,
I do think it's funny how many times he is showing the gay fan art while complaining about it.
He had no romantic partners. He didn't show romantic affection. His love was...
Yes, he's literally mad because Jesus isn't gay. He's not mad that it's gay. He's mad that it's claiming to be a depiction of Jesus who was not gay, according to him. Because no agreed upon reading of the Bible has ever suggested that Jesus is gay, because there's totally an agreed upon reading of the Bible that's definitely a real thing.
His bride, the church, whom he laid down his life for, and that is everyone that believes in him and trusts in the finished work on the cross. Like, the creator of Judas Iscariot.
Holy motherfucking shit. Okay, will it be a straight retelling, or do you plan on taking more creative liberties besides character design? Straight? Definitely not. Do you have a specific version of the story you plan to tell? How did you come up with this idea? How did you get the idea to make the project? Please tell me what inspired you to create this amazing project. That's some sexy furry Jesus art right there. Apart from the official Gospels, I've been pulling details from the Apocrypha, the unofficial Gospels. My main goal is to make the characters feel like real people rather than static religious figures, while placing them in a more accurate political and historic context than what is usually depicted. In doing so, I'm straying from the source material slightly, but trying to keep the heart of the text at the forefront of the story. However, it ends up becoming I got really into the idea of depicting Bible characters as furries after this drawing I did of Saint Sebastian. After that, I thought, what about the crucifixion? I mean, it's fucking adorable that this even exists. You know, I like Jesus Christ Superstar. This feels like it's in that vein of, like, just barely religious enough to still be kind of a religious, like, kind of, like, yeah, I guess Jesus was kind of a cool guy, you know? Gary says, Jesus did kiss Judas on the mouth. That's canon. Exactly. Jesus and the apostles were kissing all the time. Exactly. And they literally, like, I don't know. To me, I think the subtext of Jesus Christ Superstar could be taken pretty romantically. He really just didn't. He just really didn't want his boy to fuck up.
You will see where we all soon will be.
Everybody say it with me.
Jesus! You've started to believe the things they say of you.
You don't just say Jesus like that if you don't love that guy.
You really do believe this talk of God is true.
I mean, pretty much the way this movie portrays it is like Judas is kind of jealous that he's losing out on his time with his homie Jesus because too many people are coming around. And he's like, I don't think you should trust these people. I think these people just think you're hot and just want to, like, bask in your glow. But they don't really believe the shit you're saying. And I do. I'm your good boy. That's pretty much the idea of the movie.
It calls it an adaptation of the New Testament, but admits to using outside sources like the Gnostic Gospels, which are widely considered fake and untrustworthy. Even he admits that in the same Q&A, and I do really appreciate that level of honesty and transparency that he's taking it from. Like, at least Christian viewers won't be blindsided by the details that aren't biblically accurate. But here's the issue. Gnosticism assumes that there's some hidden mystical spiritual knowledge that only a select few people have access to, and that's just not true. The biblical gospels were being read, taught, and memorized by the apostles in the early church in the 1st century. The Gnostic texts came later, 2nd century and beyond, and don't carry authority or authenticity for that matter. The creator.
He said he wanted to use the Apocrypha to flesh out the story, and he's like, but that makes it less authentic. He said that. That was the note. He's like, hey, it's probably not going to be as authentic, but I want to make it more like a real story, you know? Because the Bible is not a very well-written story.
The creator's main goal seems to be to make the characters feel like real people rather than static religious icons, and I respect that.
Why? No, you don't. You're arguing why you don't respect that.
When you read the actual Gospels, you are reading about real people, not fictional characters. Their emotions, fears, hopes. You can see all of that there. You can feel the devastation when the disciples lose their rabbi. You don't need a furry adaptation to experience that death. Even though
I do.
I like The Chosen. I really like The House of David. You don't need these shows to show that depth either. So, like, although I have serious issues with the trailer, especially the depiction of Jesus and Judas, I do see a sliver of hope, though, even with its...
He's like, I'm gonna watch this gay shit because at least it's Christian cartoons, and I refuse to hate it. I want it too much. I'll just bitch about it being gay.
Laws. Maybe this could lead someone to explore the true Jesus of Scripture. What gives me some hope is that the creators...
I mean, like, that's just a normal level of cognitive dissonance for a Christian. I'm not surprised that that is, like, easy for him to parse. Like, to just put that away of, like, looking forward to show, completely against the entire message of the show. That sounds just right for Christian mental bifurcation.
Said he's trying to stick to the heart of the text, even if he's straying a bit from the source material. And if that heart is the New Testament message, that Jesus lived the perfect life we cannot live, died the death that we deserve for our sin, and rose from the grave, then I think God could use this to draw people to himself. Jesus says in John 12 that he will draw all people to himself. A relationship with God is available not by a performer's perfection, but by grace through faith alone. That includes people from the furry
Turles said, I want gay furry Christian fanfic, but Hazbin Hotel is going to fill in that void, I guess. Indeed. And hell of a boss, for that matter. I need to watch and catch up on those goddamn shows. I know I can't really, I can't do it on stream, which makes me mad, because they have the fucking Prime deal, which means that their shit gets taken off YouTube, but it's still, the modern thing that the most people who I'm, friends with actually care about, so I feel like I should talk about it. Also, I really like Brandon Rogers a whole lot, so,
furry community. God loves us so much that he gave his life for us. That includes folks in different communities as well. And
Adam Nalen, who also writes on, I don't think Brandon writes on Hazbin Hotel. Adam, I don't know, but maybe. Again, I haven't really watched Hazbin Hotel.
He's calling all of us into a full life relationship with him. I don't know. There's a lot of good and bad here, and I just think it's kind of wild how people are getting mad that
Adam is a main writer for Hazbin and Helluva. Yeah, that guy's a great guy. Just an all around one of the nicest people I've ever met in my whole life. So I will always encourage anything he's gonna do.
For Christians for not understanding their communities, yet when Christianity is misrepresented, people don't understand why Christians are upset. It doesn't really add up, and it's unjust scales. I think this isn't honestly and as someone who enjoys anime and relating anime
on which day did God create anime? The rest day. He didn't put any effort into that one. He squeezed that out just like every animator. He squeezed anime out right before the deadline and then crashed.
Appreciates a good Christian animated story or anime if it ever comes.
I'm aware that Brandon is in Hazbin Hotel. I just wasn't sure if he writes on it. It sounds like he doesn't. He's like the reporter, right? And I like the voice, but I was kind of disappointed because I really liked her voice in the pilot, and I don't know why that voice actress didn't come back. I don't know if there's some kind of deeper reason, but I really liked her voice in the pilot.
I think Christians really do have the right to be upset because you violating something that billions of people
violating.
Oh dear. And you're expecting us to just roll with it, and that's not okay. But it's all love to the creator, though.
This story has passed my personal boundaries, and I am literally offended, but it's all love. I mean, I guess that's good Christianity, right?
My first time finding out about this thing, and hopefully I might watch it. Hopefully I do. I don't know how long that John's going to be. It's fully funded, so I'm sure that John's going to come out soon. But I think Christians do have the right to be upset about this.
Hold on, let me go back.
It's fully funded, so I'm sure that John's going to be.
That John's. It's possible that there is a regional slang that I don't know, not aware of saying that John's, describing a thing as a John's. I'm used to saying that joint, but that is something that Christians can't say, so I'm wondering if he's replacing that joint with that John's. John Jawn? Okay, let me look at this. I know there's a guy called John Lewis on YouTube. Eastern Pennsylvania, to refer to a thing, place, person, or event that one need not or cannot give a specific name to. It could be what he means. Is this guy from Philadelphia? I can't tell a Philly accent just by ear because I live on the East Coast and it all kind of sounds same to me, but are you from Pennsylvania? He probably is saying John like that, right? He's probably not just refusing to say the word joint because he's Christian.
That John's gonna come out soon, but
I've just never heard somebody roll it that word through their speech then again, I don't know anybody who says John in real life. We don't do that in Virginia, so.
I think Christians do have the right to be upset about this, and I know some people have gone so far to like be really nasty about this, like other brothers and sisters. Like, and I think while you are okay to be upset, you should not hurl insults. You should not show any type of threats to the creator of this show, because we have to realize, you should realize, that even this person that has misrepresented the Christian faith through their animated film, for the sake of controversy or whatever, this person is still made in the image of God, and God is also wanting to be in a relationship with them as well. So how about we just
Judah, 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 Gaga.
Everybody sing it with me.
A king with no crown. I'm just a holy fool, baby. It's so cruel, but I'm still in love with Judas, baby. I'm just a holy fool, baby. It's so cruel, but I'm still in love with Judas, baby. Whoa, I'm in love with Judas, Judas. Whoa, I'm in love with Judas, Judas.
Okay. I should probably go to bed now, because it's like 1:30 in the morning. People who prefer to smoke weed in blunt form tend to say John. Interesting. Hand me one of them Johns. I feel like I have heard it specifically in regard to weed, but not in person. Again, only like through the internet or through like, I can't even think of like a movie where I really heard it, but when people ask me if I'm Christian, I play them this at Electric Chapel. That's exactly what Bird would do. If he asked Bird if he was a Christian, he would probably play. He's accusing him of purposely being controversial. You know, it's possible that he is purposefully knowing that, like, it's going to draw more attention to it if you make it gay. I would. If I was gonna make something Christian, I mean, what, Lil Nas X, you know, I'd go right for the devil, suck the devil's dick in hell. You've all seen the Lil Nas X video. I'm not gonna bring it up because it'll get copyright blocked. And I gotta go to bed. It's been 6 hours. Oh no! If I end it right now, it'll be 666. No, I missed my shot. Ah, god damn it! If I had ended the stream like a few seconds earlier, it would have been 60606.